Hello guys, how are we doing today? How you doing guys? Oh good? Welcome, you're live. My name is Mr. Dale and we're live on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. We're streaming Counter-Strike 2, EWC, and this is the upper bracket
at this year's Esports
BO1
World Cup.
game.
We're
It's a
bringing
best of
you
one
all
game.
the games you
And
love, all the coverage you
there's
crave.
actually 2 matches going to happen in the next couple of minutes. So, but
And for the first time ever, a
we are going
completely
to watch
unfiltered behind-the-scenes
Team
broadcast.
Spirit versus
And he absolutely
JJ
destroys
Howe.
him.
I don't think he
insane.
ever
Yeah,
saw
JJ
that
Howe.
coming. That was incredible.
And on
This
the other
means you're
stream,
getting
we
the
have
real coverage.
I think that was-
Esports versus Tyloo.
With raw
But
opinions.
I just decided to
I'm just
watch
gonna have to say it. I
the
think they have their heads up right now.
Team Spirit versus JJ Howe.
Yes, from
I don't know if that's
broadcasters who
that's how
don't
you
even
pronounce
know
it.
they're being
I'm not
recorded.
sure. But anyways, who cares?
They don't know they're
We're
being
here,
recorded.
we're live.
Oh,
Whoever is watching, welcome to my stream. And yeah,
I'm sorry, is this a
I
good
think
idea?
This is what we have.
this is gonna be a great fun.
All you have to do is read the lines.
They-
All right.
Because
The
Team
absolute
Falcons is
best.
also playing
I don't understand.
later today. So the matches
Getting
right now
allowed to take
are
control of the space,
Foot
and
versus
nothing is done
Tyloo,
about it.
and then
We're gonna
Spirit
get
versus
fine.
JJ
There's
Howe,
no
and
way
later
that this is
on,
gonna work.
1 hour and 49
worry about it.
49
Don't worry
minutes
about
from
it.
now,
We
we're going
do
to
the
witness
thinking, okay?
G2 versus M80, and
I
then
cannot believe this.
Magic versus Mongols,
Job on this team. Every
and
time you
later on,
thinking, oh
3
my-
hours and
they
19
got-
minutes from now,
and
we're gonna have Team Falcons versus K27.
You know what? We're actually just going to be bringing
So,
you the same great
I think
coverage
that's-
once again this year. Nothing else.
That is the match for today. We have
First KC fans try to
actually we have
sabotage me,
6
now my own
matches.
Agent.
Whenever I see
What
the
is
Key Crusher
the
on
recent
stage,
match?
I think, yeah,
I
that's
think
cool,
that's
but it could
Aurora
be
versus.
cooler.
Hang on. Aurora
That's why I found
versus
a Crusher
Big.
of my own.
So Big won
They're
13-9.
totally legal
So
means.
whoever loses this match will going to automatically be in lower bracket quarterfinals. So
No, it's Crush's
basically,
watermelon.
this matches. The matches that we're going to happen today will be the upper bracket
That's how
quarterfinals,
esports should be
and
done.
then whoever
this
wins
nerd-
will going to remain in upper bracket semifinals, right? And then whoever loses will going to go to lower bracket quarterfinals.
Yeah.
So far we have 2 teams that has been
For team one.
eliminated, not really eliminated, or lost the
Okay,
best
France
of
was
one,
stronger than I
which
thought.
is
Don't need soap when you're in esports.
LG or Luminosity Gaming, and then Aurora so far,
Squeaky
and
clean.
then that was
Can of beat.
the game that just
Ah!
completed today.
Ah!
1, 2, there's 2 matches. Actually, let me correct it. There are 2 matches that had just finished. Luminosity Gaming and Gamer Legion. Gamer Legion won. And then Big versus Aurora. So Big won. And yeah, there's
Of
2,
cola.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 matches. I'm not sure if there's still another match that will going to happen, but yeah. That's the gist of today's event. It's just the BO1,
Esports.
best of 1. Whoever
What
loses
time is it?
will going to automatically go to lower bracket. Yeah,
Time to go.
that's it. But I just decided to go watch the Team Spirit versus JJ Howe. There's another match just happened. Oh, well, going to happen. With Esports versus Tyloo. I'd rather watch Team Spirit. Yeah. 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 Team Spirit.
for this.
So over on the B stream, it's Foot Tyloo, but for us, we're getting ready for Spirit versus GG How, and I can assure you that this one packs a little bit of punch if you're a Spirit fan, because you know what to kind of expect, and if you are GG How, you really are just kind of
here they are, Team Spirit, man.
Out at the very end. Of course, I want to welcome you right
Team
back
Spirit.
into the Esports World Cup. We're live here from Paris. My name is Trace, and alongside of me, we're gonna have Yanka, we're gonna have Jacob, and we're gonna have another game of Counter-Strike here, where we really might have David versus Goliath. It might just be that.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Trace. If there ever was a David versus Goliath matchup, it's this one right here. Not as much upset potential as in the first series that we had. GG How, I think, a surprise package to even make it out of that last chance qualifier. They took down Hotu in the final game to make it here, but yeah, going up against the likes of Team Spirit is going to be no easy feat.
Yeah, they really had to make a sweat for it. You know, all of the games in the last 10 qualified for them as well. At least the best of 3 ones were 2-1, right? So they were really fighting a lot. A couple of names that you may be familiar with in Sasanito, you know, a player that is trying to revive his career. Synopsy as well in there in the mix. Bad News Eagles may ring a bell. So it's names that has been here before, you know, played on stages before. But in terms of going up against Team Spirit, I feel like they can only surprise, you know. If anything, make the game competitive, get more than 5 rounds, and I'm already satisfied.
Yeah, so just to kind of run us back a little bit here, what was the Spirit that we got in Cologne?
I think the problem, obviously the big thing for Spirit in Cologne was they didn't have a coach with them. Right, like Halley was the registered one. He had health issues, and you can't substitute a coach. Right, you could do this thing with the players. You list the players as a sub, and then you switch them out from the main lineup. But they couldn't do that with coaches. And Sotvik, I don't think he even got his visa so that he could at least be with them on location, right? Even though he couldn't stand behind the team. And you know, whether that was the deciding factor in that semifinal loss against Falcons, I'm not sure. I think it would have definitely helped their case. So yeah, that was the big thing about them in Cologne, and also that now Halley is behind them again, because even leading up to Cologne, it was Sotvik for a few tournaments while Halley was dealing with some health issues. Yeah,
I guess if we zoom out a bit further, you know, Spirit were off to a terrible start to the season. You know, results weren't going their way. Started off, you know, poor at Blast and couldn't really figure it out. And then
I'll bet on Team Spirit, man.
To Cologne, and as you said, that semi-final against Falcons.
Hopefully, Donk will going to perform this time. Let me tell you that.
Decided it for Team Spirit.
Let me tell you that. Hopefully, I'll need to see Donk effectively fragging.
The Blast bounty, right? They lost
effectively fragging. That's it. That's all I'm asking. Donk, please show up. You know, there's a lot of expectation
to be a team where we have them
with this Team Spirit, and also for Donk individually. We need to see Donk popped out right now. Locked in, Donk.
Falcons, you know,
locked in.
Online is the first game, whatever. Vitality, they lose to Liquid.
That's all we're asking.
Spirit makes it all the way to the final.
Because last time in Blast,
and then it's also
you didn't really show up to your full potential. I mean, I was like, where's Donk? Is this Donk? What happened? You know, what happened?
Having a, you know, not their best day.
So I guess
as well. So I wouldn't.
This is the right moment, Donk.
I agree with that, especially when you consider what you see on your screen
right
now.
This is
Donk had a no-show in
Blast
that game, and how often
performance
is that happening, right? There's no
Blast
doubt
2
that Donk
series,
is
okay.
a vital member of Team Spirit, and it is kind of ride or die with him when he's playing well. Obviously,
kind of lower a little bit, huh?
Win the games of Counter-Strike against Mouse, he was nowhere
it's
to be
actually
found, you know, very atypical. So I agree with
it's
you.
Really evident that
I'm worried on behalf of Team Spirit.
That's not his best performance.
If you wanted to build up the story that they would get gradually better and better and better and better, then
not worse.
The trophy at Bounty would have been
not also the best, but it's a mid.
Arguably the
you know,
second best, third best.
It's a mid performance.
It's also in between the loss.
We're all asking is
in Rio in the grand
the
loss to Falcons.
You know,
they won 13
I didn't hear this team before. JJ How. It's obviously
so they were on a great run
Asian
of form,
team,
and,
but
that's why
I'm not saying that they're easy to beat, but you know,
them same as with Vitality and Falcons. This is
they're easy to beat.
Need to bounce back. Like this is where you look.
They're easy to beat, man.
The 2 million prize pool.
For me,
how much it
there's an underdog.
It's not about making the major for Spirit or Vitality or Falcons. It's not about that. But it's super important that you start in stage 3.
This
which
team
Spirit didn't do in Cologne, right?
Okay.
You get those extra 5 or 6 days, meaning you can, you know, attend
some more
man. Tier 1 events, and then you still have enough time to rest and do a boot camp before the major. If you have to start in stage 2, well, then there's not as much free time, there's not as much off days, and it's the end of the season, final event of the year, right? You obviously want to be well rested and come in and peak at the right time.
And that was a team with Magic's back at the wheel, right? We're talking about a team that, for Spirit, there were a couple question marks. Are they going to be able to keep a consistent form and keep an activated player in Donk now that they're kind of changing the look at how the team wants to operate? But it seems as though we got some of those questions answered in Cologne.
I feel like in Cologne in particular, I think Magic's now, you mentioned, right, no coach behind him. I think he stepped up to the occasion. I don't think Spirit were
everyone
be like, oh, they're crumpling, you know, they're not sticking to the game plan, or he couldn't make big calls and big rounds on some of all the overtime games they had as well. I think Magic's did a good job at proving himself as an in-game leader.
I like watching game.
I agree with you. It's always a what-if case. We don't know if Halley would have been behind them or if Softic would have been behind them,
or
if the outcome would have been different. But overall, I feel like Magic's is growing as an in-game leader, and getting more experience.
Watch some Counter-Strike competition while streaming.
Huge,
you know how it is, you guys.
Huge test.
You know how it is.
And I think he passed it with flying colors. You go back to that G2 game on Mirage, all those overtimes on T side. I mean, he didn't run out of ideas. He wasn't like just rolling the dice with his calls. He was actually putting together in some really nice mid to late rounds as well. And it's hard to sort of describe it to people at home, right? Just imagine.
But gaming, I don't know.
10-10. He's alive until the end of the round. Let's say he's in the clutch. Then they die. Then it's 20 seconds. You have to think of everything. Like, so you're just playing. You're focusing
gonna probably
on your crosshair.
pick.
Now you have to think about what are you going to call for the next round. Take
even
everything
just
into
teams
account.
are
Underdog,
but
it's just like
I'll go
so
for
much
it,
that you need to process.
I'll go for it.
And it's really not easy. That's where you don't have a coach who comes and takes a timeout.
Just
What he's been doing, he's just been thinking about that
bet
stuff while you've been playing the game, and can help you with a call. Can at least give you a couple of ideas.
Just,
hey, we could do
my
this,
gut tells
that,
me that
just make
what
that
we're going to win.
So in the highest pressure environment, which is the major, for him to do that job on a high level, I think
that's
it's pretty
final.
admirable.
And just some context right there.
I don't want to change my mind, man.
You know, this is a guy that's helped push them into the elite era that we kind of see Spirit operating in now. So if you're kind of operating without your backbone, it's not always a fun situation, Jake.
No, it's not easy, and it is something that can definitely have an outcome of the game, especially considering Halley was sick as well. So as you said, he wasn't able to help too much from home. It's been a rough period in that regard. Now seemingly it's getting better. He's back now and hopefully well and rested up. So
I'm posting my clips, or actually no, I'm posting my stream that we're live on Twitch,
sure,
YouTube,
it wasn't optimal for Magic, but as you said, he kind of passed
spread the word, man.
Test with flying colors. So now that he's in this environment, a little bit less pressure. No, the first couple of games are not in a big arena, big studio either. So it should be somewhat easy for Spirit to get the job done and continue down the good path they've been on.
I think it's like, I don't know where you stand on this whole Sotfic, Halley conversation and everything. Like, it's hard to, if you have a good thing going, like, why switch it up? And some of the language from the Spirit camp about all of this, like, Sotfic is gonna also now work with the main team because he's the academy team coach, and then Halley is more overarching. Sotfic will be part of like practices, but Halley will stand behind the team. It feels
coach
like,
has a coach.
Yeah, it feels like we're just trying. In a way, it's like you don't want to necessarily remove Halley because everything he's done for the team so far, and it was health issues that sidelined him, so you feel like maybe it's unfair to him. But on the other side, you see the good work that Sotfic has been doing and how the team has looked when he was doing most of the work and standing behind him. So you're sort of like, well, we want more of this. And I just don't know, like, if they don't have a good result here, is that something that they'll have to look at and sort of just say to themselves and admit, we need to make this a clean break and sort of maybe move Halley into a bigger GM type of a role if you still feel like that's valuable to you, but go with what's worked for you.
It's also a way of future-proofing because as I am aware, we don't really know what was wrong with Halley, and they didn't know how long he would be out for, right? So in terms of integrating Softic into the main team, maybe that was a way for the team to say that regardless of what's going to happen with Halley, we have a backup plan. And then you get in this, limbo where you bring back Halley and then you're like, should you have gone with Softic? Is he going to be more involved, etc., etc.?
I think the match
that
just
they
started
respect
on
Halley a lot, and I think he has a vital position within Team Spirit. And if anything,
Softic
can be a great assistant coach. Sort of like you see with
I'll just keep you posted, guys. So Tyloo won the pistol round.
Softic has been very accompanied by the whole, utility usage within Team Spirit. That's where he got.
Won the pistol
I feel
round.
like you can support each other in that regard and maybe have both work in tandem without necessarily having to choose between the two.
Let's talk about having some hope here on the other side of things. Yes, we're talking about a VRS #1 in the side of Spirit, and I think a VRS 49 in the side of GG How. Yes, these are the scales that are tipped a little bit in one favor here. But if I'm looking at the side of GG How, I'm thinking about their run to this game today. So how did they get here, guys?
Well, in the last chance qualifiers we spoke about, in a lot of close games, beat Hotu in the final game. All of them went 3 maps. All of them had been a bit of a fist fight. Not gonna lie, there were so many games going on that I didn't watch too many of the GG How games, and it's not necessarily a team that you have on your radar either. And I think if you want to dive into the whole simple, you know, saying that there's a lot of teams in this tournament he feel like they are better than, I think he's looking at a team like GG How thinking, how the hell are they here and we are not? But luck at the door, you know, you have to show up simple and beat your position. You weren't able to this time around despite playing well. For GG How, you can only beat who's in front of you, and they did that despite having to fight for it in every single game.
Yeah, absolutely. They were the beneficiaries, you know, of the upper side of the bracket, which was maybe a little less that, but Hotu is a good team as well on a run of form recently themselves, and this GG How is just such a, you know, peculiar mix of players. Like you mentioned, Synopsy and Satsanito, right? But Bibu, Osama, and Mini have been, you know, together for quite a while in these sort of mixes, trying to make their run through the Middle Eastern qualifiers and APAC qualifiers and Asia qualifiers, like even in some of the minors beforehand, while we still had that, or the RMRs rather. So yeah, they don't get as many opportunities. Like they're grinding, they're, you know, the face it demons in a way, and this is one of the few times they actually go up against a team of Spirit's caliber.
I was just about to say they're a very brawly team, right? And that's what you can expect as well. A brawly team that is willing to fight, and regardless of the opposition, you know, you're going up against Spirit, you're going up against Donk. Not necessarily a great match. We're not really going to dive into the whole conversation, Trace, about, you know, is this...
why not?
Because it's not about whether it's a good fit to play Team Spirit for a team like GG How. Regardless of how they approach the game, they're going to have the most sound tactical foundation of any team out there. You need the players and their capabilities to be able to match up against a team like Spirit. But if you were to dive into that conversation, I think Donk loved the fact that he's going to play a face-it game right here that's going to be brawly and in your face.
He's the highest ELO player on face-it, so hey, more of that.
Yeah, so that last chance qualifier, what we got from, you know, output-wise from this GG How side. Yeah, they played all the games on all the opponents in front of them to get to this point. Who are the guys that we're looking at here as terms that could actually take a fight over here to Spirit? Now, I know statistically you could say like, oh, Donk and Sausanito maybe, probably not even close. But really, who might it be?
Well, you are looking at Satsanito, right? One of the few players that has tier 1 experience, or, you know, tier 1.5, tier 2 experience playing some of these big events, right? To sort of lead the way in terms of the fragging, but in reality, it has to be across the board for them, right? Even someone like Mini on the AWP, right? You need to just have a live game, as Magix likes to put it, if you're going to have a chance against Team Spirit.
That's the thing, right? You can write an entire list of things that need to happen if GG How were to win this game. Donk not showing up, Spirit not being prepared coming into it, maybe not being awake. It's, I guess, early for them to some degree. Then again, as you look on the GG How side, it's not about one player. There's not one player who can take over the game and win it for them. It has to come from across the board. It has to be every single player stepping up and playing above expectations. And you have all those things listed down and they all come to fruition, then maybe there's a game. But that's just a maybe.
Yo, but Jacob, I mean, it's only fair. We talked about Holly. What do they got going over here on the GG How side? What's Myther cooking?
Yeah, Myther, you know, is a name that maybe we haven't seen as much in the tier 1s.
I'll be honest, he has the weirdest career of any coach ever. Right. If you look at his track history, Apex Academy coach, and then he has Team Liquid, and now he goes to GG How, which is a face-it mixed tag. How does that work?
He was the last time Liquid made playoffs or a major. He was their coach, and Twist was the IGL.
Oh. Well, that'll make you think, won't it? Yeah.
He's also the type of coach, you know, from what I know, that likes structure, that likes to be well prepared, that likes to do all those kind of things. And maybe that's a good match, you know, when you have a lot of firepower on your team and you can kind of hold it in and try to make the best of both worlds come together. But just do yourself a favor, you know, load up your browser, check his team history throughout his career. It is the weirdest coaching career I have ever seen. He's not bad by no means. It's just
a variety pack of players that he's had over the time.
Yeah, teams as well for that.
I mean, what would it take to put a pug, you know, for example? What would it take to put a face-it pickup game in the same motion, in the same way, to kind of get them even close to where they need to be here in EWC?
I mean, I guess it's that constant balance of you don't want to take away the freedom from the players and how they feel the game and how they approach it, but you also want to build a bit of structure around it so it doesn't fall apart. And you're the coaching expert right here, Yanko. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, I think it's just about, you always look at the players that you have and what are their strengths, and you want to play towards their strengths, and that's something that I think we need more in Counter-Strike tier 1, tier 2, whatever. It's just like for people to have distinctive styles, Like, there's too many teams out there that
pretty
don't
clean.
have the players to play the way that they're
It's
trying.
actually pretty clean.
You can't be playing like
the clock
Vitality
as well.
if you don't have someone as, you know, obviously there's only one Zaivu, but like that sort of caliber of players, and always like
I'll try
defaulting
to
and relying on your players in
clock.
mid-rounds to make moves and take initiative. You know, it's
Where's
fine
the
if you
clock?
play a little bit more set. It's fine if you take more risks. Like, that's sort of what you need to do if you're going to find success against teams that are ranked higher than you.
Yeah, and this is certainly one of those games. Again, best of one, so we are going to get our map out here in front of us. It smells like a Mirage. It feels like it might be a Mirage. Jacob, is it going to be Mirage?
I think it's going to be Mirage. That's
actually kind of good,
cool, let's play
but
Mirage.
I'm looking for much more
bet your money that GG Howe is happy
bolder,
that it's an open
in your
map. You get to
face
express
kind of
yourself,
font,
so the
you know?
players feel at the very least they have a chance of finding some of those duels and take it to Team Spirit. So it's not a map that is being closed down by the design of the map, but then again, it comes down to individual qualities. It comes down to individual decision-making. And in any case,
simple,
regardless of how you match them up against each other, you're always going to side with Team Spirit.
Too dry.
Yeah, and it's one of those maps where if you're talking about GG, how okay, you can make it somewhat chaotic.
Probably
right? You can play with some pace. You talk about Face It and Face It Demons. I mean, Mirage is
home ground.
Is the Dust 2 of this generation, right? So I think
like
that definitely you get players who are super familiar with the map and the way it plays, all the angles, positions, timings, and whatnot. So yeah, if there is a map where there's some upset potential for GG How, it would be.
I want the font.
That's right, Jacob. Upset potential and a best of one. I know you don't want to say it. I know you don't want to hear it. But there is a
probably
world, right? Maybe.
I think Justin Bieber said never say never. Something like that.
Justin Bieber said that?
Or Nelson Mandela, whatever.
Well,
yeah, that
one of the two, you know. And you can never say never in that regard. I'll put it like this, though. I would be immensely surprised if GG How makes the game competitive. I don't see them getting to double-digit rounds. I don't see them making Spirit sweat, and I sure as hell don't hope so. Because as we spoke about earlier, the expectation for Team Spirit is not only to win this game, you know, that is to cruise into the playoff and be part of the playoff very, very deep into it. And as much as you want to say, yeah, it's a
I have to resize it?
If they were to lose to GG How, if they were to play 13-11 or go into overtime, that would be a sign of weakness. And personally, I would like them not to show any sign of weaknesses before we get deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, for the favorites, it's always about like getting through the best of ones.
Honestly, they got nothing to
you
win
understand,
here, right?
like, you understand that there's a world in which you can lose both pistols and the game can go
Burbank,
wrong. That's like sort of what you're trying to avoid.
That's
but
the
you cannot fall into that trap where
right?
you're just playing like super vanilla because you feel like that's all it takes for you to do. You still need to be aggressive on the server. You still need to play your game, need to treat it like any other game and not think about whether it's best of one or what's going on or you lost the second pistol as well, right? And I think if they do that, Spirit will be fine in this game.
But just in terms of structure in the game itself, I mean, you make a very clear and a very concise argument as to GG How really don't have much
the number is not.
Let's be real. Like, how do they go about equating themselves to firepower? Firepower is one thing. Equating in the server against a team that has clearly got their own way to approach the game that has proven to work, that's a different story, Jacob.
But they know what we know as well, right? They're the massive underdogs, so they can go in and they can play free. They can take a lot of gambles. They can take a lot of risks. They can put a lot of pace on the server as well. If that's what they feel to do. The thing is, you have Dong on one side who loves to play against that type of Counter-Strike. You have Sontix, who's a very, I guess, composed player as well, defending the B-bomb side. So if you're bringing a lot of pace, you also have to do it with a certain amount of quality for it to work. And that's where we have to see whether or not they have that kind of quality. And my biggest issue, even if they were to break into some of these bomb sites, when you have a 3v3, a 4v4, I feel like the individual decision-making and how the players are taking duels, etc., that's always going to
copy your URL, paste
yeah,
it.
gentlemen, we'll leave it right there. I think we've made a pretty good picture here as to what to expect. Spirit versus GG How on Mirage in that time.
Too bold. But I kind of like it. Kind of like it though. Okay, let's stick to that. Whatever. Let's stick to that. For the chat. Chatty chat chat. Kitty chat chat.
All right then, Team Spirit getting ready to take on GG How. And Hugo, I know you've been looking forward to this one.
You know what?
You were
Let's
talking to me about it
that.
right off the top of the day, talking about how it's going to be a brawl. You can't wait to see these two teams in the server. Why is that?
I think Spirit are always fun in these matches, right? We often see them as the top seed or one of the top seeds to take on big underdogs, teams from smaller regions, teams that we don't get to see too much. And yeah, to be fair, most of the time, Spirit bang their way through those games. And when we're watching Spirit and Donk do his thing, how can you not be enjoying the game? But at the same time, I want to give some respect to GG How because I think this roster is actually quite a lot of fun. It's 5 different nationalities on the playing side from all over the world. And a team that we also don't get to see on land very frequently, especially not against the world's best. So they're going to seize this opportunity. This is a squad that are so used to playing online, and given the regions and the countries they're from, Harry, this is a ping team. They play with, you know, some players nearing triple-digit ping when they try and play European qualifiers. So to see them come through the LCQ, go 5-1, only a loss to VP, some solid wins in there, and now get to play one of the world's best teams. I think we're going to be loving this opportunity.
All right, here we go.
Spirit on Mirage. I'll be watching Donk. Let's get into the action.
We are watching Donk.
I think they're down to have a little brawl in this B split. Now it's 3 players over towards A for Team Spirit. Smoke comes in at top con. Donk was already moving. Window smoke now clears away. But he will miss his timing to deal with anyone who's up
this is a nation team.
It down to this B defense. Magix takes one of the dome right away. Zontic's here though to bail his captain out. All right, Zontix.
That was clean, man.
Meant to be the body shot guy, but this USP's ripped heads off in the pistol.
So I think he got caught off guard as well, right? He had nades out. He's throwing smoke flash short in the open. I thought he was dead. Gets out with 3 pristine headshots, bails Magix out, as you say, and puts a pistol on the board for Spirit. Donk with 1. Lovely stuff here for Spirit.
You talk about the high ping warriors of GG How.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Donk slide was in part because of playing on high ping for him.
It's very
having to try and come up with ways to outduel his opponents.
Yeah, I was even watching some, you know, Donk CSGO highlights from when he was like 16 the other day. You know, playing in Spirit Academy, playing Pugs. I mean, he was doing all the movement stuff he does now back then in CSGO, right? Like, he really just changed the entire game in terms of how we think about movement and how you make your model hard to hit. You know, it's not just his incredible aim, of course, that we all know he has. It's the other details that really take him that extra mile. And it's not new to him. But in the same vein that we saw Donk go from, you know, looking incredible with 100+ ping, playing in Europe, to dominating the biggest LAN events in the world, well, maybe GG How can find some comfort in that.
That's how you say GG How. I was right. I was right.
Perhaps they can do something similar, show off some of their individual prowess.
GG How.
Well, no worries here for Tanier. Like that, out towards the spawn. He just gets to feast on a bunch of pistols, trying to get that bomb down.
Is the audio good?
For Team Spirit out of the gate.
Were you able to hear it? Or does it a little bit low?
Giving away nothing, no extra bomb plant. Time for GG How to get going. Heavy in the window here. Donk starting off, leaving some extra nades. GG How going for a B pop. Just Magix here with a 1 MP9, so not a bad gambit here.
Zontic's going to get back in to support him in time. Actually, the guy to take first contact on this abs pop. Molly even splitting up the push here. Going to try and deal with the front of the pack first. Magix living on borrowed time. But in come these rotations. Shiro first on the scene and first to fall. Bit of help from Synopsy, and that will seal the deal on a rifle round for GG How.
That went horribly wrong at the start. They get full blinded. First player jumps out. Satanito is just sat back. He can't do anything. He is stuck in the apartments. Everyone is blind. and then somehow they just find all the trades in a flurry. And I think these are the moments where we're going to see GG How do great in the man advantages, peaking together, overwhelming their opponent, right? Shiro expects a bit of respect from that backside player. He re-swings, and then the market
says go. Hello, man. What's up?
You're never going to get a moment of respite in a game like this. GG How jump on it. First round on the board. Gimmick in con, triple nade, does nothing.
I'll put my money on Team Spirit, even though this is just a best of one, but I don't care. I don't care. Please don't show up, man. What's the two, that's two kills.
I'm pretty obsessed with this B-bomb site at the top of the game. Magic's again here with the SMG, and that's a little awkward.
Grab the AK, man, and then Molly.
You don't have the chance to trade, and you don't want to sacrifice more players coming through this smoke.
Yeah.
So Magic's has been able to hold on to the apartments.
And it gets out as well, yoinks the AK.
The in-game audio is too low.
This behold, and it will be needed as GG How come up with short side. Donk, he got that spot, I thought, but Satanito reveals position. Donk dies to Synopsy. 4v4 now, and no nades anywhere to make anything happen. GG How still eyeing up B, but Spirit aren't convinced. They think after finding Donk, they want to go back to this A split. Magic's out of position for a moment.
Oh, and this time Zontic's not able to get anything done.
Audio, okay.
Only good for the first.
In-game audio is good. All right.
Advantage for GG How. That bomb still is to
I think
cross
it's just my headphone though. But anyways.
They get a chance to stop it. No, they throw it across.
Down. You better show up, man.
It's a plant now.
On blast, you're nowhere. Your performance nowhere to be found. I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you need to show up on this.
You'd like to think that's enough just to seal the fate of this one.
This is for upper bracket battle.
Shiro decides he can't justify it, and so gets on out of there.
See, even the little detail throwing
not just Donk, but the entire crew of Team Spirit. That's all.
Not offering.
Why would you?
A way back into the round. It felt already
commit to it, Shiro.
Well,
what the?
Make it so. Back-to-back rounds on this T side, finding Donk as well in a heads-up duel. Synopsy, no doubt the most experienced player we've seen on this GG How
the name of this team, I assume there were Asian
under different rosters,
JJ How,
North American squads in his time as well.
I was like, what's JJ How mean? I mean, like, is this an Asian team? And I thought it's an Asian team.
Some huge upsets there as well.
I mean, yeah, I don't think you can think of a better guy to kind of have helming the ship in that sense in a matchup like this. Massive underdog, trying to, pull through with kind of an unproven squad. When you think about the BNA stories from back in the day, Synopsy was a big part of that, and so probably the perfect man for the job in this type of a matchup.
They're Asian team.
The liberation that comes
they're
with
from
being
China and Middle East.
No expectations.
The region is in Asia.
How many times do we see teams like that, including that team, as soon as they were favorites, really crumble and go nowhere?
None of them are Chinese. Not even one, man.
Run, like a team that no one expects.
Hussein is from Lebanon, and B-Boy is from Iraq.
Suddenly, we're working.
Osama's from Palestine.
Donk has a hero, but he
Synopsis
is
from Kosovo.
Splitting him from the kitchen as well.
Kakanito is from North Macedonia, and their coach is from Denmark. Mether.
Timing, Synopsis got him locked in. Meanwhile, this bomb is
weird,
still approaching the B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's a Chinese org, but none of them are Chinese, man. That's none of this team are Asian.
Rotations for Dog. Does he need them?
It's the split that makes this tricky. Satanito good for the trade. And even though Zontic's going to arrive on the scene, it really depends on someone putting a kill on the board here for Spirit. They've got two players grouping out towards short. They have Satanito trapped out here.
Zontic's trying so hard to distract this Kakanito.
Pistols close in. Over there from the site.
Okay.
So no worries. Zontic's left looking on as another round gets away from Team Spirit.
What's going on, guys?
Where we just need multi-kills right now for Spirit because they're getting overwhelmed in all of their positions. Careful for a second, but Satanito trades.
Let's try.
And so GG How with constant re-aggression, constant repeats, keep the pressure on.
So whoever loses this best of one will go to lower bracket. Lower bracket, and then whoever wins automatically go to upper bracket.
Through the ringer for 3 rounds in a row. Shiro's going to have the AWP.
We have like 6 or 7 matches. There are 2 matches going on right now at the same time. Foot versus Tyloo, and then Spirit versus JG How. So I just chose to watch Spirit versus JG How. Not really interested on Foot versus Tyloo. I want to see Spirit performs. I want to see Donk pop off, man. Next one will be G2 versus M80, and then Magic versus Mongols. And then later on, 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, Falcons versus K27. Oh, let's hope Falcons
too out of the box for
Magic's show up also.
With a rifle finally here instead
of the performance in Blast.
He's looking to throw it away.
They got eliminated in first round. That's a no bueno.
That is what Mini's looking for.
They just recently won the major, and then when it comes to Blast, they just
perfect time to stop.
Got eliminated in first round.
Use that smoke. GG How are making headway.
It's not what I expected, man. It's not what I expected.
Aggressive smoke from Zontix has kept some semblance of control here for Spirit.
100 Thieves eliminated them.
No,
like, are you kidding me?
1 minute on the clock.
100 Thieves, man.
For GG How to play with. Shiro in a strong position. Donk never far away. That tick gives more info. Top con smoke obscures Donk's vision. GG How still want this A split though. Oh,
that's a perfect flash, man.
Snopsy the one to provide it.
1 more man on short. Are they ready? Magix isn't peeking yet. Donk's got to do it all again.
I mean, you're almost hoping that Synopsy's opener has sold the lie that this is a B play. That's not the case. What with the presence of Magic still out on short here, and he might have more to do. Swing out. He softens up these players in the connector.
Don't jump!
Give away the kill. 2 out towards the spawn for Team Spirit, and it's Donk to get the ball rolling. There's a follow-up for Donk. Finally overran. Shiro been slow to get going here, and it doesn't look like that's changing anytime soon. Couple of chances on the AWP, but they both come up short. Massive kill for Magic.
Got him.
There's the nade to bring it all back, and it's down to this. Shiro's had some rough missed shots here. Low on HP, right into the crosshair. GG How.
Good read by Osama's.
Rounds. That's 4 in a row on this T side.
Osama's big 3K out of Palace, and can you blame Spirit for not being ready for another man up connected?
That's a good read by Osama's, by the way. Cheers
Magic's had great
on that location and that area.
He never took them. It's too late to the peak.
It's really hard to win.
No one was watching for such a long time after Snopsy got that first kill. Donk doubles
even though he's an upper,
but there's a third man from the con side.
Yeah, that's a great angle by Osama.
Shiro's reposition.
It's really hard to hit.
Very common move from him. GG How, they know what they're up against, I'll say that much. 4 rounds to the good on this T side have put Spirit on pistols again. Something's brewing.
Tell you what too, like early eye test on Shiro, I'm a little nervous right now. Just looks shaky. I know we're early doors, 7 rounds in, but
that's a perfect nade. That's chunky nade. One more?
Turn it around on. Just had some really awkward exchanges here.
Samas.
Another kill that Shiro struggles to seal the deal on.
Dang it, man.
Thomas just runs right through the B site on the MAC-10, so no worries here.
They're just gonna run them over. Like,
I mean, this would be a very attention-grabbing game if GG How are able to keep this up.
Yeah, you never want to get, or I never want to get ahead of myself in a match like this. I've seen Spirit start slow in these kind of games and then, you know, come alive. But all the signs are...
Knife him! Knife him!
Are you serious? A knife kill? Unnecessary, but it sends a very clear message here to Team Spirit.
And they're all celebrating after that
knife
one.
Kill, man. Clip that. I'm gonna clip that.
Like the parallels you draw between, you know, being the underdog and having Synopsy, who makes these major runs in BNE back in the day, and looking to do something.
I don't know if Magic's goals
to do it against Team Spirit
are not effective.
You just think about like how many.
I don't want to blame Magic because he's an in-game leader, but
his teams.
You know,
and how that kind of went on to
gonna start to doubt on this team, huh?
For B&E.
You know, I almost can't blame you as well if we're talking underestimating, because the teams GG beat, there were a couple of good ones in there, but for the most part, you know, we've not seen this team play top squads on LAN.
Exactly, they're
time.
underdog.
And so
haven't heard this team.
The roster, you know, beating Hotu. I think Dendele have had some recent success as well. But otherwise, nothing really leaps off the page.
Yeah, and also, like, even if you look at the very best teams that they beat to get here, like, it doesn't even come close to touching the caliber of Spirit.
Okay, a lot of control in this round. Spirit have foregone mid, conceding it entirely. Donk patrolling window. Shiro has Con from tickets, but inside
they
of the
already
ladder
read
is
the game. I mean,
GG
already read the game of Team Spirit at this point. Donk is always on top connector. That's
Spirit might play some late aggression here, but they've got to worry about ladder.
That's one of the read, man. Zontix's Magic's. It's a free kill.
That's a nice free kill.
Yeah.
Satsanito, but backing up, it's another double short
Magic's
setup
always
for Team Spirit, and
back
Shiro's
up.
finally been able to rally one off on this AWP.
Zontix is the only support.
Noxy closing in
for Zontix.
Get past Tania.
Okay.
So this could be the return to form for Spirit they've been waiting for, looking for a clean round. Can Bibu complicate matters? That's a good bit of damage done. It's the Shiro Warp closing in. These misses are starting to get real rough.
Good recovery.
For it. All well and
good recovery.
Right now, you're just kind of treading water for a couple of key players to come online for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I'm
good recovery,
but breathe a bit easier after a round like that. They do save it
sure,
on multiple fronts. We're seeing
shaking
a lot of
up, man.
Short
it's a little bit
here,
shaky.
Yet to be truly realized by GG How. Magic's getting that nice late trade onto Zontix.
It's a simple kill. That's an easy kill. It's a free kill.
No bomb plant here, so no money
and yet,
on a few of these players.
Gladly, he was able to recover it.
Or rather, drops are already in the air, so AWP is out. This will be their final buy.
I mean, if you remember, like the first time they saw Magic's on the double short take, he kind of peaked so late in the round that I don't think he realized.
Were they also able to communicate both teams
but
during
that time around, right? The fight comes in way quicker.
That's the thing now, right? On Counter-Strike, that's new.
How they're trying to solve this mid.
You can talk to your opponent during halftime.
Hot shot in middle for Shiro, but Mini's AWP looks ramp. Shiro will rotate. It's a scary peak, to be honest.
Bang! That's a chunky nade.
GG How is still looking to scrap on this site. Tag comes in, Mini barely surviving. Ooh.
The flick is not there, man.
Scared.
Shiro feeling the pressure.
The flick is not there.
Him, but in comes Donk. And that's 2 kills to the good. How many more can he get? Plays right through the smoke. Donk keen to get involved as a bunch of these rounds have just
time to step up, Donk.
For Team Spirit with Donk not hyper in the picture. Finally has his round. That's a pretty monstrous 4K. And
just saying, Shiro, man, if you want to be the human decoy, I can trade you out.
Set me up, dude. You're fine.
Back-to-back rounds. Bails out Shiro. Big 4K from Donk. Team Spirit are back in business, Harry, so no need to overreact on this early start here for GG How. This is where they're truly going to get tested. The depth of their T-side here on Mirage. A couple of nice B-pops in this game already. They're going to go back for it, but no util to make anything happen.
I think like that's
good. Nice.
It's a very hard thing to contest with here for GG How. The idea that, you know, you had Spirit a little bit on the ropes, worried about their money, worried about the finances, not wanting the game to just get ripped away from them. But as they find their footing, as the money builds up, as they feel a bit more secure, you're going to see kind of the brakes come off. They're going to stop turtling up. Donk's going to be getting involved out towards mid. It's going to get more aggressive, a lot harder to predict. You're going to have, you know, opening fights kind of ahead of the timing you were looking for. Won't get to run some of these set pieces that we've seen.
Now?
And that's where very, very quickly this can start to go the other way.
Good nade.
So you are bang on. It's a test of their depth here on this T side.
There's nothing in this burger. This one is going nowhere.
What?
That. 2 Deeks connect, but not getting out past Donk. So easy enough here for Team Spirit. Levels a score. GG How would not be a bad time for a timeout, to be honest, to come into their next gun round. All important,
a little bit weird.
half deciding gun round. Was this just a strong start? Or is there something more?
Here's some more of this Donk aggression out towards mid. It's been where GG have looked to find their early successes, and they will trade him after one. I mean, any round you can stop him with just one kill, you'll take it. And with Shiro, a swing and a miss again out through short.
Not his game.
Advantage for GG How.
A risky position, but it might be underchecked. Still a 1-for-1. This is getting scary now. Osamas has taken deep space in that A side. Zontix covering the cross. They've got Util. They want the cross, and they make it over. Satsanito above the stairs with cover. And this is looking like a solid half, and no clutch today as Osama shuts down the in-game leader of Team Spirit. 1-for-1 on Donk indeed.
Around,
and when Shiro is missing every shot presented,
don't
have a lot of heroes left to save you.
No, it's feeling kind of awkward. Like, you see him trying to force the fights, trying to bring himself back into the game, but it feels like in a lot of these rounds, it's just given a way in for GG How.
Not looking good,
Shiro.
Shiro.
He's playing late rounds now. He's going for early moves.
You're missing your shots.
Getting punished.
And I don't know.
And look at the pace behind this one. Satsanito fearless through the Molotov. Look at how quick he is here. Donk's going to break that smoke, it looks like. So got to be aware.
One nade.
The Satsanito is stepping. Donk never goes for the break. There it is late. Finally in as he finds Synopsy. Donk waits till it's safe to pass.
But, like, you know Zontix is dead, and I think kill feed Counter-Strike can do a lot for GG How here. He's the second guy over towards B. You know that Magic's likely there alone right now. There's a bit of a gap on this B side of the map.
Yeah. This looks like the perfect call for GG How to find a winning half. Magic's reinforced by Shiro.
Right.
Okay, you can redeem yourself now on this orb.
You know, you've been waiting, you've been looking for that round that brings you back into the game. This could well be it for Shiro. First shot lands. Bit of help from Magic's as well. And this AWP might be low. Swung out wide. Shiro brought down a half. Satsanito still a long way away from being in play in this round. And as he tries to join up through short, you'd think Tanier's meant to have his number. 20 seconds left on this. Time working against GG How. Positions known on both players. The time really is the enemy here. All three players brawling in the site for Team Spirit. As Osamas goes out, Shiro will find him. They'll split the difference down this half. And finally that AWP finding a bit of success in the final round of their CT side. Felt like Shiro this whole game was hunting for his round to have the impact. Was that it? Do we get a better Shiro heading into this second half?
Trying to find his effectiveness
slow down the play by the end of that CT side, right? Able to give away less kills. Sure, the second last round was a little intense down in middle, but for the most part, considering that was 5-2 down from the rip, Spirit do a pretty good job of stabilizing here, and a pistol round just suddenly puts them right back in contention for a clean victory. GG How, definitely with flashes of brilliance.
Oh, Halley is here.
Some of the shots we've seen connect in this game from Synopsy.
Forgot about Halley.
Osamas with a big clutch. It has been impressive. So don't look away now. Who knows what the second half is in, what we're in store for. Window smoke and Spirit go right towards the catwalk.
A clear game plan here for Spirit. Go for this B split, 3 in through short. GG How going to be out of position, so you're looking at Mini and Synopsy. And, well, that's really not a bad way to get the ball rolling, is it? Synopsy with a keen double. They're closing in. Job's not done, but this B site holds its own and then some.
Dude, he's full running and he hits that one tap on the second player. Mid-air shot into the running one tap. Beautiful connection for Synopsy. Could not be any better here for GG How. A flawless round on that B-bomb site. My, oh my.
That's
what can you do about that?
That's the B site getting wrapped on. Everyone else is so far away. GG How had just pushed ramp. They started 3 out towards the A site. That couldn't have been a better call for Spirit, but you know, the call is kind of only half the battle there. You go into the under-defended bomb site, you get wrecked by Synopsy.
Tanir jumped for Donk there and neither even get a bullet out. A round that Spirit know well is unwinnable. GG How take control. They push top middle, they get the nade in, but then they depart quickly, not offering up the kill, but more importantly, scrambling the radars of Spirit.
This match is back and forth, man.
To? Mini pushes under. Dink's not going to do it. Back out top mid for Spirit.
Oh no.
Frustrating rounds here.
Good try.
Coming down for Spirit on this T side. Does that change with guns?
Chat, do you think this game will go into overtime? Do you think so? I'm just curious because this game is back and forth, or does GG How will going to take the home run on this match? Is it gonna be overtime in favor of GG How, or is it gonna be a comeback
off the rip
in favor of Team Spirit? Let me know what you think. Write it down on the chat. Write it down in the chat.
How far do you reckon they take this? As you get this control out towards ramp, you hear Spirit still mucking around in top mid. I think you feel like you have space here and are just going to follow through with a backstab. 2 players dedicated to this.
Oh, no, man.
And Magix has just left the angle, but Zontix is coming back. He might be able to save them here. No one with eyes on Palace. And so the backstab gets rumbled.
Just change the whole round though for Spirit. They do want to come back and clear this out. Inside of the Palace, pushes Bibu. Zontix trap right now.
Nice.
He's going to hold his own. Second kill, low health, but enough for Spirit to roll out this red carpet. Synopsy hides at B. 2 more MP9s adorn this A site. And I still find a bit of fear in me with Osama's taking Palace once again. The deeper he goes, the worse it is. Zontix still waits.
Zontix has learned he just can't take his eyes off this position. Oh, don't do it. Why would I say that? There he is, taking his eyes off this position.
Perfect timing. There's going to be a backstab, man.
A entirely.
Probably. If he reads this right,
now he's in a great spot.
This
would
can
still
make
be something else.
A huge difference.
He is 1v4 in this
It's going to be ugly.
And it feels like GG are just saying,
all 4
of
them we're going to line up.
If you make this interesting enough,
Probably.
We'll come in, we'll give this a try. Turn around for Shiro. First kill picked up. Gun game as he swaps out onto the M4.
2 low players.
His teammates aren't budging. It feels like Guan wasn't enough to tip the scales for a retake here. Just going to try and save on these 3 players.
Oh, I mean, the margins that Spirit win that round by are very tight. If Osama stays Palace,
just going to look for an exit kill.
The second he gets there, all of these look like double kills and ways back into the round. I feel like that is somewhat fearful from Osama's. I feel like maybe they're feeling a bit of pressure there because I would have just loved to see him commit to his move. That would have definitely done him better than 1. We see how low these players are.
Like I said, this game is back and forth. Are we going to see an overtime?
They still have a round lead to work with, and they
or
have
are they going to
finish?
As well. I'm speaking on behalf of GG How. Are they gonna?
It leaves you wondering if there was more available there for GG.
Really eliminate, because whoever loses this match, we're going to go for the.
I think though, considering it's a bonus round for them and they really had Spirit on the ropes, you could leave it still feeling kind of good, especially if you find some success here and now. I mean, telling yourselves that save was to bring out the big guns and hit even harder the second time around. Mini takes an instant line out towards
be complacent,
Palace.
even though this team is underdog. You haven't heard this team before. But you'll be surprised, man. You'll be surprised how underdog performs.
In this game for Team Spirit, from his early B holds with Magics to winning them that bonus round attempt for GG How in the last.
Zontics look very frustrated on the cams there. You don't often see much emotion out of this guy or acknowledgement.
This guy
it's nice that we have these
like a robot
cams on the HUD at all times.
He doesn't really smile. He doesn't get excited. He doesn't get hyped up. It's just there.
Man down, have to
playing.
do it.
Emotionless.
On this A site where they know the AWP just was, but it's rotated back to B, leaving it alone. Satsanito ladder side. Spirit still going into the stack. Whoa, that's a bomb.
That's the bomb spotted. Shiro very low and in no position to play out through ramp.
Ooh, nice trade.
Donkatanir doing what they can, but it's the rotate of this AWP that catches them by
surprise.
Kidding me?
That's
Shiro,
the bomb.
Who was brought down low right at the top
One
of the round,
grenade,
is the
he's
sole
done.
survivor.
He's gonna nade this. He's gonna nade this.
And he's in no position to fight. GG How gonna maintain this lead.
Yeah, it's nice to see them rotate back. I don't know what the tell was.
Don't
they
be
were
scared.
starting to lean towards B in the silence, and then right before Spirit come through those smokes, that's when GG How doubled down on that A hold. Everybody in position to stop it. They even let Donk live. They transferred off him before they got the kill, and he still gets punished 1-for-1. So they're doing a good job of shutting down Spirit's best player. And Spirit have called another timeout. The only team to use them in this game.
And I think if there's one thing you're really aware of right now, it's the frustration out of Team Spirit. You know you've caught their star AWPer a little bit shaky to get the day going. Donk wasn't exactly dominating from round one. You kind of got them on shaky ground off the rip, and now you're building upon this lead. And we were talking about Synopsy, his experience, the things he's accomplished in the past, how he was always a threat in these kind of underdog matchups. He knows exactly what's going through the minds of Spirit as this game is getting away from them. And he's keen to push every little advantage.
Captain of this squad, and I mean the two European players putting in the biggest shift here for GG How right now. Him and Satsanito, the two most experienced players on this squad. Satsanito had some great T-side rounds.
I mean, dude, even Samus has had good impact as this has gone on. I think he was like 0-5 at the start of the game, so
nice.
Been on a pretty convincing turnaround since that point.
Spirit Gate given nothing in the middle. AWP is in the ladder. Mini very patient, as he was in Palace last round. Waiting for the guaranteed kill. And as Magic's re-hits mid to fake, Spirit are going to group for this B-pop. Bibu alone in this bomb site. Mini going to get distracted on short for now and blocked. He can't rotate out. Sooner Spirit go, the better. Here we go.
Mini just can't vacate short too quickly. Just going to miss this timing. Gets out with one on a donk, but Magic's closes in. AWP now on short. Bibu with a bit more to do and an ugly spray.
What?
Was that
Seals
Shiro?
The fate. That was Shiro. Oh, it's really looking ugly.
It's just
GG How loving it, however.
It's the day we're just not feeling it, right? A normal Shiro would have stopped spraying, would have counter-strafe, hit another burst, but he just full commits to a 20-round spray on a market player. Cannot confirm the kill. They also, Mini dies to a Tech 9.
He's whiffing,
but who does he kill, Harry?
Yeah, he gets rid of Donk.
He gets rid of Donk.
That's the entry power stripped out of the round.
Doesn't it just feel like that is the hammer on your head now, Spirit? You have one gun round to save your entire BO1 opener. Dear, oh dear. Winner of this plays Game Allegiant for a playoff spot.
All right, GG, we're noticing. Look, you could be on the cusp of something real special here.
James, thank you so much for the Dale coins. Appreciate it.
Coming to Bibu's bomb site again. Well, maybe not. Util drop back to Shiro. Bibu is very alone. 1-for-1 is simply not enough here. Rotates starting to make their way over. Satanito gets here in time, but it's the Donk Deagle opening things up. Bibu with a mow down. Donk delivers death on the Deagle, though. There's a second.
Good.
Can Donk save Team Spirit the embarrassment?
He's trying.
2 kills found already.
You might want to check
the job
market.
Isn't done yet, though. GG How
Try to peek it
grouping
once in a
for
while.
this retake.
Like,
Molly gonna force a fight out of Shiro. Donk with the spot.
To market.
Eagle really starting to feel the pressure now as his teammates fall around him.
Buy time, man. Just buy
does what
time.
he can. He softens up another player, and Donk Steeg swings out for a third with the pistols. Team Spirit looking to keep it alive.
Nice.
Killing blow dealt by Magix as him and Donk put on a clinic in that eco round.
Oh, how dare I count it out. I said Spirit had one gun round to right their wrongs, but I forgot about the Donk Deagle. Triple headshot despite so many missed shots. I love how Spirit isolate that short player first. They know he's going to move in before the market contingent with the AWP down in kitchen. They have 3 players facing short, bailing out their Edward player who got mollied. That was really nice from Spirit. Forces the AWP to have to make a move, and Donk is just dancing with death.
And you kind of see the fear he put in them, right? They were both coming out the market door, ready to try and react around the short contact. They see Donk on that little jiggle. They both thought about it. They kind of second-guessed themselves on the push. And so that is the Donk effect right there. It's put them back within touching distance of GG How. It's a lifeline for Team Spirit. And it comes from their start.
What a saving grace.
Team Spirit, if you have any ace in your sleeves.
What a time to do it.
Now it's time to show up.
Timeout from GG How.
Time to show up, guys. You don't want to be in lower bracket.
I mean,
I'll tell
if
you
you're GG
that.
How right now, you know that like that's
I'll
the
tell you
round that could
There's a lot of expectation this team, especially
Donk.
Donk.
This winning streak, you've been
Didn't
taking great strides. In
last
this matchup, you just can't get in your
now
head about falling down to the pistols.
I know, man. It's kind of mid.
Gotta stay focused.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of mid. It's not really there yet. I don't know. This is now the Donk that I used to watch.
AWP line for Mini. He's had many different positions on this AWP.
If Mini will go to piece
free
forward,
up his team to play heavy on the other side of the map.
he's gonna take a headshot, or maybe Tenier.
But he still needs to hit his first shot. Tenier is lurking apartments. Maybe a factor for later as Spirit look to set up on this A site. I wonder what timing Tenier plays. Is he going to just play off the execute and try and get a backstab? Palace smoked might cause a bit of a problem here for Spirit. They still throw in the execute. Tenier does not move.
There's 2 players in the site ahead of these smokes, and that might be more than you bargained for. You get the spot on Bibu. Donk spams him out, and Tenier here's this rotation.
It's the Magix bomb rotation. We see this all the time. Spirit love this pocket strat. Tenier's got the sight. This round is over. So
you might want to come here now.
It is going to be the AWP on the line. Tenier tries to knock him off of it.
Oh no.
Missed Molly, but that bomb still crosses in. It's a crisis averted here for Team Spirit.
All right, it's a risky retake. Do you really want to risk your money? I don't think so. GG How are going to walk away. Magic does that all the time. We've seen him do that on the world's biggest stages. That is the exact round that Magic's got. The 1v4 market spray down, the graffiti moment back at the major, but it was him alone who made that rotation. This time he has Tania to find the gap. But Spirit love just the little A execute into the late apartments rotate. And it completely catches GG How off guard. What a great time to call that move. That's Magic. After the timeout from GG How. We saw Hallie talking a lot. And the Magic Sauce put Spirit on the board.
Magic Sauce. There's a great spam.
Why does Donk put a full mag in that box? I don't know, but it's the perfect move. So 3 guns here.
And we've remarked at how Mini's been down to just take kind of these passive lines and free up players to rotate, but in a round like this, that's not really what you want from your AWP. You want it involved. You see him there trying to take a peek out towards mid, but the util denies him. Bit of a B lean right now for GG How, and you've seen Zontix actually look kind of down to make plays out through Palace. There's just been util in his way. Well, that's not available here to GG How. So he tries to go early, ends up giving one away. Boost for Synopsy will get punished. And as Donk rears his head out through the connector, it's a keen double to turn the tide. Once again, trying to link up with the front man in Tania. He's taken all this ground out towards the A site. Donk did go searching and roaming, looking for a little bit more. And you wonder if feeding that AWP 1 is enough to make this round interesting. Bibu closing in. Shiro dead next. No. That one overstep from Donk. And now it's left Magic's on the other end of the map. Out of position here.
They're on it. Fake.
Tab trying to draw a peek out from Magic's, who swings this one wide, sees they're not on it yet, trying to close in. Does he really have this in him? Cover from Mini is there.
What's going on, man?
GG How. Those 3
they couldn't secure the site. What
enough to get them through.
Yeah, 2v4 there in that basically post-plant when Donk swings into jungle. That is unbelievable.
Win, then go ahead.
Win that round after Spirit have won their eco and seemingly converted on it. That save was worth its weight in gold.
And dude, it feels rough there because it's like that's Donk with hot hands, 2 kills deep. If there's kind of one player you're down to give all the freedom to and say, look, you can have a swing, you can have a poke. But it leads to just absolutely dire consequences. AWP not only finds him, but they never got the spot on Bibu, who then swings out and grabs that AK off the ground, puts it to work. It just sets in motion this horrible chain of events for Spirit. It felt like they were getting back into this game. I wonder if that round has really changed the tune, because now your money is on the line. You're scraping together a buy here, and if you fall short, you're force buying up against 12. You're relying again on like a Donk Deagle to try and make this game happen.
Yeah, Spirit know the importance of this round. So again, their final timeout used in this one. Shiro, really poor game across both halves, has struggled to find impact. He's got the AWP on ramp, looking for that opener. Samus does take a little wiggle, but won't commit. And Donk, after throwing nades mid, has rotated, but look at this B push for GG How. They called this off of spawn, push 2 in the apartments. They are all the way behind enemy lines. Magic saw it. He saw it throwing nades. Guns out, Donk by his side. Synopsy pulls his knife, but is Donk ready for more? Yes, he is. Just about, just in time. Keep Spirit up a man.
Good thing Magic saw it.
The things he's having to do to try and keep this game going.
They actually pushed deep.
GG How thought that double push was the recipe for match point.
And I love that Donk has just seemingly made the call here. He threw the bomb back through the window. Smokey goes, screw it, I'm walking under. You guys do your A hit, but I'm up to other things. Going to try and lurk in on this A play. There is a nice flank for Asamas, but again, it's going to rely on his teammates to do something. Donk is in position. He's not playing yet. He's going to let the execute go through. Shiro throwing flashes, last of this play. Mini miss shot, and this one's going to cost you.
That's it.
Pulls the attention away from Con. BB was watching for that move out of Donk. And they're even ready for a third player in reserve on this backstab. Shiro gets eyes on in time, and Team Spirit able to right their wrongs. Donk with a monstrous 3K. That double kill on the quick flank through the apartments is massive.
How is his gun ready? I mean, dude, that round is 1 second away from Spirit losing it. If Magix had started running to throw that smoke, he misses the flank timing. That's bomb down in spawn. Synopsy won't pull his knife. That's Spirit in the mud. So 1 second is all it takes to put Donk in position to still do something incredible and win that round with a triple kill. And look at where it leaves us. Hero Orb. Well, Mini feels like he's going to have to save that gun. Or win the round.
Maybe try to smoke the short. Shallow smoke.
Benny, he's just been getting flashed so hard in this game. Sees him under, catches a shot on Magix, but this B pop is coming. Oh, the B stack is building. 40 seconds. Spirit are going into a deadly situation.
You see the AWP there. Surely that gives you a moment of pause here. But Tanier is committed to a backstab now. And so this AWP just give an open season to deal with them on the push. Shiro.
Come on, man. Come on,
Too
man.
late, surely. Tanier 1v5. What's he got in a tank? Just jumping through, throwing himself in, but the pistol
Shiro
cuts
just
him down.
committed
And that is
suicide
a Shiro missed shot. Jumps back into his own Molotov. It does not get worse.
Donk's got his hand over his mouth. He can't believe what he's just seen. He can't believe this is real life. They're meant to be, one of the heavy favorites to go and take the whole
Donk. Surprise, surprise.
And I love how the
and this is the opening game versus GG How.
And they call the pause. They just let Spirit stew in that. Like, have that pause. Enjoy it.
Shiro just 1G'd for crying out loud. Like, this can't be real.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, no matter what happens, Donk has an AK.
Gonna savor the loss, man.
But around him is very little. Shiro getting nades, gives a Galil.
How did he die on his own molly?
But man, nice to see Mini, who was also pretty quiet after that first half and, kind of locked out of the CT side to a degree. Think about the 2 rounds he's had. He was part of that 2v4, back in jungle onto Donk and back to CT on A, and now that round as well just shuts down Donk on the entry, forces Shiro to
2 more
burn
rounds
alive.
Team Spirit, but I can go to overtime.
GG How with a chance.
I guess
I probably beat
we
this
can call
team
it that.
on overtime.
Well, Shiro really is like the Mothman. We haven't seen him at all in this game. Mini, again, on the line with this AWP. Just been a
I don't know about this round, man.
Source of info for GG How to rely on having these deep sight lines. This time, though,
just
they're not
baiting
playing
for the
fast and
jump.
loose with Bibu. He's hanging around, ready for a B hit.
They're not gonna...
I mean, he's going to get the ball rolling. That is a very convincing shot to start this round. GG How looking for a massive upset. And it's not some drawn-out brawl to close at the end. It is a decisive victory. GG How from
Team
the
Spirit
open
is nowhere to be
qualifier, and
found.
now a win on
Except
day
on
1
lower
over
bracket.
Team Spirit. That is a monumental upset. How has Synopsy come back years down the line, and he's doing it all over again?
And now just a BO3 away from the playoffs. I mean, this is a core of a team that is from the Middle East, and they just took down the world #1 ranked VRS team in Team Spirit. Unbelievable game of Counter-Strike from GG How, and definitely a shaky match from Shiro and the gang. Donk excluded. That was ugly for Spirit. GG, how about that?
GG
How about that is the question we're going to have to ask, and among many questions, of course, you might have to write an entire list of things that need to happen, and even then, maybe, and it did absolutely happen. GG How find the footing necessary to take down and give us our first upset here within the brackets of the Esports World Cup in Paris. How do you like them apples, Yanko?
Shocker, Trace, shocker. We were talking about a David versus Goliath matchup. Well, we got one, and
yeah,
whoa, what a game from GG How. Like, from the get-go, you know, they lose pistol, but they come out swinging in the gun rounds. They were aggressive, taking advantage of, you know, maybe some space or some mistakes that Spirit was making. But then in the end, feel like Spirit got control of the game, and for them to be able to close it out, just an impressive feat from GG How.
Yeah, I'm looking at Frank Synopsy in the Rat Pack here. So what do you got to say about that, Jacob? Because I know we needed a whole list and then maybe some more. So now, how do you feel about GG How?
I feel like we got everything we needed on that list, for sure. GG How doing a tremendous job, playing super aggressive, in-your-face Counter-Strike. Synopsy, as you said, involved in 7 opening duels, won 5 of those. Really having a great game. Mini as well with the AWP, constantly roaming around, constantly being in the pack, sort of, you know, or being where the action were at. Also went 6 for 7 in opening kills his way, and especially the later rounds when they needed to get the finish line, or get it over the finish line, he was the one stepping up as well. So nothing but credit to GG How. They took advantage of
Next
Spirit
match
not showing up.
will be
Shiro not showing
G2
up,
versus M80 and Magic versus the Mongols.
Not only his,
Chat, which one do you want to see? Magic versus Mongols or G2 versus M80?
Shiro haters
Comment down below.
Well today. Like they are feasting today, man.
Well, actually, yeah.
It wasn't just it's actually uncharacteristic bad game for him. It's not a bad game in the sense of he doesn't have impact or whatever. It's like he was missing sitters and he's making bad decisions. Like, those are usually the 2 things that he's good at, you know, playing in the clutch, those late round scenarios, and there was none of that today.
There was none of that, and neither will we be hearing from Team Spirit. They didn't win the game. We hear from the victors, and that's GG How.
Incredible result coming out from GG How here. Undoubtedly the biggest upset so far here at EWC. Satanito, massive congratulations. We saw some big emotions there, some big reactions. Tell me what's going through your head.
I mean, I am feeling like really good right now. I'm so happy. We're playing really confident. We just beat the #1 team in the world right now, so I don't know what to say
They're not
anymore.
actually #1.
Just need
Team
to
Falcons #1.
keep grinding and show what we can do here.
And you did it in incredibly stylish fashion as well. How much was this
Mongols
specific
versus
prep
Magic?
just for Team Spirit versus how GG How like to play normally?
All right.
I actually said that we had a really good plan, but I reminded the guys that we should play our game and do our stuff because we are really confident and we shouldn't focus too much on them, and that's what we did and we won.
Paid off massively. I do want to ask about a specific moment later in the game. Obviously, we had some great starts from you guys, but round 22, Spirit trying to get out onto that B site. You guys have an AWP, I believe an MP9, and then a couple of pistols. How did you get away with that one?
We had actually read with Mini that he should start short and start the opening round there. But actually later in the half, we just gambled that they're gonna go B and Mini was on right position and he just killed 3 and we killed the other guys.
Right place, right time, massively paying off there. I do want to ask about Synopsy because we were talking about it during the game. He's obviously, yourself and him, the more experienced players on this GG How. Tell me about his input and some of his reads during this game.
I mean, he really knows us and he knows how we should move. He's guiding us. He's doing really good job and we should just play like this, and he's a really good player.
Final question. You've obviously come through the last chance qualifier here for EWC. Now, as you just said, you're taking down the #1 ranked team in the world. Where does that leave the ceiling, the limit for this GG How?
I'm actually surprised that we had a really tough, let's say, LCQ, and we made it through. And I don't think we have any pressure right now because we have nothing to lose. And we proved that we can beat the best team in the world. So I guess we'll just go on to the next game.
An incredible result. Thank you so much for your time, Sasanito.
Yeah, GG How fans also eating very good tonight. Obviously, for them, this was a big upset at a minimum. Jacob, what we got from the beginning of this matchup when we walk into it, we got some more questions, I guess, from the Spirit side.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for Spirit, that's disappointing. Atypical. We spoke about Shiro, atypical, off performance. I think the entire team as well. Usually Tener, I feel like, does well against, this kind of opposition as well. Lower tier opposition, facing kind of style. He was nowhere to be found. At the end of the day, I just want to give it to GG How.
Nowhere to be found. That's what I keep repeating.
Plan. They wanted to be in the face of Team Spirit. They never wanted to
be
rest
found,
whatsoever.
Man.
Came in a high pace, constantly reapplied pressure as well. Especially on that CT side. You saw every single round they were re-aggressing, whether that was towards middle, on A, on B, constantly seeking information. So at the end of the day, they decided to play on their terms. And if they were to lose, well, they would have lost on their own terms. But they didn't. Team Spirit couldn't capitalize. The only player showing up was Donk, and even this time around, that wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think you see that being what got them the win in the end. The round that Freya was talking to Tetsanito with, again, they're being proactive, even with the one saved op, and those rounds can be difficult to call against because who's going to make the play? The pistols, the op, they're very tricky to call, and they made it's uncomfortable for Spirit and for Magix with all the aggression. And yeah, that's what got him the win in the end.
And keyword right there from that interview to me is the gamble. He said we gambled in that round as well. So it's not like they were sure. And you have to, and you can do that as an underdog. What you often see though, and that's where I want to give GG How credit as well, they were in a winning position, right? And you can get to the winning position by gambling, by playing free. You feel like you got nothing to lose, but all of a sudden you're in the game and you're like, oh, we're supposed to win now. That's when they start to mess up. That's when they start to stop the gambling. That's when they start to revert back to the normal level, so to speak. But they kept on playing on their terms, kept on gambling, kept on doing the right things, and for that they deserve credit as well.
And we pointed out Tatsunito, and early on that T side, he was instrumental in some of those round wins. He was shooting really hard, right? And that's all it takes. We talk about the score doesn't matter, momentum does. And GG How got a lot of momentum early on in the game, winning gun round after gun round, and you had that clutch from Osama, right? That's what you need for an upset to happen. You need some of those individual moments, like hero rounds, because then the players get confidence. It's like, oh, I just clutched against Spirit. Like, okay, we got this. We got these guys.
Well, especially when you think about momentum shifting moments. Well, it's obviously something for Spirit to be able to have that in their pocket in the form of a Donk or anybody who wants to fire away on that given day. Here in this server in particular, there was a real chance on a deco there from Donk. There was a real chance to sort of shift that momentum late in the game, and there was a chance.
That's kind of what I spoke about earlier. Round 18, Spirit is already in a position where they're supposed to lose the game. They have not even a force buy, Deagle on Donk, a couple of utility pieces, and then go on towards the B bomb side, and then Donk does what he's been doing throughout the entire game. He keeps them alive. I thought to myself at that moment, when Spirit won round 18, that was the moment where, oh, GG How, now you got something to do, right? You're in a winning position, you're supposed to close it out, then that happens. So, unfortunately for Spirit, didn't really manifest, didn't really capitalize from it, but it maybe goes without saying that there was Donk keeping them alive, which he did for the vast majority throughout this game. The round is playing in front of you right now. See on your left screens, we're talking Deagle, Tech 9s, P250, very limited utility, and then Donk comes in with a nasty shot like this. Despite Bebo doing his absolute best to keep it alive, it's two entries from Donk. They get the bomb down, and unfortunately for GG How, weren't able to retake the bomb side, which can be tough even against pistols in a scenario like this. But I think to myself, right, if this would have been 11-7 for GG How, the game is over.
It's over, yeah.
You think to yourself that, right? Now Spirit, they win this round, it's 8-10, then GG How is unlimited economy, yet they find a way to fight back into the game. So they showed more than one facet of winning here, and again, as I said, for that they deserve credit.
Also, sometimes when you see this and you feel like, why are you guys overcomplicating this? If you're GG How, like you're going up against pistols, why is there only one guy B? In Tatsunito on the way back, he gets one dig, right? So you're seeing this and you're like, this is exactly the sort of round that's going to end up costing them the game, but they were able to win a few of their own towards the tail end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, good looks for the side of GG How. You got to wonder when you get to a best of 3 against stiffer opposition for these guys, how they're going to be able to stack up against later on.
Well, that's the thing, right? As far as I'm aware, they face Gamer Legion, I believe, in the next game in the bracket.
Winner goes to playoffs.
Exactly. Not necessarily tougher opposition, to be completely honest. You'd figure that Spirit would be the toughest one you could face. So I think with the amount of confidence they gained from this game, with some of the rounds they won, we can, look at round 20, I believe it is. Yeah. That's sort of like where the game crumbled for Team Spirit. You find yourself in a 4v2 scenario. Again, look at the money, look at the positions right here. Mini gets a free kill on Donk, maybe overextending a little bit. Bibu picks up the AK-47 from Dunk, and all of a sudden you think to yourself, it's possible. Shiro, we spoke about the bad decision-making.
With his John Travolta impression.
Exactly. Tinia being caught in the open, and now you have Magix on 13 HP all by himself, and you lose the round. This is a 4v2 for Team Spirit. They don't lose that against the best teams in the world. They sure as hell don't lose that against GG How with no consequences.
And, you know, you can give a lot of excuses here and there, but a round like this is inexcusable. You know, we were talking about bounty, whatever. Here you need to bounce back, and like you're losing a 4v2. Like also, if you're Dunk, like why are you going for that like deep peek? Then what the hell is Shiro doing in the middle of nowhere, like in the middle of the bomb site? Like what's going on here, guys? And then all of a sudden, Magix in a span of 10 seconds, like he's kind of playing to cut off rotations or saves or whatever, and with low HP now he's in a sort of impossible clutch for himself, and that's the sort of a round that's gonna have Halley fuming, like that he's gonna like lose his mind and definitely grill the players about it. It's like, what are you guys doing here? Like, are you being serious right now? Like, if we play like this, you know, we're not gonna make the playoffs even, but I think they will. No matter, I think they're fortunate that now it's a tournament with, you know, 32 teams and 4 teams from each group go to the playoffs. And even with this loss to GG How, I mean, I have a very tough time seeing Spirit not make it through that lower bracket.
That's the thing, right? It sucks for everyone else now who's going to face Team Spirit in that lower bracket in the best of 3 games. So if anything, GG How has made it significantly tougher for everyone else in the group.
Yeah, which is awkward when it comes to people that love looking at these brackets and thinking they know the best. They know how it's going to pan out. Well, yeah, here's Shiro's stats. Anybody, you guys got anything for this?
Just atypical bad game from Shiro. Not only the decision-making, but also missing sitters. There were a couple of clutches in the first half as well, where he has the opportunity to swing the round in their favor. Misses some easy shots. So, you know, it's okay to have a game off sometimes, but it's the being caught in the open. It's the decision-making. You can have games where you're not hitting your shots. That's fair enough. Then you revert back to just playing, you know, smart Counter-Strike and not necessarily being a liability. I feel like this is a game where you can look at Shiro, and he was a liability for Team Spirit, which doesn't happen often.
Yeah, cost him the game. I mean, pretty much with his performance, and it's not often that you can say that for Shiro, who I feel like had a good major, had good games in the playoffs against, you know, the best teams, which is not something that's usually the case, but it hasn't been a great start of the season for him, and, you know, there's no room for games like this for him if Spirit is going to have a deep run in this event.
Now, over on that B stream, we had Foot Tyloo. That one ended out with Foot going on 13-10 in that best of 1, so they locked that opener in as well. For us, we do have a little bit of a break. We can come back. We have G2 and M80 taking to the stage right now at the Esports World Cup in Paris. If you are in town, I invite you to come check it out because this place pretty sweet. We'll be right back.
All right, so we're going to watch G2 versus M80. G2 versus M80.
Play is in our DNA.
The match versus G2 versus M80 will happen in the next 23 minutes.
Superpower.
But Magic versus Mongols will happen in 33 minutes.
Imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
G2 versus M80.
Kadir City, powered by Play.
G2 versus M80. G2 versus M80, that's what we're going to watch, guys. It'll happen in the next 23 minutes. There's actually 2 matches we're going to happen. Magic versus the Mongols will happen in 32 minutes. So let's just stick to the earliest one. And after that, we have Team Falcons versus K27, and then NIP and Ninjas in Pajamas versus Legacy. Both in 1 hour and 52 minutes. Then after that, we have Bet Boom versus Face in about 3 hours and 20 minutes. And after that, we have MIBR versus Astralis. Probably the last game. Yeah. So here's the thing. G2, the matches are G2 versus M80 and then Magic versus Mongols. we're going to watch G2 versus M80. Then, next match will be Team Falcons versus K27. And also NIP versus Legacy. We're going to watch Team Falcons versus K27. And then Bet Boom versus FaZe. And then MIBR versus Astralis. We're going to watch Bet Boom versus FaZe. That's the deal. That's what we're going to watch. Okay? I'll be right back. Just gonna grab some food. BRB. Keep your seats warm, ladies and gentlemen.
the big producer, but I don't see her anywhere.
Kitty, you made it!
Oh wow, I made it to what?
To the best experience of your life. Come on inside. Come on.
I don't want to.
Come on, let's do it.
Not after last time.
Okay, but what if I told you we're making perfume today?
Okay, I'm curious.
Come on, it's gonna smell so good. It's gonna be so pretty.
Yeah, okay.
I still smell a little bit like ketchup, but that's okay.
You deserved it.
Come on. Kitty, what makes me so sad is that the EWC is eventually going to end.
It's very sad indeed, but I am not sad about you going home.
But I do want something to bring home with me to kind of remember our time together and all the fun things that we got to do.
Oh yeah, we had so much fun.
I want to create a scent that truly captures esports. What do you think of when you smell esports?
Nothing really good, to be honest. Like people sweating, being focused, keyboards that are not really clean. So yeah, that's what I think about.
And that's exactly the scent that I want to capture.
Why?
Esports.
Okay.
Esports.
I'm gonna start with the lavender one. Let's start with the base, okay?
Lavender, what is that?
Are you kidding?
Is that an NPC?
It's not an NPC. It's like a flower.
But I think that for my base, I've actually been able to take a gaming headset used by players and distill down a lot of the dandruff and head lice into this concoction. This shall be my base. Woo! Take a whiff. I think some of the lice are still moving around in there.
I'm gonna put some vanilla in mine.
Some what?
Vanilla.
Isn't that for eating?
It's used for several things, you know?
Do you know where you get vanilla?
Yeah.
You actually get from a beaver's butt. When beavers fart, they have vanilla.
How do you come up with those things?
I just really love beavers. I've managed to capture KC fans' blood, sweat, and tears. This is the blue wall in blue tier form.
Oh my god. You're gonna get beat up after this.
Not after they smell my perfume.
You already made a disaster with that, so I'm gonna continue my beautiful perfume with, I think, some cassis.
Chassis? Like a robot?
No. Again, it's a fruit.
It's a fruit?
Yeah, you don't have that in America. It's fine.
I got Cheetos.
Yeah, I know.
But for my next part, I actually got the finger gloves of players, and we're just gonna go ahead and add a little bit of sweat.
Ew. That's atrocious.
Yeah, but it was from Team Spirit. It smells like victory.
It's not gonna bring victory into your life, trust me.
I found one of the jerseys from the team that's gone to 23 back-to-back tournaments. So what this smells like is pure failure, desperation, and yet some resolve.
Oh god, overly wide.
Is it in? You can really smell the failure.
I have it right in front of me.
I managed to take one of the keyboards off the stage, and what I did was I removed all of the dead skin cells and food junk and crust, and I put it into this liquid form. But here's the thing, it is very potent, so we can only do... Oh, I missed.
Oh god. Don't do it!
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're disgusting.
I managed to take all of the Cheeto dust out of the controllers that were on the stage and create this. This couch cushion from one of the practice rooms. I heard that the players did not leave this baby for 24 hours straight. And so we got this beautiful essence. This is gonna be a fantastic perfume. I feel like we just gotta mix it up a little bit.
Oh god.
Smells amazing. You have no idea how amazing this smells. It smells like resolve. It smells like perseverance. It smells like desperation. It smells like esports.
Don't put it near me.
Just a little bit. Just, I promise.
I
Can you just try? Oh! Ooh.
It's disgusting.
That'll come off. I promise. That'll.
Oh god, don't touch me! Don't touch me! You're me off. Every day I come with her. Every day she's something up.
Le Esport.
All right, we're back. We are back. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back.
Well, here we go. I got another best of one coming right up here at the Esports World Cup 2026 from Paris, France. That is right. We're over here in Europe. We're hot outside, but luckily we are inside of the air conditioner in a rather large venue hall, one in which we're going to see G2 taking on N80 right here. And it might be just a little bit closer than you might expect. Let me welcome you back. Hold on, Yanko. I got you. That's Yanko Paunovic. He's got a ton of accolades, most of them from inside the server, some from outside of the server. Y'all gotta put respect on his name, as well as Jacob Pimp-Minicki. He lost 180 million kilos one time. So,
I just want to say, Trace, that was really impressive for an American to know like the country, the continent, and the city where they are. Now, if only you could point them out on a map, you get the #1 reward. No.
So like there was this landmass was all together at one point, right? And it's just kind of right there. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, you know, the entire history of the world, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, another best of one.
Yep.
In front of us, G2 versus M80. Considering the teams are from two different regions, it does feel like there's some history to the matchup. You know, we all remember the Pro League and the Malabs games and how G2 got them after those games. But yeah, I think for G2 obviously had a really good major. That series against Spirit was an absolute barn burner. You know, they had their chances to make it into the top 4, but then made I'm gonna say an unexpected roster change, really benching Sampayas for Wrinkle out of all people. Yeah. Like I don't know where they got this from, because Wrinkle on NIP, like that was just decision making on a tier 4 level, right? Like some of the plays he was making, like yeah, sure, there's some skill there, right? Potential to pop off, but that just didn't feel like he was ready to play on a tier 1 level.
I agree with you. Maybe it's Saw thinking, you know, I can get the kid straight. I can
fix him.
I can fix him. You know, and that's a dangerous thing to do when you enter a relationship, if that's your mindset. Speaking of personal experiences, I guess.
Well, let's really dive into that since we've got you here. We might as well just open that.
May as well not, you know. But looking at G2, I agree. I feel like that's more so if best case for me, that's a sidestep, you know. Maybe Wrinkle comes in and maybe he does a good job. Maybe he can find some sort of, you know, that potential that was kind of gone missing in NIP, but I don't see him performing much better than Son Payas. And as much as you want to criticize Son Payas for maybe not stepping up in some of the bigger moments and not having too many carry performance with the AWP, at least I knew what I got from him. He was stable, and he was, I guess, also a big part in terms of being the secondary voice within the team, etc., etc. So I do feel when I look at G2 now, when you make a roster change, I can almost always see the team thinking, okay, this is a better player, or we get this much out of him, or we move in this direction. For me, this is a great example of where I see a sidestep. You go from one player to another, and it's not moving up, it's not moving down, you're just moving to the side. And whether that's a good thing or not, I'm not quite sure.
It's strange because, you know, he was, I don't want to say coach's pet, but he's been with Saw for a long time on different rosters. Nerds also a member of that little trio, like felt like he meshed well with the rest of the players outside the server. So it has to come down to just stylistically they felt they needed a different sort of an AWPer, right? Like they needed a more aggressive AWPer, a guy who's going to maybe be more active, more dynamic, and you do get that in Wrinkle, but again, like the sort of the inconsistencies you also get along with him. Like he's gonna have to improve by a lot compared to what he's shown in NIP for this change to really compute on the server.
Yes, I mean, for some of these benchmarks, we can keep looking back at Cologne. For a team like G2 that found themselves through Cologne, we've got words from Heavy God where he's talking about it feels better. It's feeling right. It's feeling like it's way better than it was. How do you follow up on that now that the player breaks over? How do you grab back onto this momentum that you felt like you might have had?
I've voiced it a couple of times leading into this tournament. To me, G2 is one of the teams to look out for because they need to break through into that, I guess, next level for me. They've been circling around being maybe 6th, 7th, 8th, you know, making the playoff at the major as well was a step in the right direction. Could have won that game, you know, could have won that quarterfinal and made it into a semifinal, and who knows what would have happened from that moment. They have a lot of quality on their players as well. Heavy God is a great example. I think he's arguably one of the best in the world at his job, you know, in his position. Hunter as an in-game leader, again, a bit of a question mark to me. I feel like he's moving in the right direction. I think he's proven himself to be a decent in-game leader. Can he be a great in-game leader? Not quite sure. Same goes for Mattis as well. Decent player. Can he be a great player? I feel like there's a lot of maybe untapped potential within G2, and I feel the next 6 months, especially the second part of this season, is going to be vital to how I perceive G2. Are they going to be stuck, you know, just being 7th, 8th, 9th best in the world, or can they content the Navis, the Spirits, the Falcons of the world, and be in that caliber of a team?
That's been the problem for this lineup ever since sort of they lost Nico and m0NESY. For the most part, it's been can't beat the top 5 teams. Like they can't beat the contenders teams. Obviously there was that one London tournament where they won and beat Vitality in a best of 5 last year, but outside of that, like that's been the struggle. And in the last couple of tournaments, some really good wins, right? Obviously beating Navi to get into the playoffs, but you want to be able to do that on a consistent level, and then that's the goal for this G2 lineup.
Yeah, and consistently we talk about the G2 lineup, and it seems like for G2 and M80, both these teams have that capability, that propensity to find themselves in a bracket and ruin it for someone else, but then also fumble at the very end of the goal line there. Hey, so for the side of G2, hearing what they've got to say before we jump into this matchup, it's way more important than your average 6-7.
Welcome to EWC, Wrinkle. We were just talking about it. Obviously, you played back at Blast Bounty, but that was online. How comfortable are you feeling with G2 now coming onto LAN?
I think we're feeling pretty comfortable. Like it was online Bounty, but let's see how it is on LAN. I think we're good. What
was the biggest thing you learned online during Bounty?
I don't think it's about online. It's about like getting into the system, feeling comfortable. And yeah, I mean, I'm feeling much better than I was in the start.
How much of a different system is it to what you're used to in this G2?
I mean, it is pretty different. It's not that complicated. You just need to learn a lot of stuff. But yeah, it is really good with these people, and yeah, everything is amazing.
And how much input are you able to have just in terms of your experience and your role? How much are they kind of telling you how you should be playing? Can you tell me about that balance?
I think we're trying to ping pong. Of course, I'm a bit of an aggressive player, but first I want to implement into their system, and then, yeah, as I said, we can ping pong and I can try to bring my own stuff.
Totally makes sense. We were just talking about it as well. You've had a little bit of a break prior to Blast Bounty. It was all the way back in April that you were playing officials with the team. Can you tell me how you were staying fresh, staying in the zone between April and now?
I was grinding a lot of deathmatch, a lot of faces. I mean, I was just really playing. I wasn't really taking a break of CS. I started hitting gym because, like, you know, it's hard to sit 12, 15 hours at PC, so gym really helped with this. But yeah, I was just playing that much, grinding. All I could do.
Sounds like a very good balance you're striking there. Let's talk about your opponent here today. It's M80 up first here at EWC. How much do you know about them and the style they like to play?
I mean, I wouldn't say about the style. We shouldn't underestimate them. They're good players, good team, and yeah, let's hope we can show good CS.
Just in terms of being here in Paris, we were just chatting about it as well. You've only been here in the city once before. You're very excited to be here. What are the goals for the team, for G2, coming into EWC?
I mean, our goal is just to enjoy a game and basically show what we are capable of, show good Counter-Strike, and that's it.
Thank you so much for your time, Wrinkle. Good luck versus M80.
Yeah, M80 on the other side of things, which is where we can kind of pick this one up, unless you want to derive from that. Yankee, you look like you're chomping at a bit, they say.
No, I just want to say, like, when Freya asked him, what were you up to? And, like, I was playing a lot of deathmatch, I was staying in shape. It's like, maybe watch some more demos instead of playing deathmatch. I think that's where you could extract some more value if you're Wrinkle at the moment.
Yeah. Jacob, you want to follow that one up, or are you good, bud?
I'd listen to my coach.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. I like when you listen to what we're saying out here. Speaking of what I'm about to say has to do with M80. That's because we're looking at a side where Swisher and company have found successes in the past. They found a way to, no pun intended, be a Wrinkle in somebody else's side.
They annoy me. They really do annoy me, right?
Yeah, kind of being a Wrinkle.
Why is that?
Because it's a team where you look at the paper, you look at some of the results and some of the tournaments they've been in, and you think, okay, there's potential. They can play good Counter-Strike. They have series against good teams where you think to yourself, you shouldn't be as competitive as you are, and then it never really manifests. Like, there's no consistency within the lineup. I was just looking up as well. Now, thank God this is a best of 1, but they haven't won a best of 3 against a European team since March, I believe, this year, which is almost 6 months ago, despite having plenty of opportunities at doing so. So it's a team that I feel we constantly label as maybe they're the next big thing coming out of NA, and maybe they're going to figure it out, and maybe they're going to do well, but they never really seem to manifest. They do okay, but never better than okay. So it's kind of like a light version of G2 without being good.
Do you know how they made it here?
Please do tell.
NA qualifier. You know how they made it to Porto? NA qualifier. Know how they're going to be at Pro League, Trace?
NA qualifier.
NA qualifiers. So they're just benefiting of the absolute state of North America at the moment. They're beating teams like Boca for, you know, a spot at this event. So I think they are fortunate that the situation is what it is, where they get these opportunities, but that's not going to last forever, right? Like at some point they need to get some wins, get some results when they're at these tier 1 events, so they can break into the invite bubble for events that don't have NA qualifiers, right? Or qualifiers of any kind. And yeah, that could maybe start happening here at EWC.
Yeah, and for a team like M80, kind of like breaking that threshold of being considered amongst the best of the best, being able to sort of consistently maintain your position there. How much work are they going to have to put in to even get close to that?
Well, a lot of work, but that's part of the reason why they annoy me as well, because I feel they've shown it before, right? That they are a decent Counter-Strike team, and there is some decent players within that lineup. Take Lake, for an example, you know, being, you know, labeled as, okay, he's the next big thing coming out of NA Counter-Strike, and I like the way he plays on the server, in your face, aggressive, but he's very too inconsistent, and that goes for the entirety of the team. That I see potential, but I don't see a team that is able to replicate the good performance over and over and over, and I'll even give them excuse for it. I think playing and practicing in NA makes it virtually impossible to find any sort of consistency, because you can't really get consistently good practice, so I'll give them that excuse, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm always left a little bit disappointed, because I expect more from M80. I think they're a good team. I think they have good quality players, but can't really seem to string it together.
But where are your expectations for them, for example, in relation to a team like Big? Where do you place them?
Well, I think Big benefits from the fact they're European first and foremost, can practice against European teams. I'd almost put them equal at the moment, where I think, you know, historically speaking, M80 has been at big tournaments. They made playoff at, you know, some of the Blast tournaments as well, where you think to yourself, that hasn't really been the case for Big. But I think the state of NA Counter-Strike, as you said, the fact they play NA qualifiers, the fact they stay a lot in NA and practice against NA teams is kind of evening out the playing field, despite them maybe potentially being better than Big.
I think that's the bigger problem, is like their only way to get to these tournaments is to play those qualifiers. But to do that, they have to go back to NA, right? To not play with a gazillion ping, to be able to win those games. But then you're losing out on potentially being in Europe, like boot camping and just getting better at the game. So it's like this, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But eventually they're going to have to figure it out. Like, you also wonder, I mean, what's their ceiling with these players? Like, I don't think they have bad players, but they don't have anyone that stands out massively, right? It's all these guys can pop off here and there, but usually, like, when they win games against better teams, it's by committee, right? Like, it's everyone delivering, it's perhaps outplaying them as a team, right? Like, that's been the recipe for success for M80.
Well, I think we can jump in and kind of figure out what map we're going to play at the very minimum. There's plenty of talking points, I guess, from either side, but in terms of a best of one, anything you guys want to forecast?
I think what's just interesting is neither of these teams plays Nuke. So then G2 was one of the teams that was hurt by the map pool change, right? Like, they were getting pretty good on Overpass, and now it gets removed and Cash gets added in. So we'll see. And the major they played in stage 2 in the opening game, it was Mirage. There's a chance we see it again.
That's the thing, right? You can play chicken with the Nuke you're not interested in if you're a G2, apparently, so they remove it straight away. But given it's a best of one, it's always going to be that middle pack of the map. I'm curious to see if Cash has been integrated to any of these two teams, as you said. G2 maybe hurt a bit by Overpass being removed. But I don't know, playing Cash in a best of one in your opening game at a tournament that is that important for G2, it should have been good in practice if that's the case then.
Yeah, and I think what you see it between Cash and Mirage in the end, and seeing how the last game went, I don't think G2, you know, goes for it at this point in time, and we do see Mirage
Inferno
as our go-to here.
Also, like bans, G2 bans Cash, Deciders, Mirage.
M80 have had
there's just the best of one, guys.
Opposition, so they can definitely put up a good fight here against G2. It's not as one-sided as we just saw with Spirit and GGHow, where you're like, okay, it's supposed to be Spirit winning 13-5, but I'm going to be completely honest, regardless of the map, regardless of the context of this game, it's a game where I feel G2 should come in and win quite convincingly. I'd be disappointed if that's not the case.
Yeah, and last time it was a 10-2 CT side, really, that propelled G2 onto a comfortable win on Mirage. I'm just going to watch Wrinkle, man. I just want to see, like, what is it? Was the situation in NIP really terrible? So he was like checked out, which also, I mean, isn't a good thing if that was the case. But it's like, what did you see in him? Because G2 is like knocking on the contender level, right? Like they're right there, and you change your Opera, which is such a huge position on any team, right? And bring in a guy that hasn't really shown that much against weaker opposition on a weaker team, right? So it's a very, very strange move for me. So I want to see, like, What is it that he's going to do that's caused G2 to pick him up?
It's not to beat a dead horse, but I'll do it anyway, because I feel like it's...
Right, well.
Yeah, but that's the way it is. The uppers market in Counter-Strike right now has never been weaker than it is. You know, it's very tough if you're a top team with aspirations to sign a good, proper AWP player that can change the course of your team. There's the Monacies of the world. There's the Sairu. There's the Shiro. You name it. Mordoi maybe in that category as well. Shiro, maybe on the fence. He was great at the major. Not so great a couple of moments ago. But outside of that, I feel like the uppers market in Counter-Strike has never been worse off, right? So if you're G2 and you're trying to change something, or you want a different style of opping, then you can't really pick an upgrade for some players. The best you can do is maybe a sidestep, which is even maybe giving Wrinkle a bit more credit than he deserves so far, right? So I'm not sure he's as good as some players just yet, but this would be a great occasion to showcase.
Well, gentlemen, hold the phone, because it is time to play the game. And if you do have your phone in your hand, you're probably watching the game. So don't put it down. Don't do any of that. We're ready to jump into it. We're looking at M80 and G2 going toe-to-toe on Mirage.
Well, from GG How's win earlier to GG2 getting ready to take on M80. I shoehorned that one in a little bit, Hugo, but
tried.
We've had a string of exciting games to kickstart this EWC run. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, let's have one more. Why not? I mean, this one, you know, historically, when I think of this like head-to-head on orgs, I always think back to, you know, the Malbs days, the Pro League, the Device Car, so many good memories. But of course, two very different-looking rosters right now, at least more so on the G2 side of things. We obviously have Wrinkle in the server. For G2, a surprising change, I think we can all agree, after their run at the Major. I mean, they were just moments away with multiple opportunities to beat Spirit in that quarterfinal and make quite a run back in Cologne, but G2 still wanted that change. They get rid of a very vocal Sung Pius, a guy who showed up in stages but not always in the easier games, you could say, and now they look to make many are calling it a side grade, Harry. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a little bit weird because it did feel like Sung Pius was on a bit of an uptick, you know. But if
there we go, guys.
Kind of wheels
G2
were
versus
already in motion,
M80.
They saw something in
Best
Wrinkle
of
that
one.
they thought, you know, he could bring to the table that maybe Sung Pius lacked.
Map decider.
You know, it feels like one of those changes that unless, you know, someone comes out in an interview and talks, we won't really know the reasons. It's probably more stuff outside of what we're seeing in the server. And so
I think that's kind of, you know, that's like the biggest question mark around the whole move. Is like you look at it and you go, yeah, there must be some reason they've done it, but it's not like you look and you go, that's a clear and present upgrade, especially when it did kind of feel like Sung Pius is coming into his own within the G2 squad.
Absolutely. And so
yeah, I think, you know, there's going to be, justifiably so, eyeballs on Wrinkle in his early outings in this G2 squad. You want to see it kind of paying off. You want to see why the change was made.
Yeah,
and so, you know, you want him in good form.
For a while, he was a big prospect, right? He was an up-and-comer.
Well, yeah, we were excited for a long time about this guy.
Very flashy, someone who we thought could be, you know, a household name eventually, but never really stuck the landing on that. 3 years in bait, a bit of an underwhelming time in NIP, but that was NIP kind of across the board.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, his biggest task yet, his best team yet, pieces around him that are capable and dependable. So excited to see whether that can raise his floor and or ceiling as well.
You are dead on, right? It's been kind of years of the grind, and eventually, you know, you can't be potential man forever. You finally get a chance now in a top squad with very experienced players all around you. This is where, like, if you're Wrinkle, you have to show you've got what it takes. You can hang.
Yeah, and I think pretty forgiving opening game to play up against M80 as well. Obviously, on the kind of upper echelons of NA right now, but that's mainly because NA have been struggling, right? M80, they had a decent major, I think you could say. They at least made it out of stage one. Didn't do too much past that point, but kept on going. Same roster, new goals, new season, whatever M80 got in store in this German-American mix.
The Lurkin. Flash now.
You don't know it, but around this corner is a setup feeling custom-made to deal with them. Two players ready to duel for the lower control, but they don't hang around. There is no one on B for G2. Only now remedying that, pulling Hunter over, but it's about as passive as you can get. They are ready for an A play.
That's quite a bluff you're calling. I mean, you're not retaking that side if they charge it. Natis gets out. Nerds tries to provide the cover, but this A execute is getting set up, and a commitment from Lake sees him dead in this pistol round. 4v5 as the T's swarm.
Oh, Slacks and Sin. The German contingent to open up in this pistol, and they're going to carry that momentum forward. Rest of the squad in behind them. Bomb makes it safely across. Jaber hanging out a little, gives one away to Hunter. Didn't elect to go for the bomb plant, still feeling that pressure with no one in CT. And so now it gets a little more awkward for M80. They try and assemble a boost. Swisher doesn't like what he sees. Nerds has found one and a tag through the body. Franco giving this one away. This was a 4v2 for M80. I know where both players are. They're going to have a bomb plant at least, but closing in quickly is Hunter. And that is a rough pistol round out of M80. 4v2 for a moment. Feel like they're in full control. And end up giving it away.
That's what happens when you don't take anything in a pistol round, right? Look at that round. They get the double entry on CT. They have smoke down jungle. You've got to take CT control. Once they have that, they have a staging platform to plant. Instead, the whole time, they're paranoid CT. All of G2 are jungle, and M80 don't know that. The smoke fades. They're stuck in default. Great push from Hunter in that 2v2. He knows they're both sight, keeps the pressure on, no bomb plants. G2 played that really well, but I feel like M80 got a little bit too shaky after getting those entries. They made that a 4v3 in their favor very quickly and didn't jump on it. Now just Glocks out. They pay the price. We wait for the third round. Nertz is rubbing off on Wrinkle because he's got the MP7 as well.
Wanna give it a try? Swisher?
I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Nerds in these games because, you know, you think back to the Major and he was like an all or nothing, and more often than not, nothing kind of player. Like, had some really, really rough games for G2 in there. You'd occasionally get like the old Signs of Life where he would suddenly start popping off, but for the most part, I think it was a little underwhelming. And, you know, now you're on the other side of the break. You hope he's kind of put some hours in, had a bit more time to adjust. Because you know what he is capable of. You know what Nerds can do to take over a server. I just don't think we've quite seen him at his absolute peak since joining the G2 ranks.
Definitely agree. It's been a tumultuous time for him and his swap of Malbs. Both of them having trouble before and after the change. But ultimately both looking, I think, more comfortable in their new teams. Underdrop, but with that smoke down, Lake is going to be cautious. And you can spam Nerds out here. They look to just walk right through. Oh, jumping up. Lake, wrong side. Is he jumping into it right now? He might be. Nerds is right above his head. And there's the fade that provides that opening kill. You shouldn't be ready for Swisher, but Nerds still looks aware.
Oh, Wrinkle on the MP7 puts it to work. Jaber and Sin don't get an inch of ground, and that's the bomb away from M80. Swisher with one in the back line. Is that going to do a lot to change your fortune, though? Because he's got two players looking his way. Slack's now trying to work his way out through Palace, and it ends in a really awkward stalemate.
Boom.
Oh, God. Molly pushes him in, and that's the round. So well handled by Wrinkle. MP7 mow down on the ramp. It's one way to kick off this game here for G2. Orpa making some money early. It's going to bring that right out, even into this eco round. M80 have not got a bomb plant yet. Not necessarily. Made these rounds close. And so a little half by something quicker, more direct. So they don't have the weaponry to long out mid-control. Just Sin top mid. Bomb will join him. G2 look like they're willing to fight for this. Nerd saw something. And back they go, G2 concede.
I mean, I'm liking the tone that kind of G2 have set off the rip, right? You turn around a 2v4 in the pistol, and then they've just kind of been gun-ho from that point on. They've been super keen to fight, down to try and scrap early. It's what you want to see from the favorites in this head-to-head. Now, Lake has found a bit of a window here on the boost.
Hello.
That's one.
A free kill lying in wait, and he knows it. So going to call for that bomb to move back around through the apartments.
Ooh, Hunter's in apps, though. Where's he gone? Lake just catches him. Okay. Going to move out of his vision. Make sure he can guarantee this kill clean. Oh, Mattis saw him. Did Mattis see him? No. Lake's still in position, but he might still get caught. It's dangerous on either side. He needs his kill. He's going to get it. Matt is now in the middle of the madness. They just charge him down through that smoke. That could have gone wrong so many times, but Lake has put them in with a round.
You saw him actually threw everything off for Mattis, right? Just didn't know where to go, didn't know where was safe. The entire setup in this awkward bit of uncertainty, and the Tech Nines are quick to move in.
Will you?
Kill, I wonder if that beckons you in for this. Time's already ticking away. You're going into a setup M80. And G2 decide they want no part of it.
They're not going to go for it.
You could argue winnable, but just keep your guns. Don't give them any more. They've already won the eco. G2 prioritizing the percentages here. But M80 do get on the board. Lovely little window gap there found by Lake. I mean, they went for a high-risk boost where he's just completely in the open boosting up. But who would do that with no window smoke down?
High risk, high reward. He actually went through
pays off here for M80.
Ooh, something a bit more fiery here, out towards middle, right in to the wrinkle AWP. But it wasn't just one man alone up through the short side, it's a full split, and Hunter's caught out in the open. There was a big gap over in middle with that con smoke down. Hunter looked none the wiser. And this gets kind of awkward now. Nade's wasted on this smoke too.
Gotta go.
That's gonna try and lead them in for it.
Oh, imagine someone peeked on these flashes.
They were all blocking each other there. Just a traffic jam at the door. Nerds on the board. One more man out towards the short side. Nerds playing it forward. Heavy God closing in. Won't get past Sin. And Nerds is doing all he can on this retake. But left out on his own in the bomb site. He can go no further. M80 back-to-back successful rounds at the B site.
Dude, Nuts is feeling it. We wondered what form we'd get coming into this game. He's 9-1. He's hitting every shot. But even though Wrinkle got the 5v4, didn't seem like that fear that they could charge short was communicated across. He saw a player come through that top mid smoke, then the smoke bloomed. Felt like you've got to be motor-mouthing the comms there, letting Hunter know the solo B player with no short support, that they can be on you right now. Hunter's getting pressured from the apartments, but doesn't even consider that they're up cat. So, feel like the comms let him down in that position. And to be honest, all Hunter needs to do is either buy time backside or get one kill. And I think G2 are in with a really good shot of winning that round.
Yeah, there were certainly a couple of examples of where the comms looked a little off. Even down to something as minor, like on the micro level, like both players nading the smoke open in market. That could have afforded you a whole second shot on the AWP in the first place.
Yeah,
didn't look like they communicated the gap in mid properly either.
It's just so quick for a player to be doing that with the con smoke coming down as well. It feels obvious that they're doing something far short. M80 are happy about it though. They do convert another post-spawn on this B-bomb site. And now, walking out ramp. Gap found. Sin's got a kill here. Ooh.
Wrinkle will get one, but the entries coming through for M80.
All right, Wrinkle, time to shine.
Hoping for this sight line out towards CT. Their own smoke almost being used against them. Nades on it to break. Don't net anything for this AWP. And with Lake cleaning up the late lurk for Mattis out through mid, it's just eyes on
nice
CT
spam.
for M80.
One shot, one nade, and Swisher goes down. Got to be very careful. That cross now smoked. Hunter can get into this bomb site. Lake got a gap. No one overcommitting. That bomb prawn open. Lake wants to play last. Swisher is a dead man walking, but he finds a shot over the smoke. And Rinko, again, it's just more exits as these rounds are not piling up in his favor. They're going to come looking for this AWP as well. Slacks is hungry. But Rinko won't move a muscle as M80 find their third round. All right, he's hit all his shots. You got to give him that. But unfortunately, round wins are not yet a factor for Wrinkle.
I think as well, after losing out on the short timing in the round prior to last, they're missing his timing on the ramp peak. Like, it's a little rough. Like you say, hitting all of his shots, but just been the victim of some rough timings here. Some pacey rounds out of M80.
And they're just going to slow play this.
And you don't want that to rub off when your AWP is 8-1.
M80 are starting to get a read for the game, calling that fast B-pop, catching G2 off guard, walking out ramp, same thing. With the nice couple calls in a row, we see something more default in round 7. Late mid control, faking under. G2 with a setup out of spawn, pushed on the ramp. And Wrinkle, eyes on middle to a degree from the connector. He's going to get smoked. Still see that short cross, but not for long. M80 smoke it, they go back for B.
Again, just a high-tempo round. Mattis, this time lying in wait, able to catch one from the back of the ranks, and Hunter much more prepared for this split.
Oh.
And so this time, you don't get any freebies catching G2 out of position.
How's he here?
Mattis is even closed in, and they are not ready for that. Bomb dropped out in the open. Swisher would love to buy some time, but G2 aren't making that easy for him. There's a big flank right now for Slacks.
Nice try.
Oh, okay.
Closing in on this backstab, but he's got 15 seconds. He's going to need both of these kills, and he needs them cleanly.
Nice.
Transfer denied.
Almost,
Nerds keeps it all in check for G2, and lead maintained.
Oh, that's rough, man. Poor Swisher. He did everything he could to hide at back B, but he just knew eventually you got to take a fight. There's 3 players locking him down in that backside corner. He is in trouble. Shame that M80 lose track of Mattis. He gets his kill and just walks right back into the bomb site. No one from short even considering it, but G2 keep the pressure on and look again to deny bomb plants. They do not let that clutch happen either. Nerds continues on his great start to the game at 10-2 and 9-2 on him and Wrinkle respectively. Couple of stars shining bright here for G2 as M80 call attack. And no wonder, look at this money spread, 6K to 1.4. Gonna have to share.
Perfectly executed defense. M80 is about it's actually read the defense of G2, but not in B side though.
Slacks is going to try his hand on this peak with the
They have more accomplishments. I'm speaking on behalf of M80. They have more accomplishments
for this space
on A side versus B side because they can read G2's defense on A side, but not also on B, but not on B side. That's the missing recipe.
A bit of a B lean here for G2. They've got Wrinkle holding on to the apartments. Double short setup.
Gonna peek this.
For Hunter and Mattis.
Smoke. Did Mattis drop a smoke?
So you'd like to think ready to
they
clamp down
did, right?
on a mid take.
Should probably boost at this point, perhaps.
Ready to pounce. Hunter's going to get his wish as the fight, but it's all a bait for Slacks on short. Or caught.
What?
Slacks hits that shot. Headshot will not stop him. 3 on 5, but there's still pistols in play. Don't count G2 out of a heroic round. Denied at the stairwell. They'll go back to B. Wrinkle's waiting. His chance to win.
Yeah, I've been waiting to have a round-defining multi-kill for Wrinkle. He's had a bunch of multis in the game.
Are they going to go back A? Look at Palace.
They're thinking about it. Jaber might have heard a rotate away. They move back around. It's only Heavy God out towards the spawn. Bomb planted. Heavy God goes and plays 7 seconds as they try and plug in the numbers again.
Wrinkle.
Arriving on short is Wrinkle. Plant denied.
Okay, there
and
you go.
G2, they make that one feel very, very comfortable, denying the bomb plant twice over. It all gets too chaotic for M80 after the bomb drop.
A horrible plant position, fully wide, fully open. They're a safe plant, you know.
An open
they're
area,
scared
by
of
the
jungle,
way.
they're scared of everything.
Could,
M80 make such a
I don't know,
late
maybe
rotation.
They could plant
they don't know
default.
where is safe. Massive kill from Heavy God, and damn, dude, Wrinkle's looking really good. Gets that shot off on the bomb planter, and is still ready and waiting for the repush on short. Wrinkle hitting hard at the moment, 11-2. Winning the round this time. That was a 5v3 given to you by Slacks, wasted by M80. And this one's going nowhere.
Oh. It's fine. That's what you're telling yourself. It's all well and good. They would love the plant, but I think Jaber's dead. And so yeah, no worries there for
They're
G2.
able to plant, but that's a, I mean
look,
that's a
considering
big
how
bonus.
tense you felt a couple of rounds ago when this was all tied up at 3-all, G2 could still be onto a monstrous CT half. Have a chance just to keep pressing the advantage here, as it's all in for M80. And you're kind of seeing some of these gaps that they were able to find early on are getting closed now by G2. They've warmed up to the idea to watch out for these fast short takes. They know they're getting some very explosive rounds out of M80.
Oh, nice. Nuts cannot get out of the window in time. Wrinkle new position. That's a pistol, though. Gonna have to be quick. Heavy God trying to retrieve Nurse's weapon. Knows they like a window boost. M80 always do. Like
probably
a double window boost.
throw
even.
some molly underpass, underground.
Not in this round. It's just back to A contact.
Just to make sure, you know.
Late.
3 players coming his way.
Flick of your lifetime, bro.
First one going to land, but Wrinkle's got to play for some distance here because it's not just one man lurking through the palace.
Nice one.
Trying to back up.
Boost
They'll
Twitch.
swing out
Thank
and
you so
deal
much
with
for the
him.
follow.
It's Sin and
Appreciate
Slacks
it, man.
with the openers. And with Mattis so far removed from this round, it looks like M80 have done enough.
I love how they bait Jaber there, right? Knowing he's the palace lurker. Wrinkle gets that kill. He immediately falls off. A connector player plays, cluttering the comms for G2. And he thinks he's gotten rid of the lurk. That he's not even beginning to uncover what M80 are doing.
Save it
There's been
and
some
just
awkward
buy
rounds
some
in this game
utilities
for
next
M80, but I
round.
think they've also had some really well-called
Probably buy some
ones.
for your teammates.
It's going to put a fourth on the board. And with this one save, everyone can buy for G2 for the last couple of rounds here.
Terrorists win. 1,800.
So M80 not going too cold on us. Because it's really hard to place his team, right? Like, you know, kind of falling out of the top 20, top 30, kind of roaming around the upper echelons of NACS. And on a good day, we know these guys hit really hard and have some phenomenally talented players, but their floor
G2's gonna
has
pounce
continually let them down at big events. Seeing plenty of early group exits.
Ooh. Okay,
Pace behind
nice
this push, finds a 1-for-1 on Swisher, causes chaos on that B side, but that's not the objective for M80. And G2 know well. Wrinkle's even rotating out of B. So again, numbers will be in the right place.
He sees the shadow. Good.
There we go, breathing a little easier now that he's been able to convert on that kill. And set up for the swing out through Palace. Slacks and Sin, man. It's these two just constantly being a nuisance in these A plays. Wrinkle's trying to back up, put a bit of distance between himself and the ramp player. That bomb is going back.
Hunter, stay here, and you've won the round, I think. This is a hard position to clear. Going to group on the catwalk, but Hunter will be able to hear this and play in the post plant. It's not the most shocking position here for M80, but Hunter can choose when he wants to take this fight.
Molly's good. Oh, and there's the tick. That's info for M80.
Push it, push
Hunter's trying to go pretty quickly here. Smoke on the Molly. Waits for a couple more seconds, and Wrinkle arrives, but he's dead at the door. Hunter's got to do this one all alone. Swings out wide, can't finish the job. And as the captains clash, it's Sin coming out ahead. M80 with a chance to split the half.
A nice mid-round again. You know, they get out of a very precarious position. It's actually advantages for G2. 4v3. Heavy God gets out, and M80 still decide to reset after seeing that open the A bomb site. Wrinkle clearly proving to be a bit of a threat, but well avoided by M80 for the most part in this game, despite his KD being incredible. It's not actually contributed to as many round wins as you might think. But that's thanks to M80. They've done a great job of avoiding him. Fast up short again, and no one home.
Hunter this time able to get a bit of util out. Just trying to buy time for Heavy God. They know they have him closing in on this fast backstab, but a turn from the Apps man. Swisher gets eyes on, and all the kills come through in a second for M80.
What a sick nade from the Apps player to pop that open. Just ruined Hunter's round there. Felt like he could have done something with the SMG up close. This one, well, you know where it's going. Matt is straight into the crosshair, and that is M80 leveling out at halftime. Very nice recovery, kind of twofold in that game. They get converted on pistol against them, then they win 3 straight. G2 wake back up, and M80 still string 3 together. Cannot complain at all when you have a couple of stars shining bright here for G2. Definitely made the most of a T-side of Mirage.
I think also you just like how you're winning those rounds, right? Like whenever we've spoke to M80 in the past, they always give Sin kind of credit whenever he makes like a nice read, a nice move, and there were a bunch of them there in that first half. It felt like they constantly found gaps in the G2 defense, constantly making the right move. And I think rounds like that just give you even more confidence going forward. You know, you were the guys kind of exploiting any minor gaps that G2 left open all half long, it felt like.
Full A attack and full retake for M80. They do have a kit, perfectly viable. James going to get mollied in the window. He does have the cross at least. Concedes for a CT spawn. CT spawn, the G2 own. It's a nice smoke. And it forces M80 back into the jungle.
I mean, if you remember, M80's T-side pistol, they were 4v2, but they didn't take any space, and they ended up losing it, right? Here, G2 not looking to make that same mistake. They've taken CT away. They have Palace and Ramp in these post plants. This will not be an easy round to try and recover for M80 into the meat grinder. These pistols up close. Defuse not being held as Sin's forced wide into the 1v4.
Nice.
And so G2 with both pistols on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, he got off the bomb. You can criticize it in the sense of like it was his only option, but we saw where those shots are landing for the Glocks. I don't think he would have made it through with 5 seconds. Got a couple in before he realized what was going on. And so really nice hold here from Rinko in the post plant. Big impact in that pistol. Glocks up close. What can you do?
6-7.
Great land debut here for Rinko.
7-6.
6-7 and 6.
6-7.
And I feel bad even just saying, like, yeah, a lot of those were exit kills, but they were. But now we can really get rolling. G2 T side looking to bring pace. Lots of nades. Triple molly.
Flash through for M80, trying to instill a bit of chaos here. But they go into a prepared and ready G2.
That's a super clean execute. Look at what they throw. Jungle stairs smoke, CT smoke. Then they molly under balk, sandwich, and triple. Where are you meant to play?
Kind of left it that the only thing you really had to worry about was a smoke push, and that's why they're so prepared for it.
Really nice second round because, like, you know, if the CTs are forcing and those rounds are very losable on Mirage to CT force buys, even an A stack is very common. But I just think when you molly that many positions and you smoke off that many positions, what are you dealing with? MP9s in the open on default on top out? Like, it's very manageable because G2 are all together. Yes, it's fast, but the trade potential is extremely high. So I think you're not even worried about an A stack when you run around like that. Good time to pull that out for G2. We're going to have a full eco here for M80.
That's some clean execution.
All right, little tower. See Cat as well as Con. It's Util into middle. Going to try something else.
I mean, Nertz is kind of rolling with his signature SMG. Just let him go feast. Let him go make some money, get the ecos, catch up with Wrinkle.
Well, they might come stumbling into this B site. Con and window smoked off. Sin knows
Are they selling
means.
A?
Or will he just go reinforce his team? So even with a stack, these are default pistols for the most part. And that bomb is not committed. They're going to see it quickly. Slack spotted. How many numbers do they know? It's all 5.
Good jump for Heavy God. Lands the transfer, and now you're no longer worried. Him and Wrinkle pulling through for G2.
Perfection.
Strong util for G2, burning out backside, clearing 2 players with that Molotov. Clean stuff. No stress yet in this half for G2.
Well, I mean, you know, we've been talking about Wrinkle. Slacks, I think, has also found a lot of impact on his AWP. He gets to don that now. CT side brings it out straight away. Wrinkle's got his.
20 and 6, man.
Has a good spawn, so might look to try and fight mid with this.
No window smoke is going to keep you here. That molly actually goes under, so he's still fine for peeking middle. His team will join him on cap, but this is again G2 going for a call out of spawn, another execute into a bomb site. You swing stairs, you're dead to this Wrinkle orb. Jaber keeps it tight for now. Wrinkle scopes in and looks for this entry, but he is caught by the flash peek.
Still, here's this util coming in. Spam for Lake, finds a good chunk of damage, but no kill on it. And again, G2 just go looking for that space out towards CT. They They really don't wait long to get into these post plants, do they, right? Player already over towards kind of ramp side. You got a guy in Palace and CT control. Again, similar to the pistol, this is going to be real rough for M80.
You just wasted
I think you're really
much
weighing
time.
it up right now. It feels like you're already out of the round.
Time is so far gone.
Yeah.
G2 could be anywhere.
Just gonna
in fact,
go
that
for an
is the call for
exit kill at this
M80 out
moment.
of there with their guns. Gonna try and catch G2 chasing in CT. Slax is only the bait here. 2 more players in position to punish. I just love how execute heavy this T-side is for G2. They've come in and they have just run 4 executes in a row to run away with this half.
And dude, you were dead on in terms of, you know, kind of the staging of that round, the lack of the window smoke, keeping eyeballs on middle for way longer while G2 went and set up for the A play. Like, everything's very, very intentional. Even a late window smoke going in. So if you were thinking about shifting off of mid, you don't. They ended up mollying top boxes. It all just served to delay the rotate that much more and kind of kept M80 out of position. G2 were giving them kind of such a good offer in mid being that open and that fightable that of course M80 took it. They kind of took the bait.
And even then, Jaber goes over stairs and still kills Wrinkle on the best timing, gets that 5v4. It's just so swiftly traded. And G2, because they're running these executes with 4 or 5 players, are just really hot on the trades. Their spacing is tight. They've walked into stacks. They've had no problem. It's been a really reassuring half, and it might just go past us very quickly here. Is it already in the rear view for M80? 10-6 up. Full buy again off of the save. They're running out of chances. Wrinkle supporting in middle, while Hunter gets in place.
Nice move for Jaber, because again, it's G2 trying to pull the wall over the eyes of M80, get them out of position, get them worrying about mid while you kind of set up over towards B. But Jaber looks to ruin all of that with this backstab.
Oh yeah, the bomb is at the back. This could be a big problem. Wrinkle's running back right now. This is the round, but second guess, is it? Doesn't matter either way. This is going to be a free kill. Bomb top mid. The round is in jeopardy.
I mean, look at the task ahead of G2 now. You got to go back, got to go get this bomb back under your control, and then recommit to a site. You got 50 seconds left, and Jaber is still walking around their backline. They need this kill, and really, you want it cleanly. Trade might have to do, because he's got the full element of surprise on that first man in. Heavy God will at least live up to his half of the bargain, but now 30 seconds, and your round starts anew. A man down, 2 on 3. They're trying to go as quick as they can, but they're going into a stack.
This is a great setup as well. We got Slax's AWP in position in time. He can take a quick shot. That bomb crosses in with the smoke, but Slax still gets one more, and Sin swings off the Molotov. Another well-placed bit of util, but it does nothing to stop M80 in that B site. Both players fight for the round, and they get out with it. Thank you, Jaber, very much. Double kill, top middle, and the bomb. A massive move to make here, deep in the game, that keeps M80 in the conversation. Ooh, he didn't bargain for that.
That's one heck of a shot.
All right, Mattis looking aware.
See ya.
Spots the player up on balcony, and with that, 2 clean kills on the entry. The victories might be short-lived for M80. No heroics in this round.
Don't force it, Mattis.
Just a contact play out the ramp side, and Mattis gets all the reward for it.
I might be wrong here, but did Jaber get baited on Palace by like pre-fire, or was he playing that sort of smoke bug?
Yeah.
And I think the T Palace player swung and then came back knowing about the bug. I think that was all just like a dance of, we both know what you're doing, and which forced Jaber's shot, gave away his position, gave the ramp player the kill. That's really funny if so. The mind games on display.
I think that's kind of been like the bread and butter for this T side thus far for G2. Is like
nice round, G2.
Force the reaction you want out of M80, the reaction you can anticipate, and then shut it down. You know, they
I like it.
They got exactly what they wanted out of Jabber over towards Palace. I agree. It did feel like that, right? Thinking he's using that little angle, but you can see players crossing. Use that to get the info and deal with him straight away.
Also, another bouquet to Wrinkle because, you know, Slax gets that 5v4 window, Wrinkle posts ramp, and he reads the reposition. If Slax rotates in CT, he 4v4s them. So, great shot from Wrinkle to open up that A site. G2 immediately respond. M80 have one more buy in them.
M8, you know that their best round came from the info that Jabber was able to get. So feeling like they can't fly so blind here, they try and fight for this mid control. And Nertz is going to get dealt with first. Lake.
What?
Give it up.
With a great round here. Opener into lower tunnels and a follow-up out in the top mid.
Oh no, that's careful. You wouldn't expect G2 to just walk it down the guts of middle. With no nades down, Mattis makes it up, but it's still traded by Slags. A high-risk play that almost pays massively for G2, but now has left them in a 2v4. Not sure how you get out of this one, but middle seems to be the port of call. No smokes remain.
Swisher out here in the connector, man, it could get a little nerve-wracking if he falls. Not like Jabber's in the best position to try and trade that. He'll just be tucking in and playing for later. Thankfully, Swisher, no worries there. Deals with them both. And so, never get to find out what would have happened if G2 get that kill.
It's a very out there position. I think that's why G2 don't expect it to be soloing Con in a 4v2. It's not going to offer G2 a way back in, so now they're broke. And M80 for the first time in this half get to breathe easy.
Oh, good nades. Kind of split the push here. And Lake just gets to dine on the pistols. HeavyGod does have room over towards B right now. I don't know how much of a blessing this will prove to be for G2, though. That bomb still has to rotate around, and the window's starting to close on this B control for HeavyGod. You see a player in market, you're thinking they're a little out of position here, so he tries to leap in and take the space away. Sin is quick to deal with him. And so now that bomb is going into hostile territory. 3 players here. And looking for a clean finish up against the pistols. 2-round game. Suddenly this doesn't feel so impossible for M80.
Yeah, and you're not breaking M80 anytime soon. Look at their money. We've got players over 10k before the buy. They're in a great position now. CT side Mirage, money and momentum. What more could you want? And so it's G2 who call the pause. Feels like a game that has more twists and turns left.
Wonder what kind of pace we get out of G2 here with the return to rifles, because I think M80 are actually quite fond of the early scrap. You know, they quite like going and getting the info, looking for these early engagements. Seen it out towards mid, seen it from Jabber on that ramp push.
To overtime. That's what I feel.
So wonder if maybe taking the pace out of it a bit for G2, letting the unknown creep in.
Cool.
I'll do what they can to set up Wrinkle with the AWP, but the rest of them slowly with that bomb through the B apartments. They haven't really tested the waters here all too much. Is Sin ready for them so deep? Doesn't feel like it. Still able to recover with a bit of help from Swisher.
Stuck on this line, but that flash gets him out. And HeavyGod can't commit solo with the bomb. Hopes a kill gets presented. Even then, this is risky. Swisher looks keen to get involved, jump up on the van. Just info for now and misinfo at that. They're moving up cap. Bomb is still in the apartments. M80. Only 2 players on this B bomb site and 1 is wounded. The sooner G2 jump on B, the better, but double apps is getting scary. Sin's gonna get deep in this position. He's walking through the smoke. Uh-oh. Oh, it works!
I mean, that's the bomb away from G2.
How do you get it?
I don't think there's any winning this round. You got 25 seconds. You'd have to already be moving in towards this B site. And so, yeah, they write it off just on that bomb drop, just on the risky, low health push. Sin is a shot away from certain death as he plays through the app smoke.
Heavy God moves off the smoke for just a couple of seconds, and it's in that window, of course, that Sin walks through. Free kill for Heavy God, if not. And free bomb site with only 1 player there, but M80 pull up the drawbridge. And now they reach double digits. They are in this game.
I guess the thing I'm almost waiting for G2 is seeing if they go back to just one of these executes. Right, like we were crediting them for how good the util was looking early on, how it was flushing out all the positions that M80 could hope to play. And as they've looked for kind of contact walks or been down to brawl with M80, they've been coming up short. Nerds, that's a big opener out through the connector. Hunter takes it 1 step further. This could be a disaster. Can Slacks bail them out? He'll get away with a double. Wrinkle provides the trade. And his heroics might not be enough. More required still for Swisher and Sin. And as Swisher moves in, he's leveled the playing field. Bomb will get planted. Molly delays it for a couple of seconds, forcing them out into the open. Oh no, Wrinkle! Oh dear. Oh dearie me.
What are you
You're telling
doing,
yourselves
Wrinkle?
now, Heavy God, he's the man you want in these clutches. Whole team looking on as they've got to put their faith in Heavy God.
He could walk B. It's got to be tempting. Get cheeky. So many options available, and Swisher now is in the dark. He forego the fight on this A site. He reset. Heavy God will get this bomb plant. And he's got a litany of options to choose from. A random bomb plant, giving Swisher no information as to his position, and with an AWP, he can cut down the key point of rotation in market. Swisher jumps up cat, he hits it.
Buys himself a couple more seconds with that move. But Heavy God has heard him, repositioning. He's looking for the fight, not wanting to play around that bomb.
There you go, guys.
With style, outbrains Swisher on the reposition. And the moment he gets into that post
Let's go, man.
He wanted to end it there and then. That's match point for G2, and they've got 2 opportunities to close this one out on Mirage.
Explosive A hit. We've seen many rounds like that for G2. The double entry nuts hitting great timing up connector. Again, if a Slacks double in vain on the AWP as Wrinkle trades him out, and sure, he burns alive, but puts Heavy God in a very winnable position, and win it he will.
I do just like it. The moment he's in that clutch, you know, you see why Heavy God is such a force to be reckoned with. He is not all aim, no brain. He's got both.
Yeah.
The reposition as soon as Swisher breaks contact, knowing that that's almost kind of the error there, right? Is not taking the fight straight up. And what does Heavy God not do? He doesn't repeat that same mistake. Soon as he gets the info on Swisher, it's decisive. He makes his move. And he's just given G2 a golden opportunity to try and close this here and now.
Slacks and abs, something here in Palace. A shot though, nice jiggle for G2. We've seen a lot of AWPers catch players unsuspecting today in that position. Not in this round, Heavy God. Full execute, but they again wait for this under component. Mattis this time making a lurk happen. He does get caught by Swisher.
Mattis.
Got to do this a man down now. Heavy God, is he that man? Oh, caught on the ladder. It's messy. Bomb can go back, but Nerds needs his kill, and I don't think you're clearing Sin in this position. So every step of this round, G2 hit their head on the ceiling.
All right, Wrinkle. You've had a couple of kills saving this AWP. But if there ever was a time for a 1v5, it's now.
Oh, okay. No, I think exits. I think exits will do. He's had a couple of exits. But M80 won't give him anything. Why bother?
Go on, Chaber. Take the peek. You won't.
You wanna. Wrinkle ain't missing these. And so is overtime on the line because, Harry, take a look at G2's money. Aside from this AWP, they have nothing to show for it. We've had back and forth rounds. They have a bit of loss bonus, but we're not talking AK helmets here.
I'd love to know what like the ratio of Wrinkle multi-kills to round wins is. He's had a lot of them in these saves, and it might be required again as he's got multiple players coming his way. Can't hold on to that AWP. M80 closing in on overtime.
After time as well. He's got $400 to his name. Oh, dearie me. Rather make that $100.
Uh-oh. I think it's going to be an overtime.
Final timeout here in regulation. Final round. As every sign points to overtime for M80.
Oh.
You got one Galil to work with. A collection of smokes and flashes, but nothing really to write home about here for G2. When M80 were in a position much like this, they were able to cheat around away with a cheeky window boost. Able to find a gap in the defense.
There's no gap here, though. Look how aggressive M80 are. Switcher has missed this, but he'll catch it right before they make the boxes. M80 playing from the front. Down around, but you wouldn't know it. They know they got this one in the palm of their hand. G2 hope for a hero in the name of Mattis. Galil heading B with the bomb.
He's just telling himself he can't die, he can't be the first guy to fall here, trying to keep eyeballs on middle. But it's a dangerous game he's playing out behind the top mid boxes. Teammates out towards the apartments. There is only one player in the B site. Swisher close by. Will take him a second or so to get eyes on.
Now you go. Cat player spotted, they've got a charge.
Oh! This could be a catch. Sin able to hold on, low on health. Fighting to the dying breath here is Sin, and with a follow-up through the apartments.
That's it.
That's the bomb dropped and away from G2. Can't get the follow-up.
Wait.
Backstab for Nerds closing in. This is only pistols. This was meant to be the golden chance for M80. It's going to come down to the kills. There's no bomb plant here. Nerds backstab is in. Shaver getting surrounded. Is the pressure going to get to him? It crumbles away. Overtime was right there, and G2 steal it with
Nerds
pistols with a backstab. Can you believe it?
That is devastating. Last second, right in the flank for Nerds. He even lets that third player cross after hearing two full comps. G2 say forget the bomb. Let's just find these kills, and that they do. 13-11 locked in on this opener here in Paris.
Yeah, great opener right there. And what was a great match, all things considered, especially when you consider just how toe-to-toe these two teams were going into this game itself. A best of one, though, does kind of give us what is a victor on Mirage. It's going to be G2 all the way down to the wire, 13-11.
That was a close game, you know, maybe a bit too close for comfort for G2. Got to give it up to M80 for fighting their way back into that game. It looked like for the vast majority that G2 were in control, at least in the beginning of the second half, I feel like. But M80 put up a good fight, and G2, as I said, really had to fight for it. Nerds, strong start, nowhere to be found second half. Wrinkle, on the other hand, showing consistently throughout the map, and that's kind of what we call for Janko. We wanted to see why they picked up Wrinkle, and I guess we got a glimpse of the potential that he still possesses.
And I think that last round sort of perfectly shows some of the issues for M80, right? And having to play so much in NA. It's like when these rounds slow down and the pressure mounts is like when they can get outplayed. And I think it was just such a beautiful call from G2 in a very difficult round. Like, you obviously have only pistols and only a couple of nades. Wrinkle, you know, only went into the round with $400 left. And it's easy to just call, let's just do a B-pop. What else can we do, right? But to actually risk and go for a slower round and let it develop a little bit, put Nerds in a position to be able to close it out on the flank, like that was very well played from G2 in the final round.
Yeah, G2 definitely able to kind of dictate pace and really determine where they want to take their fights in a large portion of what felt like this second half. But again, M80 losing both pistols. Their campaign wasn't off to a rip-roaring start in either half. Kind of unfortunate given how the game turned out.
You can always sit back and feel like, oh, had we just won one of the pistols, you know, converted, then maybe we would have won the game. But I think G2 showed for the vast majority of the game, as Janko also alluded to, that when it came down to outmaneuvering your opponent and the game plan on the T side for G2, they were in control and looked like the better team. And then, as I said, credit to M80 for fighting their way back into it when they were down 11-7. It was slacks a couple of times, you know, showing up in big moments, having good rotations, good read on it. So a game where I feel like both teams actually got to show some of the decent Counter-Strike that they can play. And for M80, sure, you got nothing to show for. You're losing 13-11, but the performance in itself and the level of Counter-Strike was not bad, you know. It was acceptable. It's just unfortunate for them that it's the best of one, and that was the one opportunity they had to get a result out of the game.
Yeah, and perhaps we can get some words down on the stage. I've got the word right now that Freya's standing by with Saw.
I am indeed, yes, at the 11th hour. G2 managed to get things over the line versus M80. I do have Saw because I have to ask, you have that timeout just before round 24. You only have a selection of pistols to work with. What was the call there? How did you get that one over the line?
I mean, basically just to slow things down a bit, make them use their utility a bit, and to finish it on B, like on a slow split. Nothing special, but just to put the pressure more on them so we wouldn't give early entries or anything like that.
How much pressure were you feeling in this one? Because last time you played M80 in a best of one was back in Cologne, was also on Mirage. Were they a different team for you guys today?
I mean, well, obviously there's like some mind games. It's a same map we played back at the major also, but it's also like we made a roster change and there's been so many maps both teams have played in between, so I'm not sure like what to say in the end. It's just the best of one, start of the tournament, so shouldn't overthink about many of these things. Just play the game, and it's also for us with this roster a lot of like new experiences we are gonna be learning from these matches, so well, happy with the win, but yeah.
Let's talk about it. Your new addition, Wrinkle, he was lighting things up on the server here today. First LAN match with you guys as well. Was this your expectation from Wrinkle so quickly coming into the team?
Well, I mean, I knew his mechanics will be good, and when he gets the chances, he will be able to like prove himself. But at the same time, it's still early days, so we need to go like a long way in a way for him to be comfortable, for the team to be comfortable. But good start here at the tournament, even though the score was close, but good start for him at least.
Yeah, exactly. I do just want to pick a little bit at why Wrinkle? Why did he come into the team? What did you see in this guy that you felt like would level up G2?
I mean, he's a young, aggressive oper, and you don't have so many in the scene. I think the oping role is a tough one in general, but I think he has a lot to prove. I think he showed very good things at the start of CS2. Maybe the last part of NIP wasn't as strong as he would have liked, but I do think he always had the mechanics, and we can just try to capitalize from that.
Yeah, showing great things in the server here today. Saw, congratulations. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, again, in an opening best of one, you did get that performance out of Wrinkle. There were a lot of question marks. Hell, we were just kind of even reiterating why we had those question marks in the first place. Isn't that right, Jacob?
Yeah, true. You know, overall a great performance, particularly in the beginning of the game. He was 15-5, so you'd argue that when the game was close, when it was back and forth in the first half, he was a big catalyst behind a lot of the rounds G2 were able to get, and then moving over to the T side, it became more of a joint effort, more of a team effort. Together with Nerds in the beginning, those two were heavy hitters. I think Nerds were at 9 or 10 kills 4 rounds into the game, so finishing on 16 also speaks volume to how he slowed down, and maybe also part of the reason why G2 was struggling a bit to closing out the game.
Yeah, Rickle had a good game, but this is the sort of opponent that he's supposed to farm in a way, and where he's going to do probably his best work. This is not where he's necessarily going to get properly tested or challenged. I think that comes against the tier 1 teams, right? Like that's where some of his bad habits perhaps can be exploited, and that's where you'll see teams perhaps game plan specifically for him a little bit more once, you know, he has some games under his G2 belt, right? Because at the moment you're still sort of piecing it together how he's going to fit into this G2 squad.
Yeah, Nert's one of the driving forces over there at G2, as was to be expected when he came on board over there. When I'm looking, obviously, for G2, we talked about them breaking through a threshold, 2 different thresholds for both these teams. M80 just trying to make themselves part of that cream of the crop. G2 trying to solidify just above that. I'd say top 10. They want to be just a little bit past that. For the side of M80, maybe some saving graces here. I mean, we had some nice plays from JBA, however you want to put it. Regardless, we saw some good flashes in the pan here for this side of M80. What did you take away from the performance? Where do they go from here? How do they bounce?
As I said, you know, not a poor performance when you consider they lose both pistols and they're not able to break G2 in any of the second rounds, and they still make the game hyper competitive. I think in isolation, that's okay. You know, that's acceptable from M80, but they needed a win here. They needed, first and foremost, the win to move further into the tournament, to give themselves a better chance of making the playoff, but also for the VIS, as Janko so beautifully described. The reason they're here is because of all these NA qualifiers, and if they want to get a proper invitation to proper tier 1 tournaments, they better start winning against some of the European teams. Now, G2 is a tough opposition to start off against, but it could have been worse, to be honest, for M80. There's a lot of better teams out there than G2, so I feel like it's an okay performance, Janko, but they got nothing to show for.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's similar to the big Aurora game. There was a lot more riding on this game for M80 than there was for G2, right? Like G2 is in a position where they're chasing that stage 3 start, and, you know, with Wrinkle just trying to get some games under their belt to see how it's going to pan out, right? Like, what do they need to work on? How is he going to fit into the squad? So yeah, it's unfortunate that they couldn't at least get it into OT, right? Like, that's the problem. If you lose both pistols, then the margin for error is very, very slim. And in this final round, when you have everything and they only have pistols and not even armor on some players, like, you just have to do better.
Yeah, and that would build us into round 8.
Yeah, I think this is an example of, like, M80 sometimes just lagging behind some of these tier 1 teams, right? So they open up in a very weird week by 5v3, right? And the call was supposed to be to go through the smoke with the flash, but you need to abort this call right now.
Yes.
Like, you don't do this. Like, you're in a 5v3, just cancel it. Just stand in connector. Just wait. Just cut noise for like 15-20 seconds. The pressure is on G2, right? And then they get a bit lost in the mid round. They're waiting around Cat. They're going up A in the end. They know Heavy God is alive as the A anchor. He could be maybe pushed to ramp. You can see Sin plants in a way where he's exposed to CT. He dies. They try to pick it up, and Slacks is way too passive in this situation. Like, he's worried about sound. To understand that they don't need to continue to with the plan, right? Once they get 2 entries, they kill both B players. Like, I'm not saying you need to go B immediately, like Wrinkle was the Joker there as the 3rd guy, but you need to put all this information together to change stuff in the mid round.
That second layer of understanding the round and understanding the game, I think, you know, in terms of putting it into context, we saw complexity when they were at a high, you know, NA team as well. They had all these issues as well, converting rounds, converting opening kills. It was always a great game plan coming in from JT back in the days, but once the decision making comes down to the individuals on the server, or once you're not, you know, necessarily playing after a strict playbook where you go A, B, and C, but you have to invent something in the middle of the round, that's why I feel NA teams, for some reason, struggle a lot, you know. And I think a lot of it comes from the lack of exposure from it in practice. You're not often put in these situations in practice because I remember from my time in NA, and I remember from speaking to some of the players now as well, that it's always, you know, do or die in NA when you practice. You either go for the duel, you win the round. There's no second layer, there's no third layer, there's no maneuvering around or trying to play with the rotation. So once you get exposed to that on a higher level against European teams, you get screwed, Trace.
Let me just tell you right now, it's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep.
It's
okay?
exactly that deep.
What is very deep around here would be these brackets. You said A, B, C. Well, we also have D as well. We can kind of speed run this, guys. I know you love a quick bracket.
Love me some deep brackets.
Yep, that is D bracket. We'll start on A.
Well, G2 versus Big in that game. In a best-of-3 game, I think that's a great test for both teams, to be honest. G2, naturally the favorites, but Big, the way they've been playing and the way they've been punching upwards, that could be an interesting game to advance into the playoff.
Yeah, and if you're Spirit, you turn around the ship that was
your
this
Luminosity,
morning,
you just go home at this point.
I can't prepare you for a great time down there. But again, you will at least have a best-of-3 in front of you, you know. Again.
Hey, we see it time and time again. These lower tier teams, they play their best against tier 1 teams. Sort of like they just the pressure is off. Tier 1 teams sometimes struggle to sort of get a read on how these teams want to approach things.
Yeah, this one is actually what's coming up next. So we do have the Falcons K27. That'll be our next game that we cover here. But as you can tell, we're just getting Group B underway. A couple names stick out there. We'll see if Legacy can kind of piggyback onto where they left off. Switching over to Group C. Yanko, you like this group of C?
I love Group C, Trace. We have that marquee matchup, like you said, for the day. Vitality versus 100 Thieves in a best-of-1. Zaiwu versus Device. That's going to be interesting. And yeah, already some games being played in the group. Foot, I think 13-11 over Tyloo. Very close game, and still have a couple more to be played over there.
Yeah. Here's that D.
There's that D. You love the D, Trace. We know that for sure. Magic, the Mongols have already played the game here.
Say what?
What? You love Group D. That's what you
Sorry,
said.
because I thought you'd said something else over there, big man. Anyway, let's pick up with Group D, Yanko. What do you got?
No, Jake was doing such a good job. I'll let him handle the D.
I forgot for a second. Yeah,
right, and just you know exactly what you're into. The Mongols versus Magic was a decent game of Counter-Strike. The Mongols ended up winning on Mirage. Wildcard to me against Furia. I think Furia right now, is the one team I have no faith in a best-of-1.
Trace, tell me why Wildcard is beating Furia today.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you.
And why is it the Serbian IGL?
That's not the one I was going to go with. That is definitely not the one I was going to go with. What I was more so thinking is that's probably not going to happen. Now, I would love to say, hey, Wildcard, you got a fighting shot. Furia, though, still riding a little bit of a high. I would like to believe that there's still some gas in their proverbial tank.
All right, so next game would
be from ChatGPT to Anthropic, so they should be better now.
Yeah, but I thought it was Claude. Everyone just keeps saying like
so
Claude, this, that, or
Magic
and
Mongols are still going on. G2 and M80
yeah, okay. Well, go ahead and illustrate that. If you're at home, go ahead and get your MS Paint open. Let us know what that might look forward to.
So next one will be Team Falcons.
We have Falcons K27.
Team Falcons versus K27. And also
World Cup live from Paris.
NIP versus Legacy. And those both matches will going to happen at the same time, but we're going to watch Team Falcons versus K27. And then after those matches, we have Bet Boom versus Base Clan up next, and also MIBR versus Astralis. So those are the two remaining
Whenever we let it out,
match.
It becomes our superpower.
Yeah, this is for upper bracket quarterfinals.
Now imagine an entire city
whoever wins
being built to
the
supercharge
quarterfinals or upper bracket quarterfinals will going to move on to upper bracket semifinals, and who's going to lose? They're going to go to lower bracket semifinals tomorrow. Was it tomorrow?
The human body was built to move.
And
not trapped
we need
at a desk in one
2, 3, 4
for 12 hours
4
a day.
qualified
It's time
teams
your chair evolved.
to move
This
forward
is Secret
to
Lab Titan
playoffs.
Evo.
And also 4 teams from lower brackets to move forward also to the playoffs. Round of 16. And then quarterfinals, semifinals, grand finals, and then battle for third place match. So those are the qualifier matches. I'm just gonna watch G2. I don't want to sing. I just forgot that we're live on YouTube as well. I don't want to get copyrighted or limit my views on YouTube. By the way, guys, speaking of YouTube, YouTube just updated their requirements for YPP. So you're gonna need one. That's the. They didn't change or update the 1K subscriber, but the watch hours they doubled it. So instead of 4,000 watch hours, they made it to 8,000 watch hours, and also or 10 million shorts views, but they double it to 20 million. For me, as a YouTuber, as a content creator, which is I'm a small fish in a big ocean of YouTube and YPP, I need to grind more. I need to grind more, man. I need to upload, keep uploading it, any content, gaming content on my YouTube channel. Hopefully we'll struck some gold along the way, probably go viral on our shorts or long form videos, whatever, but we just need to strive and grind more because it is what it is. I'm just a small YouTube creator or streamer, but we gotta do what we gotta do, man. We need to capitalize the shorts, which is they said that shorts on YouTube, there are 20 billion views, short views on YouTube every day. Not a month, every single day. 20 billion views. That is just for the shorts. That's why they double it. That's the reason why they double it. They double the requirements. And you'll get incentives for the YouTube shorts, but you have to maintain the 10 million views, which is, I don't know, it's really hard to do. Even big channels, I've seen big channels claiming that they rarely hit 20 million or 10 million views. And especially if you are asking, if YouTube app is asking 20 million views. If you go viral and if you maintain that number of views every month or every 90 days, probably, maybe. So we need to grind hard. There's no excuses this time. We need it and we need it now. We need it now. You hear what I'm saying, chat? We need to grind more.
So we need to reach a global audience.
Like 3 shorts a day. It's either gaming content or reaction,
With Paris
find a
hosting,
video reaction.
we're bringing the broadcast in
We need to
multiple
upload
languages,
more
including
and
mime.
At least
Mime.
upload
People are being taken down. There's an Elon
3,
everywhere.
maybe
Okay,
4
he's
long
down.
form
He's
videos
down.
from
He's
stream,
knocked.
at
Eliminated,
least 5
eliminated.
minutes
Oh,
long.
that's a melee weapon. Oh,
Shorts,
that is not going to
probably
heal in the morning.
8 shorts a
Okay,
week,
he has it. Grenade!
maybe more. That's a minimum.
And that's a team
So that's
wipe.
my goal
It's
starting
a team
today. Upload 8 minimum of 8 shorts a week.
We have to meet the
And
fans where they
upload
are and
4
relate to them
long
in
form
ways that they
videos a week.
understand. Okay,
Minimum.
another one
4.
down, another one knocked, and
So
he's
that's
been
the goal.
hit. He's been.
We need to
Wait, is he okay?
grind because
All right.
on
Oh,
February
no.
February
Wait, I
1st
actually-
next year,
I don't.
they will
Hey, can we
going
get
to implement
help?
those
Are you
requirements.
all right? Are
8K
you-
watch
Hey,
hours
Can we get a medic? Where's the medic?
or
Can we please
10
have
to
the
20
medic? Oh gosh.
million
Oh gosh.
views
Come on.
on
Where's
your
the predictor?
shorts
Roman.
in the last
Roman,
90 days.
Can we please have a medic? Wait.
So we'll see. We'll see, man. It's been a while since I uploaded long form videos on YouTube, my YouTube channel.
No matter
But
how difficult
it's time to
it may be.
go back to the saddle and
You've just gotta be
grind
kidding me
hard,
with this man.
create more
I feel like he's
content,
stepping all over my
edit
lines.
more long form
I'm a serious
videos.
performer. I went to film school. I've been doing this for like 10 years. All right, this isn't my.
That's all I can say. That's all what we can do.
Was he
or I
making fun
can
of
do.
me?
I don't have any editors. I don't have a team. I am a one-man team. So it's really hard for me
And with the
to
finals
maintain
coming
those,
to a close on the STC Arena stage, we are finally going to see some of these points and what the implication means for the club championship rankings. Therefore,
long-form videos.
Okay, I'm sorry. Am I boring you?
I can compile all my.
Speaking of boring, you wear the
I just
same
did
clothes
compile
every single day.
my
Okay,
fun and
please
video
be perfect. Oh, you know what? Two can play at this game.
Uploaded to YouTube.
This
Didn't really
is a
do
rock.
much.
Huh? How did you?
Because
wait,
I
what
guess we've been away from YouTube long form
I don't want to be here anymore.
for quite some time now. So the last time I uploaded
No. I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me. Yeah, you're stepping all over all of my lines. I need to get this information out. This is what the people want to hear. This is what they need to know about. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Real mature. Go ahead. Build your wall like you always do. No, seriously. You think that you're going to be invited back? That you're ever going to be hired in esports again?
800,
Are you kidding
700, 600 views.
I am it's so unprofessional. I'm done with this. I can't do it. Actually, you know what I think?
There's no views on my shorts. I don't know why.
Oh god. Ugh.
If I could just reach 500 subscribers and 300k or 3000k watch hours, I could apply for what do you call this? Not really monetize it, but the thing that you can have a membership, the super chat, the shopping, you know, all those things. They could. I don't think this is called monetization, but some sort of eligibility for to have a membership on your channel, to have a super chat on your channel when you're going stream on YouTube, or they can purchase your merch through shopping. That's the perks to get. That's the perks if you get this. If you get this 500 plus subscribers and 3,000 watch hours. But for YPP, you need 4K watch hours and then 1,000 subscribers, which is really hard thing to do. I'm on my Instagram. I think I could trade Instagram followers to YouTube. I wish I could. So I got 11.1 million views the last 30 days on my Instagram, and I got 13.8k followers on my Instagram. I wish I have this kind of followers on my YouTube. Let me show it to you. This one right here. See that? I wish I could trade this number to my YouTube channel, man, guys. See that? See that? I wish I could trade this number. I wish. But unfortunately, we got a lot of views in Instagram versus on YouTube. And yeah, we got some, and also I wish I could trade my followers on on TikTok to my YouTube channel. See this? Not it. Not it. See that? I got 5,702 followers. 417.1k likes, and yeah. I wish I have this numbers on my YouTube. I would gladly trade these numbers for my YouTube. Yeah. So yeah, guys, if you like the content, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, Mr. Dale, because YouTube is a big, not only Instagram, but YouTube is a big contributor. Instagram doesn't pay content creator no more. Basically, they just remove it. I don't know when did they remove the, what do you call it, the content they can earn from a content that we uploaded on YouTube. But you know how it is. And also TikTok it's good, but not as good as YouTube. They paid less. There's some few ads. The only thing that you can capitalize if you are a marketing company, you can post or you can create a store, or probably you can earn a commission by posting products on your YouTube and your TikTok account. But since you're gaming, you're a gaming channel, so I can still post gaming contents, but it doesn't really gain more traction. It doesn't gain more eyeballs. That's what I've observed in TikTok. Now in Instagram, you can get paid by partnership. If there's a brand that you want to partner, that's for them to decide if they want to go.
Well, today one of these teams joins us as a VRS rank number 33, basically, and the other one a VRS rank number 2. But I can assure you that the major champions of the IEM Cologne and the Falcons joined the server today as an absolute favorite. There is no question asked. But we've seen that today before. We'll see if it pans out the same way here. And what is one of our later games today. I mean, it's starting the later part of the day at least. I welcome you back to EWC. Yanko again in the middle, Jacob down on the other end over there. My name's Trace, and what's in front of us is, again,
David versus...
that's the thing. What, go on, you want to say it?
Goliath or something?
Oh, yeah. Goliath. Yeah. So what we are looking at here is a pretty tough situation for K27.
I've selected.
I think they're happy to be here.
Products.
You know, first and foremost, all of us are. You know, let's state that for sure. But K27, yeah, sure. But for them to make it through the last chance qualifier was a big result for them.
PC brands,
some good victories, some good VRS points. You know, taking down teams like Fnatic in the process, Saw as well for that matter. I think overall, just the fact they're part of this tournament is a massive step in the right direction for them. So they come in with
my main peripherals are
okay. Well, we can hold on to that for a second because losing isn't something that the Falcons did over at the major, right? So where are they at now?
Well, I think the major and the win just gives them so much leeway in terms of results for this season, right? Like, I think this is the most important event for them outside of the major later on.
But it's up to them
for multiple reasons, right? First of all, it's a huge event, $2 million prize
pool. Out there that hey, I want to partner with this brand.
Season, right? All the top teams are here and to go a long way to cement that stage 3 spot for the Singapore major. And second of all, the Esports World Cup Club Championship, right?
Some sort of a virtual shake hand. Like I'm offering my hand to them, but hey, I want to partner with you with these products. It's up to them to reach out my hand and say, let's shake hand and let's do it.
Counter-Strike roster to be able to, at the very least, make a deep run, if not lift the trophy.
So Jacob, they win the major, but why is it that I still feel like the Falcons in Counter-Strike know how to lose a match?
Well, because they've been consistently pretty good at disappointing you for a long time, I guess. So it takes a bit of time before you get used to perhaps a new version of Falcons. That's the big question mark to me. We don't know yet, right? I know the Blast Bounty online game where they didn't qualify for the LAN portion of the game will excuse them that. I'm not really going to put that into my equation, but we don't know whether the Falcons we saw in the major is the Falcons we're going to see for the rest of the season. To me, that's still something I need confirmation on. So that's why I'm very interested in how they do here.
Yeah, this is definitely a new look Falcons ever since Karrigan joined, but that new look is looking a lot like the FaZe Clan of old, right? And what do we always used to say about FaZe Clan?
Well, here we go, guys.
They could definitely disappoint you, right? And it's never going to be
what
super
are you
clean.
looking up?
They're never going to be flawless going into the playoffs, right? Like, it's going to be messy, it's going to be scrappy. They're going to go through the lower bracketing groups, right? But once you get to the playoffs, once you get to the big stage, the big games, that's when everyone would, like to avoid them. That's where they play their best Counter-Strike. So I think that's going to be sort of the identity of this Falcons roster, probably in the short term at the very least, until they have had enough time with Karrigan where they're able to raise their floor.
See, that's the fun conflict, because what you described is the exact opposite of what Falcons has always been, which were group stage warriors, then they get into the playoff and then they can get nothing done. They don't win the games they're supposed to, right? So if that truly is the case, that Karrigan is now coming in and we're seeing a new look of Falcons, I wouldn't mind if they struggle a bit in the group stage as long as they show up in the playoff, whereas beforehand, they would be, world beaters in the group stage. Would be like walking into the playoff, they hadn't lost a map, Monacy firing on all cylinders, Nico looking good, and then all of a sudden they lose to Paravision a couple of times in games where they're not supposed to. So I would rather have the Falcons you're describing than the old version where you get disappointed time and time again once you're at the playoff.
Yeah, none of them probably hurt just as bad as that Australia run there by the Falcons once upon a time. Yeah, that's back when Kixon was playing. But yeah, that was what real heartbreak feels like if you're a Falcons fan. For the side of the Falcons, though, finding that rhythm to their rhyme at the major, surely we talk about teams building confidence. What more could you possibly ask for if you're these guys?
I mean, it was a magical run, really. You look at it, arguably the hardest run ever to a major trophy. When you look at the level of teams that they had to face, starting with Na'Vi to make it into the playoffs, then Vitality, into Spirit, into Furia in that grand final, which they swept 3-0. It was their easiest game, arguably, during the whole tournament. And just the performances that we saw across the board from individuals and as a team. Yosuke in that quarterfinal against Vitality, right? Nico in the semifinal and the grand final. Monacy in the entirety of the tournament, right? With of course Karrigan, despite everything, having some key USP rounds and Tessus being the glue that makes it all stick together. So yeah, it was one of those runs that no one really expected in a way, but everything seemed to have come together for Falcons in Cologne.
And every single time Karrigan got a USP, I'm pretty sure he was landing unnecessary headshots. Like, things were working out for the man. The young, sprightly player, the up-and-coming, budding player that is Karrigan. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I'm not sure about the young part and up and coming or basically any other things you just said right there, but it is an interesting conversation, and I know it kind of splits the waters. Can Karrigan continue to be the arguably worst fracking in-game leader the game has ever seen at this level, and for Falcons still to be successful? I'm not sure. I think that's another question mark to me. I guess the main argument in regards to that is that Karrigan came into Falcons to fix a million things, and one of those things were not necessarily himself and his fracking capabilities. Now that they've shown they can win tournaments, now that they've been playing together for quite some time, there's been some practice under the skin as well. They built up a bit of a map pool. Maybe there's a bit more time for Karrigan to focus just a tiny bit more on himself and produce a little bit more productivity on the server, because I do think that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where you need 5 players on the server who can shoot back more often than not, and it's not a secret that Karrigan has been struggling from an individual standpoint.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I'd still give him a few months where I don't care if he has 3 kills per map, like...
As long as they win, though.
But not even if they win. It's like there's other things that are more important for him to put his focus on, right? Like, they're not going to be losing games primarily because he didn't get enough kills. Like, it's for different reasons that they will lose games. And after that, and now you said, okay, now you had plenty of time. You had 6 months to set the floor of the team, to set the foundations and everything. Like, now, you need to focus on yourself a little bit more and just raise your floor, but only by a little bit, honestly.
Katsuki on the screen, but really, I'm going back to the clip of Karrigan in the locker room, so to say, where he's talking to the guys and he's basically laying out flat, hey, I need this from you, I need that from you. I think he's bringing a leadership characteristic to that team that it desperately needed.
It's like people just talk so much about Karrigan's stats. Look at the stats of everyone else since he joined.
Yeah.
And look at like how much you lose on him and how much you gain on everyone else. Like
trade-off.
I mentioned the Vitality game. Like you look at the two maps that Falcons won, and you look at Kyosuke's performance, especially on Anubis on that first one, like it was lights out. You look at the grand final and Anubis when it's getting kind of close and he just gets dropped an AK and like opens up the A bomb site 2 rounds in a row. It's like those sort of rounds. It's like he's just so good at understanding the strengths of his players and putting them in positions where they can play towards their strengths, right? And I think that compared to just the sort of a character Kerrigan is and being jovial and sort of understanding that you need to take some of the pressure off of these players and make it so that they enjoy the game a little bit more and having some more fun on the server, I think that's gone a huge way into getting more out of mainly
K27.
Everyone on the team.
As long as the trade-off is positive, Trace. As long as there's a positive trade-off in terms of how Kyosuke is playing, how m0NESY is feeling comfortable on the server, TeSeS for that matter as well, I think it's going to be just fine. But it's something to keep an eye out for the rest of the season, without a doubt.
We could talk about positives, and I would love to pick out a few over here for the the ops, the adversary of Falcons today. But they are going to have to fight uphill. You guys saying that they're happy to be here, yes, but this is going to start to be that big test. You got a best of 1 today at the Falcons, BO3s thereafter.
Yeah, I think for K27, really, you're not going to remember them at this tournament, but you're going to talk about them like a year from now. And definitely a couple of players on this team, the likes of Quinky, Xido, even Cashid on that AWP, right? These are guys who are 18, 19 years old, who just sort of are bursting out onto the scene, that have great mechanical skill, that have a lot of potential and have started to sort of put themselves on the map when it comes to even some of these tier 2, tier 1 teams.
Yeah, and the foundation for potentially pulling off an upset is definitely there. You're playing Falcons, who were off to a slow start. They lost to the Thieves, in that online game, and that is what it is. And then you have a best of 1 coming in as well. And you saw what happened to Team Spirit.
I mean, win this match against K27.
Where it's possible for K27 to be competitive or apply a bit of pressure to
say
Falcons,
yes, then
but
you
there's no
guess
denying the fact that you're talking about a team who just won the major, and you're talking about a team who had to borrow shirts from EWC in order to have the same, outlook. So it's just 2 different worlds at the moment.
Man, I heard that it took some t-shirts there for the outlook. Yeah, I heard Freya just kind of screamed, I think it was. So yeah, let's go ahead and get some insight. Maybe Freya caught up with the side of K27 before we got started.
You know what I'm saying?
We got Cashlid ready to take on the Falcons here at the Esports World Cup, but you've already been here for a number of days. You guys came through the open qualifier. Can you tell me a bit about that from your perspective?
That's the really tough road for us, because we played on the last day 3 BO3s in a row, and I say that was good performance from us. That was really hard open quali for everyone team, and we made it. So we are here, we're ready to play against Falcons today, and that's it.
Just one more question about the open qualifier. What would you say was the toughest matchup that you had to play in there, and why?
Toughest matchup was Fnatic, because that was the third best of 3s, and we have zero like emotion, zero energy to play, but our mentally just beat something for us, and we had the second, like, I don't know how to say it. Yeah, I think that was versus Fnatic, and
you're gonna put your money on Falcons.
That's it, I guess.
Yeah, it was a crazy marathon that you guys had to go through to get here today, though.
That's good, bro.
I'm
good. That's good, bro. I'm good.
Can you give me a recap of what happened in that series? What you learned there?
In Barcelona, we played very bad with them, because that was our first T1 tournament, and we have a lot of pressure, and we have like we were watching at them like on
put your money on
no one can beat them. But now through the days, I think that I have a lot of experience after this, after PJ Astana, and today I'm watching at this matchup like we can beat them. So we're gonna try our best, and let's watch what we can do.
Let's play devil's advocate for a second. Falcons have won a major since then. Do you think they're a
By the way,
different
guys,
team
we're
now when you
live on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. So if you like the content, please hit the follow button or subscribe to the YouTube channel. That helps a lot for us to grow as a content creator or as a streamer.
High-rated players, and
yeah,
They're too good.
Follow me, guys,
like,
and
awesome.
don't forget to comment where you're from.
We've already seen some upsets today.
What games you can suggest, any games that you want me to play on stream. And yeah, let's just hang out. You can join my Discord. You can join my community. There's not a lot going on. There's not a lot of members of my Discord community yet because we just started our Discord yet. But
this hopefully, like, when I was 15, maybe or 16, I was watching him like he's my teacher. But now I want to beat him and show myself that I can do it. Like prove myself. I can do it. Like prove myself. And this is BO1.
I got
so everyone can beat everyone. Like GG How did versus Spirit. Everyone can beat everyone. Like GG How did versus.
Truly, anything can happen. Thank you so much for your time, Cashless. Truly, anything can happen. Thank you so much for your time, Cashless.
Anything can and truly will happen here at EWC. We will have these maps, or rather map, because this is the best one. We'll have that data out.
But it's okay.
In just a second.
It's alright.
What do you take from that?
Okay.
Now how do you feel about that, guys?
He's talking about like 3 or 4 years ago, you know, when he was 15, 16, like Wallace was 18. Back then, you know, like, he was just starting out in G2, but yeah,
that's just I'm gonna convince myself of
changing.
Yeah, they definitely are. Yeah, and they've changed so much that we got another best of one.
We got another best of one, you know, we got to figure out what map that is going to be played out. I think the trend so far has been a lot of Mirage, you know, not only on the A stream, but also on the B stream. Kind of in the pack map does too, you know, in contention with these two teams as well. It's at least up there, and right now Falcons want to play if they can. The map will be Dust 2 again. A map where Falcons are going to feel very comfortable. It's a map they really have to pull, and Kerrigan has, you know, integrated into Falcons. Hugely part of their success in the major as well.
I just want to explore other games. I'm an FPS guy. I love first-person shooter, because my first game was Counter-Strike, and then my first VR
played 17 times already with this line.
So,
on the other hand,
yeah, I just love FPS.
So we have that.
There's a chance.
But I'm open to try new genre.
Do you think you know more than these guys?
I'm playing also
that wasn't a
Mobile Legends.
There's a real chance you might, but if you do think you know more than them, or even any of us,
let's
go ahead and get those pick'ems going. That's right, it's mine. Let's tell you about it. I think it's going to be winning the big prize here.
So yeah,
World Cup,
I'm open to
Counter-Strike is just one small part of it. So yes, you can go through there, and you can get your pick'ems done. That'll be a little QR.
Also the unknown games.
We know we're going. You're going to Dust 2. Anybody want to take K27 or my Dust 2?
The trend so far has been that every game has been close, every game has been up in contention and has been up for debate. I think Falcons
doesn't have enough huge following on the huge community.
Yeah, I feel like we had
that's gonna be my
would be a bit too crazy if it happened 2 times in the same day.
Just play games in a game.
Then we get on the stage.
Then we get on the stage. Maybe we can bring some audience or eyeball on my stream while playing certain games, unknown games. Yeah. I hope we can do that soon. But for now, maybe tomorrow.
That's
because
right,
my schedule is always 6 p.m.
27 here.
Maybe I could start an hour early, play some games, and then after that we can watch
on the line, hanging in the balance, hoping their CS team can bail them out.
It's
not any CS team. These are
your probably start 1 hour
looking to take on the underdog to start off their group stage run. It's a match we've seen Harry at the back of the start of the event prior to Cologne. Falcons 2-0. There was a close map in there. It's also a slightly different K27, a more battle-hardened K27 that not just has played LAN since, but just came through the qualifier. They've been here in Paris grinding, and they've got a string of teams left in their way.
Yeah, and good teams at that, right? When you look at the K27 run, it's really impressive, man. The squads they're able to take down, some of them I would have said were like front runners to be battling through into the the main stage at EWC, and they were able to dispatch them fairly cleanly. So yeah, they're coming into this feeling red hot, feeling confident. Falcons can't get caught sleeping at the dawn of this tournament.
Definitely not. I mean, we've seen games like these where Falcons have, you know, in the previous roster, I think more so struggled, right? Like some matches versus Bait, some opening BO1s, BO3s, games where they get punished, picked especially. So yeah, there's definitely opportunity in a match like this, especially when you consider that this is you know, Falcons who came off at the start of the season with an immediate loss online to 100 Thieves. They've already lost to an underdog. This is LAN, Harry. This is where the big boys should be showing up. So let's see if Falcons can do it today, or if K27 have more tricks up their sleeve. I'm definitely excited by some of these K27 players, right? There's names you may be familiar with, players like Quinky, who've grinded to the top of the FACEIT leaderboard as of late. Has definitely been one to look out for. And so now, as K27 get more LAN reps under their belts, this is the final boss.
All right, here we go. The match.
We already saw Spirit upset earlier.
Very upset at that. Very upset at that. Very upset at that. Let's see what kind of form we get out of the Falcons early on. As it's pretty slow as they go pistol round here. Looking like a B finish. I'm still waiting in the tunnels. It's a util out for this mid to be.
Nice.
Quinky doing what he can, but he's getting split on. Zito with the cover. Quick drop down into the bomb site, obscuring himself from this mid-ramp. Won't get away from Modesty, who comes through with just a triage of headshots there. Tessa's still waiting down here in the tunnels. Chance to come in on the backstab as well, and that would put a bow on this pistol round. Here he is. Heard the footsteps, heard them running away, knows his time to play is now.
Hold the shot, wait for your window player as Monacy looks for his 4th frag in this pistol round. I don't think they're going to stop him.
Nice
Tessa
one.
Steals it away. No complaints here from the Falcons as they come through with a pistol. It was an admirable B-hold from those 2 players in the bomb site. But a little bit of freeze there allows Falcons to come through doors and window together, and Monacy collects both those crucial kills. Dust 2 bound to be explosive. And the force buy comes straight through here for K27.
Nice, boys. All right. That attack? Almost.
I think the Falcons, you want to see them on the other side now. The player break post the major feel like they're still progressing. You don't want to feel like it was kind of a lightning in a bottle, honeymoon phase, whatever. So I want to see them looking even more refined on the other end of the break. This is a force buy.
Nice.
From K27. They might have netted that opening kill, but Falcons still get the long control they were looking for.
Nice
swing
and a miss, but Nico there to help him out.
Quite a pace in these 2 rounds here for Falcons. Confident start.
Slowly back up.
And enough pace to push these players out of the bomb site. With that short smoke, it will be a save. Keeping the scout for later. So Falcons do convert for now. And I mean, yeah, sure, the major was, it was so Carrigan, wasn't it? Come through, the master of the stand-ins, being essentially the new stand-in, the new piece of this team, and leading them to a major victory. Rounds away from losses in multiple of those playoff maps. Still managing to take the trophy. But yeah, let's at the same time remember that Falcons still had problems prior to Karrigan joining. And one golden run doesn't undo everything. So definitely looking for some consistency and some reliability out of Falcons, especially when you consider the field right now, Harry. Like, look at Vitality and the news they've announced for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
You know, multiple stand-ins, players taking time off. You look at Spirit, well, they're not exactly in consistent form either, even losing a BO1 today. So the field is open.
Yeah, I think if you're the Falcons, you got to recognize kind of the massive opportunity, the idea that you could look to emerge as the new dominant team. Ooh, flash play into lower. Nico able to withstand it, at least trades that out.
You know, a lot of the stuff we see at Tier 1 is stolen from, you know, upcoming teams that grind, teams that play a lot of online games. You have to come up with a lot of plays and little moves that they can make. And, you know, K27 are one of those teams that have a lot of really cool setups. Don't know how much you can get away with on Dust 2, but it's nice to see them, even on an eco round, have a little flash push like that, get a 5v4, but it's traded and Falcons take the space right back. So longing out the round doesn't seem likely here for K27.
We're saving now. Everybody's saving now.
Would love to grab a couple of AKs on the way out.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the worries that always comes to mind with Dust 2 is just how it can feel by nature of the map. You'd sometimes say, oh, you know, it can feel a little 50-50. Don't often see teams kind of lean into it in a BO1, but I think for Falcons, for the reason you just said, it's actually a good place. Like, there's a little less in terms of gimmicks you could try and get away with here. You've seen a lot of it before.
And I think that also, you know, I agree, but I think the higher up the ladder you get, the less true that is, right? When you actually look at, you know, the best teams in the world in the past 18 months, and you look at a team like Vitality or a team like Spirit, well, they've just proven that consistency on Dust 2 is extremely viable. Vitality were like 44-4 or something on that map. Spirit had a pretty close record as well, just with less maps played, but essentially the same win rate. And so, at the very top level, you can find consistency on this map.
We're liking the start you've got out of Monacy. Loves a cross shot, but doesn't have a chance to fire one off in this round. Both players make it by. Especially getting to don his AWP as well for the side of K27. Bit of posturing for a mid to be, but if you look at where the bomb is, that's not where this round is ending. Karrigan, Tesses, and Kiyosuke way over towards long. One man here, it's Clax down in the pit. And he will have his work cut out for him. No flashes to support from Zido, so he's entirely alone in this. Clax, that's a gnarly double kill, and now he's got teammates en route to try and help him out. They've just got to contain Karrigan, who has made it out into no man's land.
Oh dear.
Nearly put some style on it, ends up giving it away.
That would have been a double kill with the bomb control. Now it's the opposite, they've lost it. Dropping back for the fight, Monacy in middle, overwhelmed, and the AWP has the cover as well. So it's going to be K27 on the board. But to be honest, Karrigan should be the double. It's the jump scroll that lets K27 into the round. Awkward moment indeed.
A little bit awkward, you know.
And that's going to cost you. Monacy's AWP is not cheap. Nico cannot buy an AK, nor can Kiyosuke. double AWP, and look at them go. Cito and Quinky taking risks.
A little tense though, right? AWP on the line, don't want to miss. You hear him burning in the molly.
Wow.
That's 2 players cleared out through lower, and a big problem for K27. Falcons don't jump the gun on that lower control. They throw all the util to make it real easy for themselves. And now it's just the K27 captain left to get past. Dead after 1. Monacy able to trade that out. And a chart-topping performance right now from Ilya sees him up 9-1.
You got to hold that shot as well on B, right? You're essentially 1v5 in B. If there's any way you're going to win, you just got to hope Falcons make the mistake of not checking your position. Good spacing from Falcons allows them to trade, and that feels like a really awkward round to go for that double lower push setup, right? You know Falcons have low money. You know they're likely going to have the weaponry to deal with that. There's a bunch of pistols coming in. Of course, it's still well called to get that molly in.
I also think, like, what you don't want to happen here is, like, kind of the stress of being the underdog. That was, you know, you trying an aggressive play. You can argue that the timing for it was wrong, right? I think you're dead on knowing that Falcons are low money, trying to take lower tunnels control. What you don't want to happen is for this to kind of shrink the CT side as a whole.
Sure.
I hope we still see moves made by K27, just at better moments in the game.
Yeah, it's a risky move to make when your money is on the line. And now look at the response. They've got nothing left on 3 of these players. So we're talking about 3 rifles max. They save the AWP. They're certainly going to put something in here. But yeah, they will save for later. Falcons looking at 4-1. And we're hoping on 2 players to carry K27 through this round. Boost up could be denied. Cash load waiting. They just hold the catwalk. Can't wait forever. Ooh.
That's an info.
Honestly wants more. It's util in middle. Gets his players out lower.
Nice shot. Ashley was waiting for that exact fight for what feels like the entire round. Finally, Monacy shows his head the second time around, and he will get the better of him. Ooh. And honestly, you knock Monacy out of these rounds, you feel real good about it. He's been the guy thus far for the Falcons.
Deep long control as well. So if Falcons start moving mid to B, could see X5 activate. Smoke lands behind him from his teammate. Very tempting to make a move here. This is a pressure call, right? Do you want to take the risk at this point in the round? 50 seconds, still time for Falcons to pivot. But as we can see, they are all in. 3 in the tunnels, mid to B smoke coming out. If X5 wants to move, it's now or it's never.
And as soon as he gets his info, hoping we see a bit of movement out of K27. Because it's still, you have all the info right now from this long doors push, but you're not in a position to react. It's still only 2 players over here at B, and now it's reduced down to 1. Quinky's Deagle doesn't find a thing. Carrigan's even got the spot there through mid. K27 with a decision to make. This B site real tricky to break back into, and you feel like a lot of it going to be hinging on this early fight from X5 back in the tunnels.
Definitely going to give it a go with money to spare. Flash goes over. Missed shot from X5 on the flank. Nico holds it down, and now they walk away. Well, Falcons let them. Fearing a last-second retake with low HP on 2. Falcons will get that round. I mean, it's another round that hurts to lose, but you almost can't blame K27 because when they get X5 on the flank, the whole map is quiet after that mid-to-B smoke. The call is they're either all in tunnels or they're all on short ready to pop. We don't know which one it is. So 2 players of K27 still hold the short side, 2 hold B. And yeah, okay, Falcons flash through the B smoke. It's a round that could look silly if they get massacred, but it's all they had. They had to go. So nice double entry out tunnels. Puts a 5th round on the board. And it's one of those games where you can just tell K27 are saying to themselves, we know what they're doing. Just yet to be able to stop them.
I just think, you know, when you're up against the Falcons, you have to try and walk this very fine line where you're looking for info, you're making your plays, but you're simultaneously, you know, not feeding the beast. It's a very, very tough line to walk. And even here, where, like, they get a lot of the info, you're dead on. They knew it was one of 2 positions. They were en route to clear them all out, and by the time it had kind of dawned on them, it was already too late. You kind of needed to be 5-6 seconds faster for everything in that round, but you didn't feel like you had the room to do so. Just think about how many times, even on that major run, where you saw Falcons like, on a whim, change bomb site, go somewhere else, and it ended up being the picture-perfect move. That's what you're up against here, and it can be very, very tough to deal with.
I remember a Carrigan call. Quick up catwalk. K27 continually having buys, having chances. This is another AWP back on car. Some fear of the mid to be, but as they re-clear this, Falcons get ready to pop. So what timing do we see? X5 coming back up to hold A. Gonna be required. Here's the execute.
Finally feeling like you've got bodies in the right place. Cashled's AWP able to get the ball rolling, and X5 gets involved as well on that rotation.
Nice
Pressure to
shot.
Cashled, but he'll hold on. And Zito concealed in this smoke. They don't know about him. Decides not to play on the back of that flash. 4v2 right now for K27, and they're going to hand off. Leave it to the retake.
I like that, but it's m0NESY and Nico.
It's meant to be the duo that gets it done. m0NESY dead right away. Nico, that's clean. We're going to need 3 more just like that. K27 swarm him. So finally getting something else on the board for the K27 squad.
Nice to see them not overheat, right? Super tempting to brawl in that round. You have that player ready to jump up through the smoke in a 2-on-4. Very tempting indeed, but give it up. Play the post-plant together. Sure, you give them, you know, chances to get into post-plant positions, but then you just trade your kills out, and that's exactly what K27 do. So no overheating indeed. Some really nice shots coming out from this AWP. Last 2 kills being headshots from the AWP. Chance to put Falcons money down.
I mean, the 2 rounds that K27 have are both them repelling these attempts from Falcons to get into A. And so I think now the onus is going to be on stopping one of these mid to Bs, stopping one of these B hits. Maybe even stopping it before it gets going. X5 with aggression. Tesses has eyes on.
He is the Rock, isn't he? No stone unturned.
You just can't afford to have B feel like such a vulnerability. You need a hold out of these 2.
That kill tempts you back the other way. They go clearing cat. They're in no hurry. The push is actually going to come through from K27 in the dark. They push into upper. Nico and m0NESY side by side, ready to swing. This surely won't go wrong, right? Nico swings,
nice.
There's the trade. Not
That's
even
open.
needed 2 kills from Falcons.
Side is open.
Sees them to a 6th round. Just feels like it's on rails right now.
I mean, I think we're in danger of learning very, very quickly how brutal Dust 2 CT sides can feel when one half of the map is just under so much scrutiny.
Yeah.
Even there, like, that's you looking for a solution. You're a man down, it's 4v5, you're feeling uncomfortable. Screw it. We're going to try and bring the fight to them. Come in with the upper tunnels push. We know that they just killed our A player. We were expecting them in kind of a bit of limbo there, maybe moving around the setup. Try and finally throw down the gauntlet on the B site, and actually you end up doing what we said earlier. You feed the beast, you give them the way in.
You're looking for the weak half, right? Maybe it's 1 player in upper and 4 coming out on mid to B. You kill the bomb or you kill a player in upper. Now you have more control. The alternative is you sit in B and you just know that, you know, you're going to get dry run. They're going to split you on perfect timing. Maybe you can multi-kill, although they've been unable to do so yet. So
nice
another
nice round,
patient
Falcons.
round paying off for the Falcons in a 5v4. Good check from Tesses on that cat push. That's where it could have all gone wrong.
And almost like the mind game that's being played is, look, every time you've got an aggressive, it's ruined the round for you. So rely on some gambles, and I think that's exactly what Karrigan wants. He's very, very good at piecing those together.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tag.
Well. That's not even something you really had to worry about in this game. Honesty's not been super involved on these cross shots, not with the usual frequency, but now a tag down range, softening up the B defense even more.
Careful, Monacy. He's already in a position.
Monacy looks long, but Ashley on an orthodox angle. So we shouldn't see this fight. Stalemate for now. Cat control taken here for Falcons. Good grenades.
That's a chunky
grenade.
grenade.
Hard.
Or
Don't you just get tempted by this mid to B because it's just gone so well for you? Honestly, still considering, and if Tessus walks in, this might be bomb spotted. Okay, hands it off. Still, Cashlid needs to hit this, and he needs to hit it quick. Shadow connects. What a tag from Tessus, but Cashlid's still here.
I mean, getting the kill is nice. It's just how do you get out with double flashes through the doors?
Yeah. Nice one.
Kyosuke sent in, and now they've got the long control. 2 players over here on short. And this A-split taking shape. Ooh. Think downrange brings Nico low on the spam. Feeling a bit of pressure now. It's a great reaction for K27. They go, they clear out short. Now they've only got long to worry about.
It's not an easy clear either, but they're going to keep sending it, fighting for this ramp. Another kill from Klax with a bomb drop. Kyosuke is going nowhere fast. It is K27 back in the game with a very important rifle round. This could have edged on Stomp territory, but now they've saved their CT side and they have put Falcons in quite the money trouble. Nice retake of the catwalk there from K27. Even though Falcons have numbers, it doesn't feel like it. They're boxed in, smoking behind them. So pressure on as Falcons force buy with 3 AKs.
K27.
I don't think it would be shocking here to anticipate a bit of a heavier B lean for K27 in this round. Again, you know the money's kind of honorable for the Falcons. You know that that's where they found all their success in this game thus far. The A site has actually done a fantastic job of holding its own. And so I'm almost anticipating, you know, maybe you start with that 2 players over towards B, 3rd guy floating around mid, kind of B hill area. I hope we don't see them play for the tunnels again. We remember how that let them down at the first chance they had to break the Falcons' money.
Yeah, no gambles on B yet. So would now be the time? Would they? Should they? Falcons going all into tunnels.
Anti-long rush set up for K27.
Spawn's always a factor. Falcons are going pretty quick into this solo B site.
Might want to molly the left side.
With the A4 here, it's not easy. You would love an AK.
Still, Zito's now got to worry about middle with Karrigan lobbing in the fake. Quinky holds on for the first, but can't stop the spillover, and Karrigan plays his timing out through mid. Second player through the smoke. Tess's flash leaves him dead. And Karrigan has just caused chaos here on this one-man surge through the mid smokes.
Look at him go. He's looking for more, hunting this orb down. And he knows they can't get back in this round. He's got teammates behind him. Nice shot from Cashlid, but it's about surviving at this point. Max trying to bail him out, but not from range. Kyosuke with one more. And before all is said and done, this round is over. No escaping. Molly at his feet, and Falcons charge him down. Great work on that B side again. Even Karrigan in middle going massive with the Tech 9.
He got blinded.
So unfortunate for X5. He flashed himself through the smoke as Tessus throws one over the wall of B.
I also just think, though, that the setup right now for K27 does feel pretty brittle in terms of... they're very dedicated to A in a lot of these rounds. They're playing a player on short. Usually it's X5 ready to drop down. They have a second guy in the bomb site ready to support long and short, but these are like very committed positions.
Wow.
Carrigan on the jump up, feeling it after the double in the last round, and he's just playing his timing.
He just ran down middle with,
Captain's
I guess,
going to clash here. He's seen the util, knows he's got X5 out in the open, and this A-hold that has been the only tried and tested thing for K27, finally looking to let them down.
Carrigan's showing these kids how it's done. Straight down middle, down the guts, finds the AWP, and opens up that A bomb site. Clacks on long, they know it. That bomb is running knife out to B. Dear, oh dear. Felt like K27 may have saved their half with that third round, but Falcons low money bounced back very quickly.
And it's just kind of feeling a little awkward right now. It's like every time you've tried to go and take short, which would
Carrigan
be a nice point of rotation to have when they break out these
Levin, right?
So you'd be able to jump down and try and fight for it. Every time they've looked for it, it's led to an opening death. That player getting found out, that player getting dealt with. You had X5 there a couple of rounds ago.
Nice
this
one,
time
guys.
it's the AWP.
I like it.
And so it's leaving you in a pretty rigid structure right now with 3 over towards A, 2 over towards B, and you're saying, guys, you just have to multi-kill if they come B.
Monacy has spawn for B with the AWP. I wonder if he just like walks in tunnels at this point of the game. Like everything has worked. B has been a problem. You got spawns. He might just be calling to peek B insta. And nobody's even home. They just boosted mid for a pick. Or rather a late cross, but yeah, that smoke comes down. Monacy calls it off. Falcons don't feel the pressure. Everything has worked. Again, catwalk control taken.
It wouldn't surprise me if this one gets a bit more exciting, but I say that. They just found X5 on short. There's Zito close. So finally having kind of multiple players here to trade contact over in middle.
Oh, he just missed that cross out. They cross back, reinforcing this B site with 2.
I mean, it was the right adjustment for K27. It's just come very late in the day.
Is he going to hide deep pits? They're resetting long. 1 kill would be massive from Zito here.
Oh, but he's walking in. Still gets his right as Tess says, goes to check the corner. Can't follow up, and that is the bomb spotted. So wonder if Monacy and Nico want to get tricky with this.
(2v4) when it began.
What's the plan here, Nico?
Bomb long, Monacy hoping for a fight in middle. Nothing getting given. 25 to the clock. Cashlid can win the round with a single shot. He's just cleared long, and now Nico walks out. So I got bad news as Monacy fakes it. Nico holds his part of the bargain. How are you going to cross with that bomb? There's only 10 seconds. He needs to run. The smoke comes down, and they can't stop him. Nico makes it in. Nice shot up close, and that feels like that's that. Quinky 1v2. He's got the nades and an AK. No kits. They throw everything they have.
Just a round that spiraled away from you. You almost can't believe it's fallen onto the shoulders of Quinky. He's not filled with confidence here as he makes his way into hostile territory. 2 players ready to face him. Monacy takes first contact, and that's all that is required. Monacy putting on a clinic, and Falcons showing up 9-3, a runaway first half.
Yeah, a phenomenal half of Counter-Strike, really. Put in some awkward positions, put in some rounds where K27 had strong, aggressive setups. Falcons punished every single time, and yeah, really hard game for K27 to recover, and it all ends in that first half with a 2-on-4 out on the long side. When Zito gets his 3rd kill and repeats, you think he thinks they're going to lose that round. My oh my. Quite a start here in Paris for Falcons, but they've got to finish what they've started. 9-3 first half, off to the CT side.
Also just nice to see the Falcons looking this adaptable right out of the gate. You know, no slow starts. Every reaction here was so spot on. Like, finally K27 kind of all in the mid for all. They play for that space. They only have SMGs to work with. But the reaction was almost instantaneous. That bomb was back long and ready to go in what felt like seconds. And then they slow it down in the clutch. They give a bit of breathing room to Nico and Monacy to play it out. But, you know, you're constantly racing against the minds of the Falcons, and they're looking very, very quick to get this game going. They can make it real easy for themselves if they pick up this pistol round.
Carrigan sees him out long. Nico, headshot on short. X5 has found the gap for now, walking straight out middle, but that lower position as the smoke fades, m0NESY catches him. Oh, careful!
Nice
does get
one.
that pre-fire off. They're going to cross into the site. Carrigan,
Why?
nice headshot. He's
Why
held
would
his
you pick
own
that?
in these last few rounds, but he will be found
Okay.
after 1. 3 on 4 here. Bomb yet to make it in. Loose on the ramp, and everybody's fighting here. Falcons reflashing.
Full blind. Still good for it. And that's m0NESY removed. Top performer. Still, there's a lot of teeth. Chomping at the bit to get involved are all of the Falcons, and Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with the turn. What a sequence! Back against the wall, no issue for Quinky. The one-man army on K27.
Okay. 1v3 ace out of Quinky saves K27 from absolute humiliation in this game. This was as one-sided as it gets. But that pistol clutch has just put them back in with an opportunity. Falcons run him down on the reload, but he puts that mag in just in time.
Oh no.
He's even bought the AWP for Cashlet in this second round. It's an audacious purchase. Wanting to get your AWP going in this second half, they walk silent up Cat.
You just hope a round like that inspires the troops. I do wonder how much adrenaline Quinky's got coursing through him after that clutch.
Throw it, throw it, throw it now.
Just testing the waters over here on short. Seeing if they like what they see. Carrigan does have a smoke to block this. But he holds on to it for a very long time. That's not a good smoke. Tap on it.
Oh no.
I'll try and play through behind it. Oh dear, Nico makes it interesting. And the rest of Falcons trying to give chase up through short. They're not going to get here in time.
Guns, please. Testers can't find them. Galil to the hand, but bomb down and AWP ready to line them up. Kiyasuke 1v3 and they're not having it. Quinky shuts it down and 5 rounds for K27, stopping the Falcons force by. Baby steps, but certainly in the right direction here on this T side now. The AWP lives to tell the tale into one more eco round. Getting messy on short. Felt like they were ready to go back into the mid to B, but the kills just present themselves with that miss smoked. B-rush? Go on.
Nice, try and give Falcons a taste of their own medicine.
Tessers waits so long for that flash, it never comes. He's looking into the wall when they kill him. Quite a B-rush. Insta door smoke, double HE, and just go through.
They take advantage of the economy on Falcon, so just save it. Save your money for next round. Don't let them give some bonus. You know what? Never mind. Never mind.
Alright, Cashlet's got his match here. m0NESY's AWP as well. Late cross spotted. m0NESY's not giving him the fight.
Dangerous game that, but X5's live to tell the tale.
That's a big nade.
Here from Nico. K27 up catwalk.
And this is all the makings of a mid to be. Don't have control out towards long. Don't really have any clear picture as to what's happening on A. You have at least forced them within the bomb site, so you've slowed the rotations. You kind of put yourself in a good position to succeed here. If you're able to get through these entries, even trades for Falcons would leave them in a pretty awkward spot. Long rotates, 3-on-3 retake at B, so you need something out of these B players here.
They don't shoot. No support. Tessus and Kiyosuke against the world.
Good timing on that block.
20 seconds,
That's
though.
brutal. And are they really going to try and change their mind on this?
Nope.
They thought about it. They're still thinking about it. There isn't time for this. Going to try and run that bomb out towards short. They lose Clax on the long side, so it's turned into a mid to be. That is chaotic. They'll get away with the kills, but the bomb lost over in mid. Time decides. For K27, indecisiveness, unable to make up their mind. It gets the better of them, and it costs them everything.
There's so much going on, right? So many cluttered comms. They get out long, they get a kill, they rotate, Clax dies, they realize it can't go A. There's even no time, really, to get up catwalk and plant that bomb. They bail mid to B. If the bomb was upper, I'd say they have a good shot in the round. 2v2, they got the B site. They can plant that bomb. Tessus is dead. The K27 don't leave themselves any room for error, and with errors made, Falcons collect a round on this CT side. That's more like it. Gut punch out long.
Oh, that's nearly the lineup around this smoke.
Oh. Beyond the grave.
Deep fried
no
with the smoke.
For that move out of Tessus. Walks the mid smoke.
That's really rude. Knew he had a 1v1, but still.
Oh, nice one, Kiyosuke.
They line up for him. It's on rails.
Respect is disappearing from the Falcons now. At 11-6. Pushing through smokes in your face. And K27, they're down to 2K a player.
Are they gonna try it again?
Feeling far gone now. Gonna get one more chance up against match point here in this best of one.
You're seeing Falcons take a lot more liberties. They have left Carrigan all on his lonesome out here on long. But apparently that's not an issue.
Easy.
Flash gets there just a second too late to help him out, but it will get contained, and now you have 6 chances for a dominant close.
Yeah, some signs of life here for K27 in this game, but I think the takeaway is Falcons have come to play, right, with all the pressure on the shoulders of the club championship. Second place team, relying on their last few competitions, CS being the main one.
I mean, it's also just the case that even though Falcons as an org have always done well here at EWC, the CS division has struggled.
Yeah.
And, you know, Carrigan already came in and kind of cured the major woes. Now they're hoping he can do the same here.
I mean, lost to Aurora last year, who went on to lose the final. But let's be honest here, looking at this group stage, there's no clear threat on paper for Falcons. 2 wins and you're straight into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's one of these ones where it felt like, you know, the greatest opponent was almost themselves in a sense, you know. You've seen slow starts from Carrigan-led teams in the past. It's very reassuring to see them coming in looking polished.
Oh, nice!
The K27 that have had a legit run to get to this point. They were in good form. But Falcons playing like the favorites.
Right there.
4v4 and the map goes quiet. Bomb out long. 2 players on Cat. Cedo waiting for re-aggression. He's getting exactly that, but teammate swings with him and m0NESY collects a kill. m0NESY with a monster game right now. He's going to go for more, surely. Feeling invincible on this orb. Missed flick and the bomb crosses in. It will be a retake, but it won't be waiting around as they line up through the smoke. Kiyosuke closes. Simple as that for the Falcons. 13-6. K27 are shown the door.
Yeah, dominant stuff, man. It's the Falcons you wanted to see from the get-go in this tournament. No messing around, straight to the point, running circles around the underdogs in K27.
That's exactly the start that you would expect from the Falcons, who are coming back off of a major win. They start their campaign off here strong in Paris for the Esports World Cup. Yeah, Nico and company looking primed, looking proper right there. Nico and m0NESY really tag teaming to give K27 a little bit of a taste as to what's to come.
Can't really ask for more, can
Let's
you?
go.
I think that was the first time today we see one of the clear-cut favorites also playing like a clear-cut favorite. Credit to K27 for, you know, a brief moment in that second half, you know, stringing together some rounds and maybe making us think that there was a chance of this game being competitive. But end of the day, Falcons in control, start to finish. And maybe you're right, Janko. Maybe we're getting the best of both worlds now from Falcons, a team that is good in the group stage and also shows up in the play.
Well, I wouldn't get too ahead of ourselves, Jacob. But, you know, Falcons just taking care of business here. Doing what they need to do. It's unfortunate in a way for K27. You can say, oh, why are you playing them on Dust 2? Well, they don't have a ton of choice really in the veto, you know, in that sense. And Falcons are not going to, you know, feel pressured whatsoever. It's one of their favorite maps alongside Anubis, and this is what you get.
But there was pressure applied, right? So credit where credit is. I wouldn't say that necessarily they tested the Falcons. No, that's not going to be the storyline. Hell, the numbers would even say that. But there were some glimpses of perhaps brilliance in there. Jacob, I know you love being positive. Tell us something.
Yeah, I mean, winning the second pistol and converting, it makes you believe that, okay, if you win the first buy round, then all of a sudden you have a game, and that's the charm of best of one, MR12, that there's not that long for a big comeback. But when you get away with 3 rounds in the first half, you're pretty much done for if you're K27. That would have been a massive comeback and highly unlikely, even though that they would have gathered a couple of more rounds. It still felt like Falcons were in control, especially when you consider that m0NESY were feeling it, Nico were feeling it, and overall, they seem very calm and composed. So, sure, you can make the case that K27 applied a tiny bit of pressure, but nothing that Falcons really suffered on.
Yeah, I had a strong start at a 9-3
I like it.
half, too. On your T
Let's
side.
go,
The
Falcons
swinging for the fences.
Let's
They
go.
got the home run they were looking for right here. And a best of one. No scary stuff. They didn't really come down any sort of nonsense that sometimes the Falcons can find for themselves, Janko.
Yeah, and it's important to start the tournament on the right foot, you know, and you look at, yeah, a lot of things will make the playoffs, but it also matters, you know, who you're going to face in that first round. So going through as quickly as possible goes a long way to having a good bracket later on.
Yeah, and a good day outside of this matchup. Let's find out what m0NESY's got to say. Freya.
So much, Trace. Yes, I do have Ilya down here on the stage. Congratulations from the outside. This looked like quite an easy match for you. Was it as easy as it looked from the outside, inside the server?
Yeah, we were very calm today in TeamSpeak on the game, on the server, with our calls, with our decisions, so yes.
Individual form from you. It looked excellent. Was that just down to, you know, you missing playing a little bit on LAN? Has it been a long 6 weeks away from the PC for you?
Yes, I definitely miss playing on LAN after Major, because the only tournament we played it was Blast, and we insta lost, you know, so we had a lot of time to prepare, so we were very hungry to come back on LAN.
Yeah, we'll just forget about that online affair. Now, not to hype your ego up anymore, m0NESY, but Cashlid, over on the other side, he did say that you were his idol. He was kind of molding his style off of you. Do you want to give him any advice, any words of wisdom?
Play hard.
Actually, I didn't know, but any advice? Just play more matches, get as much experience as you can, and everything will come with experience in the future. The most important is to believe in yourself.
Final question for you, m0NESY. Of course, EWC, we know how important it is to Falcons as an organization. Does that put more pressure on you guys here to perform?
No, not really. We don't really take this as a pressure. We just take it as an opportunity to help our organization to win another club championship.
Pleasure, as always, to get to catch up with you, m0NESY. Thank you so much for your time. That's Falcons 1-0 up here in Paris.
Falcons!
Whoop, whoop. Yeah, m0NESY ending out at 22-8 there in regulation. Otherwise, quick, easy work for the side of the Falcons. m0NESY looked like he had a good time.
Yeah, and obviously he had a good time in Cologne as well, got his major MVP there, and I think we're seeing that a little bit more in recent tournaments with m0NESY, you know, and then some of the interviews, especially in Cologne, those post-game ones, like he has just found the joy again in playing the game, right, in this team, and I think he shows on the server. I think he's a guy who needs to sort of have that to be able to perform on a high level, and if he has found some consistency now, like that's going to make Falcons even more dangerous.
Yeah, it goes without saying he's a massive win condition for Falcons in pretty much any game they play, whether that's group stage, playoff, you name it. As you said, a bit of a breakthrough through the major, you know, getting the MVP as well. And if anything, if you want to zoom out a bit, maybe he's also able to close a bit of that gap, you know, that Saivu and Dunk as of late have opened up to him. I think m0NESY being the MVP of the major, playing like this as well, maybe it is a three-horse race for the best player in the world. After all, if he continues down this trend, and especially if Dunk is showing a bit of that inconsistency that we never really seen from him before.
Yeah, and you look for where those weaknesses are going to be within some of these top
versus
teams,
Bait.
some of these high-caliber teams, especially with the
MIBR versus Astralis and then Navi
They've
versus
taken their
3D
L
Man.
earlier today. How do they bounce back and remain some of those top-tier teams? The things that separate them from the pack, the ones that keep them up there. For us, at least, putting a ribbon on such a performance, or at least such a showing from K27. They're in the building. You guys said they were excited to be here. Is there anything else you can put on their plate?
Yeah, I think we have an example from the first half, like some of the sort of discrepancies between, you know, tier 1 teams and some of these lower tier teams when it comes to the macro understanding. So in this round, another reset round, Falcons go with this fast sort of down mid play from Nico. Kerrigan did it as well, so they're quick about this. See the nade combination, right? And then Kerrigan is just going to throw a deep molly and they want to go B, right? But X5 is in front of it and he just wants to play now, like understands maybe he has some space here. Unfortunately, he's going to get punished by Tessus, right? Tessus is the long player. So now that should signal you that they are heavily towards B on the side of Falcons. The Falcons know that, so they slow it down, throw some utility towards B, mid to B, smoke. Kerrigan wants to put some pressure. It's important he got the upper off of this angle, and then after the smoke, like that prompts a reaction from K27 in upper B, and this is exactly what Falcons were waiting for, right? Like they're positioned perfectly to punish this. That was probably just the call from Kerrigan. I'm gonna put some pressure. They're gonna push B. You guys are gonna kill them, and that's exactly what happened. And you know, it's an example of just manipulating some of the rotations, and maybe K27 being a little bit too naive, going for that B push when Tessus was spotted in lower B.
Kind of forcing them to where you want to have that fight, like forcing that reaction. I think, Jacob, you know, there was a little bit of a suffrage here when it came to the second pistol round. You know, I think it's unfortunate. Yes, you get an ace out of it, but it is a bit rough around the edges when it's in vain, right?
Yeah, sure. But then again, you showed a bit of that individual quality that K27 also possesses. As Janko said, it's not a team that we're going to remember here at EWC, but perhaps in a year's time from now, some of these players will have found a way to make a big mark, you know, on Counter-Strike, whether that is within K27 or if that's in another team. But, you know, small glimpses of, you know, good potential, good individual playmaking, especially considering they came from the LCQ as well, where they won 3 best of 3s in a row, that they kind of distanced themselves from teams like Fnatic, Eyeballers, and Saw for that matter, who they beat. So it's a team to look out for and maybe players to look out for the future.
Yeah, they're accruing experience at this point in time, right? Like when you're a young team, you sort of don't even necessarily realize maybe how these teams are beating you, right? And then you see things that happen. It's like, this is what they were thinking, right? And then you sort of learn more about the game. You evolve your understanding of the game, and that's how you improve.
Yeah, I mean, just as a testament, you know, how fast was your guys' first LAN game, right, in your own head? I'm sure it might have taken a long time, but that game goes by pretty quick. You start to learn to break that down and compartmentalize.
But even just practice. Like once you start to practice with tier 1 teams and you're like, all right, like this is what these guys are doing. And then obviously even more so in officials. But that's why it's a process, right? It has to be a process for every individual player. And then also you as a unit need to be able to grow.
And no shame for K27. You're playing Falcons. You're playing the team who just won the major a couple of months ago. You're playing Nico and m0NESY, who clearly were having a good time here in Dust 2 and have had a bit of a habit of having a good time on Dust 2 against the best teams in the world as well. So in that regard, sure, as Janko saying, if you can learn something from this game, if you could, the round you showcased just before, Janko, it was clear and evident that Tessus towards lower, the push should have come from the long guy. He was the guy supposed to take space, you know, figure out that, okay, it is towards the B bomb side. Then you could have kept 2 players on B, you know, and maybe be ready for the hit that was coming in for Falcons. They look at that, they learn by that, they maybe alter the way they will play around like that next time around, and who knows if that means the game then finishes 13-7 and not 13-6.
Yeah, and it could be as simple as a change of numbers, obviously, Jacob. I don't know why you have that big smirk on your face. It makes me a little uneasy.
Yeah.
Luckily, the people at home can't see that. We actually have Nico smirk instead, which I know that you guys are big fans of here.
Do you agree, Yanko? Is Monesi, can he still be part of the conversation, you know, best player in the world? Or
Yeah, absolutely not. What if he's the major MVP in Singapore?
There we go.
Like, how can you, a guy who's won 2 major MVPs, not make him, you know, potentially put him as #1? Obviously, depends on a lot more tournaments. And I think what's important is it's wide open still, in my eyes, right? Like, we don't know how Vitality is going to perform moving forward. A couple of events, they're going to have a stand-in. Yeah. You don't expect them to sort of win events with a stand-in, right? What if Falcons are the one, or Spirit is the one with Dong to do it? So I think it's a lot more competitive this year than last year.
Which, you know, it's only fair. We talked a little bit about Kerrigan, so your boy
What's
Tessus.
next?
Let's talk about I know that there were some question marks about, yes, okay, this is what Tessus brings to the table here, and now they want to major, so we quelled that.
And then we have Paravision versus Fate.
Yeah, I mean, it's
MIBR versus Astralis.
I think Tessus is best shown when the game is close, you know, when he needs to find impact.
There's a lot of game going on right now, folks.
To be completely honest. I think Tessus is also benefiting from Kerrigan coming into the team. I think Kerrigan likes to have a player that is a soldier for the team. I think Cadian even labeled it as a soldier fighting, winning the major, you know, in Cologne. So having Tessus on your team,
and also Group
in the role he's in, I'm sure individually speaking, he would probably get more out of himself in a different team, in a different role. But personally, I would rather be Tessus, you know, playing maybe not the best roles and then winning majors and winning trophies, playing next to Monesi and Nico than showcasing my individual skills. So I think both sides are heavy on that one.
Yeah, he'll have his moments in Kerrigan's system, right, where he'll have to play, and he has the right personality for that role, right? Like, you always need to have a finite amount of resources in a round.
There are 16 games today for upper bracket. Whoever wins, we're going to advance upper bracket semifinals. Whoever loses, we're going to go to lower bracket.
Doesn't have an ego in that sense that though he has to have the numbers or he has to have the opportunities, right?
For now,
he'll just do whatever the team requires of him to help the team win.
Yeah, for us, still tons of more Counter-Strike to go. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Yeah, we can put a ribbon and bow on this one for K27 and Falcons. That's a done data.
I mean,
as it shapes up, we've
to be
got
fair,
Vision,
K27 is battling Falcons, which is
here. MIBR, Strauss, all the
fresh from
here at the EWC.
Major
That's
Cologne.
the Esports World Cup live from Paris. We go to a break, we come back, and it is going to be that BB team.
K27 is an underdog. I haven't heard that game or that team ever since. So, you know, just to be fair, it's not an easy battle for K27.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let
which one do you want to watch? Is it Bedboom versus Face
superpower.
or MIBR versus Astralis? Which one do you want to watch?
Now imagine an entire city being built
Type
to
it down below.
supercharge it.
If you are on YouTube,
Kadir
type
City,
it on the comment
powered by
section,
Play.
also in Twitch and Kick, because we are live on YouTube, Twitch and Kick. So type in what do you want to see, what match do you want to see. I'm glad Falcons didn't crumble just like they did in Blast. First round in Blast. Dang it. Chat, I'll be back. I'm just gonna grab some coffee. Alright? And don't forget, if you're watching YouTube, don't forget to subscribe on my YouTube channel. It's Mr. Dale if you like the content. And if you're also watching in Kick on Twitch, just click the follow button. Alright? If you like the content. That's if you like the content or the stream. So yeah, I'll be back.
a regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
It's the Esports World Cup live from Paris, and we've got another banger coming up here as we continue our best of ones within the opening stages of this Counter-Strike 2 tournament itself. I say that because FaZe are entering the building versus BB Team, and in a best of one environment, anything weird can and probably will happen to you in the server. Of course, we had to get rid of one of our analysts so we could bring in a totally new one here, an up-and-coming talent. We could call him that, five-time major winner, Dupree. And of course, we've got his friend Jacob here. So, Dupree, how's it been today, man? How'd you find the games?
Yeah, it's been good. I think we've had a little bit of everything. Like, we had some slaughters. We also had some games that was very close, but we also had games that, you know, just was dragged out. So I think it's been a good start to the tournament. We've had that upset with Spirit losing to GG How. So I think that's the biggest upset we've seen so far.
Yeah, safe to say there was a big upset. I feel like all games apart from the Falcons K27 have been hyper competitive, you know. So I can't see a reason why we shouldn't expect this one to be the same thing, Trace.
It might as well be, yeah. BB Team versus FaZe, both in their own ways, very, very unique storylines. We can start on the BB Team side of things. The team that seems to have found a footing at this echelon of play, even though most of the time it seems like they have what we call a stand-in or a substitute. Not ideal if you're trying to play in a server with 5v5 parameters.
No, it's super frustrating because I think all of us have seen what they can do. You know, even playing with a stand-in, having Boomits as a leader, what they did at the major was very impressive. What they did in Atlanta, I am Atlanta leading up to the major, equally impressive. So we definitely seen the potential of BT Team, but I would just love to see a bit of a stability coming out from them. You know, I would love to see the same lineup play 3 tournaments in a row so we can start to evaluate whether or not this is a team that is punching upwards, stagnating, or maybe have to look down in the rankings in order to manifest themselves. I'm not sure at the moment, but I think a test against a FaZe right now who's seemingly looking better and better should be a good little indicator of where we find BB.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance here. Also, the fact that it is a best of one. But I think the whole storyline for BB Team here is obviously the run at the major that, you know, saw them coming in with a stand-in, and that's really been haunting them throughout the season, right? It's like a team that's only played, I think, 9 total games on LAN together. So at this point, you know, it's a team that still seems to be, you know, finding their footing with the full roster.
Well, even some of those LAN games that got in there and some of that success, hell, we roll the clock back to Atlanta a little bit here. We see a BB team that's poised to find their way into the playoffs pretty expeditiously. So, yeah, that is still a team that didn't play with the regular 5 or the 5 that was planned.
No, and that's been the big issue for them, right? But I guess the positive thing is that it's been the same 4 players, you know, circling in and out and around. And now that you have Dillard back, you have Siren back to the lineup as well after the major. It is players who's been practicing a lot together. Yep. Unfortunately for them, these stand-in issues are always coming last second with visas not being acquired, etc., etc. So you'd assume that behind the scenes, they played together quite a lot. The problem is, as you described it as well, Peter, is we haven't seen them play too much together in a LAN setting, in a LAN environment. So that's the question mark attached to them. That being said, though, I feel like whenever we do see a BB team play, they always surprise us. They always play well. They seem to be a coherent team. So I don't see a reason why we shouldn't expect them to do well here in Paris.
No, it's the stand-in situation, and that seems to be coming back to them. But they seem to be doing well every single time they get to that point, right? It's like the fundamentals of the team, and they lower their expectations, and they have the fundamentals in Boomies to just call the things on the fly, and people seem to be slotting well into their roles. And I'm just curious to see if they can ever find back to a level that is going to be as good when they had stand-ins, right? I think people are probably thinking, why wouldn't they keep Plumbers once they played so well at the major, right? But at the same time, it's a given time where the team still needs to be finding their footing with the team, and this is a great opportunity. This is a great start, and the best of one. I think it's definitely an opponent that they can be taken on.
It is an opponent that can be taken off, but also, I guess, with both of these teams in their stumbling point, right? Because for FaZe, it's not like they're necessarily not a revolving door currently, as is.
I think this is a massive test for FaZe Clan. We saw at the Bounty that, sure, they're looking better. I think Twist as an in-game leader have done a great job. Nedu has just been signed to the team now, no longer officially a stand-in, but he's a full-blooded member of FaZe Clan. So that's the direction they've been deciding to go. I think it's very important for us to get some reassurance where FaZe is heading right now, because what I saw at the Blast Bounty was positive. It was definitely trending in the right direction. When you have players like Twist and Frozen on your lineup, you feel like you're almost guaranteed to be competitive at some level, but that wasn't really the case when Kerrigan was still in the lineup. So it's a question mark to me where we kind of set the expectation for FaZe. Are we looking at a team that is trying to break into top 10? Are we looking at a team that is just trying to stabilize around 10 to 15? Are we looking at a team that has to fight Nathan Tools to be 15 to 20? I don't think the jury has been set just yet, but I think this tournament is super, super important. And when you consider where these two teams are at right now, if you're FaZe and you want to be considered a top 10, top 15 team, well, then you got to beat BB team.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think it's the question marks that's been revolving around FaZe for so long that it's good that it comes with a bit of a clearance, also signing NetEU as you mentioned, but FaZe has already hit rock bottom, right? When they didn't qualify for the major, that's kind of rock bottom for them. So they could only go one way. That's forward, right? And now the fact that they've picked up players like Jabone, they've luckily kept someone like Frozen, right? Still sticking on to Jacob, but also the fact of signing NetEU now for the full roster. They're also moving in a direction now where they seem to be picking up the young players, but at the same time, it all seems like a team that doesn't have the leeway to actually approach the right players they maybe wanted. So they have to go with it sort of B option. But I kind of like that approach that they decide to go with the more talent pool instead of going for the ones that is already established, because we've seen how that one works out for teams that is already established, that they go for the names instead of the ones that actually wants to prove them than there. And then there is obviously the fact that Progi's not alive anymore. I think that paid off very well for FaZe.
See, that's my issue, right? Because I don't disagree with that. I like the fact that you're going for some of the young up-and-coming players. You give a bit more time to Jacob as well. For me personally, I'm not sure he needs more time. I think I've seen what I got from him, and to some extent, he's doing a decent job winning FaZe Clan. But he's not a player that is going to make sure that you're top 10. And then you look at J-Bone. Okay, you're benched in big, and now you're coming into FaZe Clan. Are you supposed to be a player that is elevating the team to top 10? Maybe. I think he's the one who's shown the most potential and shown glimpses of what he can do. So I like the direction they're going in that regard. To me, it's the communication, because when you then listen to some of the upper management within FaZe Clan talking about how they still have a lot of money and they're willing to spend and they're invested into Counter-Strike, let's be completely honest, and this is not necessarily a negative thing, but that's a budget version of FaZe Clan right now. This is not an expensive team in terms of acquiring J-Bone, in terms of keeping Jacob. The salary these players are getting, NetEU for that matter as well, they're relatively cheap players, so that's not a big bluster signing where you're saying we're going to spend the money, we're going to buy some experience, we're going to back up Twist and Frozen to build a team that is most definitely going to be top 10 or top 5. If anything, they've taken a step back and now they're trying to I guess, build a team on a smaller budget, but also where the potential is hopefully what's going to carry them through.
But realistically, if you are FaZe Clan, who are you going after to kind of fill in those
the
blanks?
Thing. Who wants to join the team?
Around a Frozen, around a Twist, like that. There's such massive gaps in the whole plan there, the whole structure.
But I'll tell you, that's exactly the issue, right? Because if you're FaZe Clan, and I've said this a couple of times in my podcast as well, your most important job now is to make sure that you're competitive enough that players want to join your team. Because this iteration of FaZe Clan is not going to be the final one. If it is, then Frozen will leave, Twist will go somewhere else. As you said, the gap between those two and the rest of the team is just too big. Your most important job now, Peter, is to make sure that you're competitive enough that other good players want to join you, and then we'll see if they're all, talking, if they're willing to spend on some of those players, because they cost money and they're expensive to give salary to. But if FaZe want to be a top 10 team, top 5 team, if you want to back up Twist and Frozen, you got to sign better players. Question is, who of the other 3 are you going to keep for the future?
And it's not even that they've gone there. I mean, we're talking about a FaZe without Neo now. We're talking about a different look FaZe and a different approach seemingly to how they want to take things going forward. Academy teams, this, that, or the other. Where do you find the FaZe conundrum right now?
I actually think the swap of coaches was very needed for the team, and I think also the fact that Neo was maybe more of I wouldn't say like a soft coach, but maybe not the guy that would go and, just, he would maybe like, take things and then, wrap it up a little bit instead of just going straight honest to the player and saying, you're not doing good enough right now. And I think that is also the case with Brokey. And that's why I think he's been removed now that there's new eyes now on the block. And he came in and saw that Brokey was an obvious issue for the team in terms of his performance, but also probably his, the way he functioned together with his teammates. So I think it's nice to see that it's a bit of change of scenery, that a new coach comes in and dares to make these moves, even though that the FaZe management also had something to do with it. But overall, the fact that they now had to sign younger players that come from academy projects, I think it's the right approach. I think that is the approach they can do, probably the only one they could do in this situation where they have to build from the ground by not qualifying for the major.
If anything, it gives a bit of urgency as well, because if you're J-Bone, if you're Nedio, for that matter, if you're Jacob, you know that if you're not performing, odds are you're not going to be there in 6 months, and that could be a good thing. That could be a good thing that is motivating these players to show their absolute best and, making sure there's a case for them to stay with the future FaZe Clan lineup, which I think is going to look a bit different. When you have players like Twist and Frozen, you can acquire good players. Question is if they can convince those two that they should stay there.
Yeah, there's a certain point where you are really just building back up from the bottom. Hey, enough from hearing us about it. Let's hear from FaZe.
I think we've got to start this interview with some celebrations, Natu, because we saw yesterday, officially, you are a permanent member of FaZe Clan. Can you just tell me how that decision came about and how you feel about it?
I'm feeling great. It's been some months now that I'm in the team. To be honest, I knew it kind of some time ago, but there has been like some contractual negotiation and stuff, so it took some time. And yeah, I'm just really happy to be part of the team, and I think we're doing great. Now we're in the top 10. This is of course not the ending goal, but I think we're on the right, we're on an ascending ramp, and it's pretty good.
Now, I'm not asking in terms of your roles, just more of like an attitude or emotions. Does it change anything for you knowing that you're a permanent fixture of FaZe for the future?
I don't think it changed that much. I wouldn't say it changed at all, actually. I think I'm pretty comfortable with the team. I felt like I was already part of FaZe before, so it's also like I've been here since a long time. So it's like the transition was way smoother, and now I don't feel that much pressure like being part of the team officially, I would say.
Let's talk about your first opponent here. Best of one, it's going to be versus BetBoom. You played them, I believe it was just over a month ago. Pretty convincing 2-0. How do you feel about going up against them in a best of one today?
I think best of one are, of course, really dangerous. So you cannot underestimate any team. Can be also like a team from top 100 right now. Like today in CS2, it's like any team is dangerous. So, and of course, we're playing BetBoom right now. Last time it was pretty clean win for us, I would say, but it's still a really strong team. We cannot underestimate them, especially in best of one. I think it's going to be a great match, and we're really confident. We had good preparation, so it's great.
Considering that you beat them pretty handily last time, do you consider yourselves the favorite? Do you consider them the favorite? Like, what's your take on it?
I'm not sure. I don't want to jinx us, but I think it's 50-50. If you look at the ranking, it's like pretty close as well, so I would say 50-50.
Okay, final question. EWC now being located in Paris. Of course, you're French. We were just talking about it. You grew up just outside of Paris. How important is it to you to be making a deep run here, to get to play in front of your home country?
I think it's pretty important. I don't want to put too much pressure on myself because it's like home country or stuff, but I think it's really nice. There's not much tournaments in France, unfortunately, but every time there's a tournament, I think like the crowd is like every time insane. I think the mood is like pretty good. And I feel comfortable playing in Paris. I've been there a lot of times. I'm like close to, so it's like almost where I'm born, like if you can say it like this. So I'm really happy to play in Paris, and it's just like super great.
Thank you so much for your insight, as always, and best of luck versus BetBoom.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool storyline. Obviously, the news breaking yesterday, they actually kind of shared the video of him signing the agreement, which is cool. It's a cool insight that you don't often get within the realms of esports. Speaking of the realm of this esport, we need to know what map we're going to play, gentlemen. We have a map veto again in a best of one environment.
Yeah, I'm going to take a wild guess and say no Ancient and Cash if you're a BB team. You know, last time around it didn't really pan out their way. Lost 13-6 and 13-2 in a game where FaZe dominated them. So if I'm them, I'm trying to stay away from those types of maps.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, not something you want to return to because you had massive issues. So there's definitely a lot of other things you can be turning your attention to. Ancient also going out in the pool right here. And Noob is also false for the fact. So now we're left with the likes of Mirage and Nuke, and then we also get to have Cash in there. Also, Cash will be burned that band out. So
yeah, I feel like Nuke is a great middle ground, and Nuke is exactly where the game is going to be played out. A map they haven't played against each other, a map that allows for a bit more of a tactical approach, which I think for Boomage, especially during the major, when we watched BB team play on Nuke in particular, very impressive. The way they played on the T side, very aggressive, very fast-paced Counter-Strike, and constantly mixing it up between inner executes to a default to a yard-focused execute as well. A yard-focused default. So it came in a lot of different variations from BB team. I'm curious to see what I'm going to get for them. The last time we saw them play was 5 weeks ago, and that's the game where they lost to FaZe 2-0, in a game that wasn't even a game. They got 8 rounds over the course of 2 maps. So you'd assume that BB team have been home, been practicing, been leading up, and also target this tournament as sort of their Super Bowl, as you described it for Big early on. They need the wins. They need the VRS points. If they want to be part of the major, enter stage 1, stage 2, they need to acquire some points, and beating FaZe Clan is a good way of starting for BB team.
And I think this goes without saying, guys, I'm going to go ahead and put the ball in your court as well as the fans at home, because obviously we need you to go ahead and get your match play pick'ems in. We need to know who you think is going to win. And in doing so, that QR code will pop up. For you guys, I want to know where your pick'ems are in this one. What is it? Could be considered an even keel. Dupree, you seem to be sweating around the brow. What is it, bud?
I think, Netio said it himself, it's a very open game. It's very 50-50, right? I think Nuke will play in the hands of both teams. It is the best of ones after all, so it makes sense for team to end in a sort of even ground. But I kind of want to, personally, I want to see FaZe do better. Like, I've been around for a long time. I've seen FaZe, how good they can be, and also the success they've had in CS2. So I want to see FaZe do better, right? I want to see this rebuild. I wanted to see it working, even though that I do think that BB team also deserve to show that they can continue their stride from the major.
So what are you saying?
FaZe.
FaZe, there you go. I don't know, man. To be completely honest, I think FaZe have the upper hand right here in the matchup. I always put my faith in Twist and Frozen, but in terms of the overall, I think BB team have a higher chance of being the team to look out for the rest of the season.
Okay, well, let's just see if you guys are right. Let's just see if you guys know exactly what you're talking about. Let's get this game underway.
Oh my god, they're all back turn! They line up for it! Man full of beast, yeah, it's haunting. Everybody knows who they calling. Sound the alarm, yeah, we're marching. It's an army. China Falcons are aware for this. It's an army. No, it's not a team, it's an army.
I'm looking forward to this one. My name's Machine and I'm joined by Chatty B. You can call him Sponge. We've got Team BB on one side of the server and FaZe Clan on the other. Cheeky best of one on Nuke of all maps.
Yeah, Boomage's boys up in the post-Brokey era of FaZe. Obviously, Jay Bowen, Natew, interview with Frey a little bit earlier. The hometown lad official signing to FaZe just yesterday. So that's going to feel damn good.
I think generally FaZe are feeling good, I think for me, personally, I looked at the FaZe roster and it looked like, okay, well, they're not going to be able to rebuild. I made assumptions. It didn't feel like it was going to be an easy task to get back on top, back chasing those VRS points and back to where you once were. Of course, top 5 at their peak.
Yeah, so right now you have the HLTV World Rankings coming in at 10. That's FaZe, so that's not too shabby. 11 in the VRS. The VRS is the one that matters because that's going to get you the invites to all these tournaments. But for the season coming up, their goal is going to be either Rivals or the Major. It's the Major. But the point being that the invites are out for all the other tournaments, and FaZe just missed out. So this is going to be a tough one as far as the tournament goes. In terms of the matchup, the head-to-head,
How's my
it was
hair?
just a month ago in China, XSE. In the quarterfinals,
and
FaZe had their way with them. We're
Ace
talking an absolute
versus-
stomping there. A 13-2 and a 13-6. A different map today. Last time round it was Cash and Ancient. Today we find ourselves on Nuke. And I think we're ready to get this one underway.
Best of ones. It is it's a brutal introduction to the format. You just have to get your win. 2 and you're through, and 2 and you're out. And they get the whole roster this time, Chad. We get to see the Team BB that they always wanted to be.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be tough to live up to those results from the Cologne Major. Making it to the top 8 with Flammus, who earlier today in the Gamer Legion jersey dumpstered their opening game and sitting pretty. Well, it looks like we have a little bit of a tech issue before we can get this one underway.
A classic.
Well, it's more for the stakes. Alex, you're mentioning 2 and you're through. Well, we know who the winner of this one will be taking on its legacy. Right?
Okay.
They made light work of their opening best of one earlier today, so we will know who the winner of this gets to take on. And I think that's a great opportunity for either FaZe or Team BB to just, I don't want to say skip straight through, but it's not a terrible opponent to be facing by any means. I respect Legacy. You have to respect Underdog. But in that type of matchup, if I'm looking at FaZe in their current form, what we've seen from XSE and then Blast Bounty, I'd say, yeah, they've got a pretty good shot at it. For Team BB, I'm a little bit more worried.
Right.
I think they're on what I would consider a very, very slow downward slide. Now, I guess when you set the top of the mountain, they're top 8 at the major. XSE, they lose to FaZe in the quarterfinals there. And now here, we have to see, are they the team that can deliver the same level of Counter-Strike?
Got a lot of love, got a lot of time for Boomich as well. A redemption arc for him, making a run to the stage at that major. Let's see if they can dust themselves off and do it again. FaZe, a tough opposition. CT start for FaZe. And it's going to be on the attack for Team BB.
Bet boom!
For
on C side.
Smoke a flash for Jay Bowen.
FaZe Clan on CT side.
So start out the gates.
Map.
Door blown off. Is smoke in.
Nuke.
Vent questions asked as Twist peppers away, hoping to get some info, slow them down, and he'll take that vent. So he can rotate up, sure, but it's not going to make life easy as the top pop lined up.
Direct straight to main.
Okay.
Okay, and he's got 4 yard space. J-Bo in the first to fall. Now Lockers ramp open. Dilladez walking round the corner. Easy pickup for Jacob. He's got more though. Magnajez and Boomich on Lockers. Could be that double swing. He needs that first bullet. He's done very well. Jacob's pistols deliver, and FaZe should be able to collect. Oh yeah.
Nice shooting there, and a creative pistol as Siren can't salvage a frag out of that one, but I like the idea. The Heaven and Hell wrap, but doing it through main. You ask the questions of the potential vent drop, then they leak through. The top players, this is where you think you draw that rotation point.
It was temporary, but now he's permanent.
So I like the idea. It's Jacob's multi, the pole, slowing them down. Yeah, Magnajez putting his body on the line for that one. And we know that Magnajez is one of the heavy hitters in this roster. The firepower is going to have to come from him. And Dilladez.
That's a weird. That's a weird fight, man.
Force without the plant. So it could be more of the same or a similar fashion. Tutul scuttled in. Nobody on T roof with a Hut Molly or a Mustang Molly. They draw a twist towards Yard with the smokes, and here they come. You've got Natu on the site, Jacob on the rafters.
And Natu, he could unload with the MP9. He's actually elected to drop off of that vantage point. Boomich onto Jacob, humbled. They've got the site.
And they should get the plant to follow.
Awkward retake. You're going to hope for, yeah, something like that.
Thank
through
you
the
very much.
smoke. A little bit of tracer fire that Twist can, well, trace. Boomich next to fall. Frozen from Heaven's side. Siren does well out range. The Tech 9 besting Frozen, but it's all falling apart.
Twist.
You have got the plant. You haven't got the round.
I'm curious to see. If you go by the book, we would be expecting Team BB just to take the save. There'll be some light upgrades here, but if they wanted, they could shove again, right? The lost bonus building, the plant there. You've got players sitting at about that 3.3k mark. We're talking Galil, head armor, util. But that's another round for FaZe. Take time out, so Frozen having a chit-chat. And if you can hear some of the ambient noise coming through, it is a lot going on here at EWC, let me tell you that much. We got it all under one roof, walking around. We took a look at the player lounge a little bit earlier. They are treated beyond belief, but we get to access it as well, so I suppose that's a good thing.
No complaints, absolutely no complaints.
Barista coffee goes a long way, doesn't it?
Yeah, seriously. They've got everything you could possibly desire, and then some as well. I think we saw a couple of teams. I think I saw Lin Vision having a nice ping pong tournament.
Yep. Hext was in there.
M80 putting their feet up.
Yeah, theirs was post-loss, so it's a little bit harder, isn't it? All right, well, the report of a small audio issue, we'll get that one sorted. And as I was mentioning the potential for Force again, we are seeing it starting to take shape. Now, you can't see it, but I can, and I'll let you know I see 3 Galils, a Tech 9, and Zordi will come in with that 4th. So they've kept the pressure on, right? The fact that FaZe in these rounds have had to scrap back in. I know it's only 2 rounds played, but they don't want to allow FaZe to just build a massive bank, and if you went into a light buy, that is what could start to unfold. Biggest issue for BB team in this scenario is the limited util. So is the opening move the follow through? Are they hoping to be fakey because you're going to be more limited with those options? It's the opening stance staunch from Twist, looking for a fight on Yard.
Does feel like the odds are stacked against him when you look at the Galils and you look at how little grenades. Everyone's just got 1 left. Boomich throws his out. And they are audible. Twist relays the information. Multiple bodies descending secret. You can see the reaction immediately. Frozen will descend. Looks like Jaboan's considering it. Well, housekeeping on ramp side.
This is what I mean about the util. Now we've got a smoke and 2 flashes. You need to find the finish. Fortunately, you have some space, right? If they got stalled out here and didn't get secret, they would be in a world of hurt. So Boomich on the lurk, the in-game leader, a lot of talking. You got Siren who wants to make a move through lobby, see if he can catch a push. And then you, as mentioned, have Frozen down towards B.
Something that fills me with a little confidence is seeing Diladez with the bomb and a smoke. There's a chance to be able to get this bomb down and cause a bit of a commotion. Siren looks like he's about to be a dead man to Jaboan. Boomich has removed Twist, though, from the yard side and will dip back to lurk out. Easy from Frozen, standing his ground for 2. Jaboan a burst to Magnajez's face, and they know where Boom was.
And this is the problem. Because you've opted for Force Spy after Force Spy, this time you don't make the dent. You don't get the bomb down. And now you might be considering the save, and that's if it's allowed. You've got Jacob down the ladder. If you poke your nose in, you low, and you're removed from play. 3-0, spotless start from FaZe. And now the most comfortable and easy round coming up next, because BB Team have to respect the finances. They have to just take a light buy and, take their foot off the gas.
I think comfortable is a word I'd use for the majority of these. I know financially it looked like BB Team were vying to try and break through. But for FaZe, this is probably, this feels quite casual right now.
And this is the one where you hope not to give over any casualties, right? You're probably going to lose 1 or 2 in the mix, but if you're FaZe, the round should feel a bit more like a gimme. You've only got the Scout for Zorti, some pistol upgrades of 2 digs, 1 for Siren, 1 for Diladez. That's been spotted and heard, so J-Bowen wants to see if he can deal with this one swiftly. Magnajez on that main roof. We're seeing if they want to go for a deeper pick. So protecting Magnajez's position, and oh dear.
What?
Okay. Well, they don't need to see each other for that exchange to go down. Siren and Nate's locking horns.
He has no idea how close he came as well. 97 in what, 3? Nice pick off on the smoke break. Zorti caught out back red.
I'm glad J-Bowen
They're not giving him anything here, Chad, and understandably so. Like you
Unlike
said, trying to minimize the casualties. Netu should probably just be hiding. And Twist has got Yard on lock.
Unless he wants an upgrade, and then offer yourself to the gods and see what you can do. Hold on to that MP now for as long as you can, huh? Okay,
so aggressive.
Excruciating these rounds now. You've got the disadvantage.
Brute force aggressiveness.
Chances of getting the bomb down are minimal.
It just died.
Oh, especially now. Diladez has just been removed. J-Bowen catches on the smoke. Magnajez still on that roof, by the way. They did hear him drop, so under the impression that he's probably still there. Nice pick off, drops into main, and he's out of there.
Okay, all 5 staying alive.
First round with the AWP for J-Bowen, leaves with 3 kills.
I just want a reminder for everybody, as the veto, BB Team had the choice between Inferno or Nuke. They opted to take it to Nuke, but the last time they played it was back at the Major. They didn't play it at XSE. They played at the Major against Aurora on stage in the playoffs, and
that's right.
It was the end of their run.
It was quite a dominant win.
It was uninspiring. That's where my questions about this team start to come into place, because you had Flammus, you had lower pressure, but we got the guns out.
Okay, Lance, where are we going? Zorti to escort, top silo.
So there's an extra HE here for J-Bowen. He can break again.
Oh, look at the top of the head there. Spotted, and Zorti did not spot Twists. Tracks him as he dismounts.
Another HE break.
Burst blood, a little flash for Garage Control, confirming no one's pushed too far forward.
And this is really nice from Twist. He didn't just relinquish control. Sure, Siren's gotten down the vent. There's no rotation for that right now, but he doesn't have the bomb. So there needs to be an avenue to get there. Do they want to go ramp and try and pressure that of Frozen right now? Do they want to try and go down Squeaky Door? They could scuttle a smoke, drop down the vent, try and join up with Siren, and then breach into that bomb site. I think they'll be held at bay for a moment longer. That one lands at around the 50-second mark, and that might force their hand to either just sit back, wait, or again, try their luck at ramp, and it appears to be the hurry up and wait option.
I think they have enough, Bedroom have enough Sirens, utilities to
that vent rotate.
Happen.
He has to make a sound if he wants to progress further.
Okay, so Boom's just going to molly top hard.
Magnajez spotting one and nearly has Natew dead.
Oh, you're dead.
Should finish him with the flame. Natew, 12 HP and alive and kicking. Getting awkward in a 5-on-3. 20 seconds. They're just running into Jacob. And that is clean from FaZe. Another shutout and some AK upgrades.
And that one is a little bit concerning for me, because Boomich also had the smoke. So if he left the smoke with a lobby player, they comboed the smoke, vent, and then the molly at the same time. But a squeaky door walkout, that's pretty common. I'm surprised they didn't just go for down the fireman pole.
Yeah.
I know they didn't know what light on the other side, but right now it's looking pretty dim out there for Team BB. Like they're in the darkness with some of the decision making, but still, with the buying pattern that they chose to go for early with back-to-back force buys, that's their first rifle round, and we're already 5 rounds deep.
You have, through this buying pattern, definitely dug yourself into quite a nasty position.
Fortunately, you have the max loss bonus.
Max win.
That's nice,
Yeah.
right? So you take a light buy now, and then you get back into it into the next. I'd say let's bring out a Zorti AWP. He's yet to get a kill. You can bring out a hero AK in a round like this if you'd like. So they are getting some upgrades going. Magnajez with a Galil Kevlar. Zorti will be saving for the AWP. And fast smoke wall yard.
Yeah, that's going to nullify J-Bo, and he gets 1 HE to have a sweep, and nothing spotted. Poor Brave.
Nice
Easy.
one.
Oh, and another onto Magnajez. Just a shooting gallery for J-Bo,
like
and every time they go yard, they leave with missing teammates, missing limbs. Magnajez and Boomich sidelined. You have got down there. Zorti's got the bomb on his back. And no CTs yet to rotate down. You know Vence is likely off limits. Frozen on his way. Zorti getting himself across, a bullet connecting to the Kevlar of Frozen. Mission accomplished as far as BB are concerned. You got yourself a plan. Are you going to get around?
Is you still worried about this lurk?
And he's not wrong. Siren is going to worm his way through the smoke, and perfect camera to highlight the timing on that one. And just a really patient retake.
Well, they all had kits. You know, they're doing it together, which is a really good sign that communication's on point. Dilladez, first frag. No, it will not be. Jacob will roll him over. And now we will get the guns out again. So second full gun round coming into round number 7. But very, very comfortable stuff. I think the lack of kills is the most concerning part of this right now. You've got 0 on Zorti, 0 on Dilladez, and 2 apiece for the other 3. So that's only 6 frags in 6 rounds of play.
Yeah, and J-Bowen alone has 9.
He's been a fun addition to this roster. Bring a lot of energy. This is what happens when you bring in green players, right? Obviously, it can be a risk. They can be a bit nervy.
Absolutely.
But if they can deliver, and he's looked comfy, 3rd highest rated player for them in their 25 maps played so far. Still Twist and Frozen towards the top of the scoreboard, as you'd expect. And that Zorti Orb won't get a chance, and it's been consistent and persistent with these smoke wall breaks, right? They've funneled a bunch in, round after round.
Oh, wait, I thought we were seeing a nerdy Molly lineup there, trying to take Frozen out of his roost. And flash and go. Frozen tucks in. He's got a lot of pressure. Rotation from J-Bowen to try and lend a hand. He gets vision, and no one clearing. Siren not looking. Frozen making this casual. 20 bullets in the mag. He takes 3.
Still got himself a 2v3 situation. Thought he know it yet, but he can just head down towards that B bomb site and get that down and start playing this post-plant situation. So this is telling the BB team don't really have a good understanding of what the rotations look like right now. They're clearing every nook, every cranny. That's giving time for FaZe to go on a scouting mission of their own. Natesu takes lobby. Jacob paired up now with the boss man Twists. They're starting to search this one out.
Power position for Magnajez. He is going to need to provide the double here. Oh, Natesu coming Vents as well. Lots of pressure. Losing Zorti puts it all onto Magnajez. Attention
wrong timing,
drawn,
man.
back presented. And Natesu picks up a freebie. Double kill from him.
At least Zorti got on the board.
Not even a double kill, excuse me. It was Frozen's triple on the Ram side.
I've got the teams just behind us here, so we can hear all the hootin' and hollering. And then down the row, we've got Astralis players. We've got that B stream going on as well. But this half is still recoverable as far as the scoreline is concerned. I'm more worried about the individuals. They get a bit more output. They're not really warmed into this one just yet. They can still get, well, 5 rounds is the max. If they could get themselves a 8-4
7-0.
even a 9-3 and a pistol, on the other side. You give them a chance, but right now it's domination.
Oh, and I love it. Perfect time for an aggressive orb maneuver. Jay Bowen. He's been such a thorn in their side on Yard, and now suddenly, round 8, he's gone and drawn blood in the lobby.
Yeah, they are flowing right now.
Such a cool maneuver for an AWPer to be going for.
Can't catch a bloody break right now.
And we all, know this feeling. A half where suddenly you're helpless, your opponents are gods. And hang on, Siren removing Frozen, keeping empty hands on the ramp player, could enable a bit more. Twist, Nadeju, everyone's trading blows, Boomich down, it's into the 3-on-2 advantage phase, but with Magna Jez. Oh,
wow!
No! You just got no scope trying to go vents.
FaZe have a...
where did they find this lad?
Great understanding of the situation.
Jay Bowen.
Yeah, he's had some explosive moments for the team over the couple of events. As I mentioned, the post-Brokey era. So I think he's definitely delivering more impact for the team on the scoreboard. He's posting up towards the door, looking just to punt this one in. We've got about 35 seconds left on the clock, and just one man with a hope and a prayer. And that'll be that. Okay. Jacob puts a bow on it, and this could not look any better.
This is, like you said, recoverable. So for FaZe, it is keep the boot on the throat. Do not allow them to catch a breath, and do not allow momentum to build before you swap sides. And a play like this to start, it really will shatter what little confidence you may still have. It is brutal.
I think it's key right now for that to be the vibe in the FaZe camp of don't let up, right? You're not aiming to win 13-0, but you know that this is CT side nuke, and sure, you've had a great start, but you don't want to have one slip up and let them back in this game. This one's a bit more of a yard-heavy focus from the T's. We're going to have the silo play as well as the move coming out the lower deck, and an extra smoke wall lines up.
Really interesting mix-up. So Twist starts Yard, Frozen supports him, Bowen's on the ramp.
And they're about to be in main.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto that top player. Nadeju needs to trade. Jacob unable to provide. Trade onto Twist boots. He jumps evasively, but he's gone away with it. That's a funny one.
Twist, man.
He should be dead to Magna Jez. I say that as the... Oh, Dilla Dez is having a nightmare. You can see him reclining in his chair. Every time he goes near Hut, someone on FaZe is blowing his brains out.
And that's with the opening as well. They've been very, very hard to come by. That's the second opening kill for Magna Jez in this one so far. It's the third in total for the T-Hall.
Who was that on Silo trying to track Twist's toes? That was a funny exchange.
They're lucky to get away with his life on this one. This is the entry I'm talking about. Bang. Great shot. Exactly what you need. But then, the feed is just blue. Everybody delivering. Letting out a big roar. Twist lands the... Man, that one fell. Okay, well, 3 rounds left in this half of play. We're into a partial. Haven't lacked ideas.
Certainly not. There's always a change-up. There's always an idea.
They've lacked multis. They've lacked openers.
And this might be, again, the perfect move.
It's so risky for Twist to push through this, though, without some type of support.
He gets Siren for free, potentially. It depends how long he's planning on lurking around. Oh, even a bit of spam onto Dilladez there. He's not going... Oh, did he...
He saw him.
He saw enough?
Yeah.
So he knows, and he goes. He's going to catch this lurk. Siren can't...
Oh, no. Okay. That's the first real faux pas that's been made by FaZe.
He's just like me, for real.
They can't drop 2 down there. This is crazy knowing you've lost Secret. You're going to have to take this lobby space. So they are trying to get some room, but coming back the long way around is Siren. This will level us up 4v4. Okay, bomb's just gone down. 40 seconds. Start counting. Retake on.
Up close with Tech9s. It really does look like this could be the first for BB. Jay Bowen. Not the weapon you want up close versus the Tech9. No scopes have been hitting though. This time not ready for Boom. Oh, and Boomich finding 2 up close and personal. The Tech9s converting. And finally, they break through 10 rounds until we see a BB team round on the board. It's something.
But this is it. It's been dominant So it's very hard to sit here and be excited about this and a comeback.
But I'm trying, man.
But this is the thing. If they get 9-3, sure, the scoreline doesn't read very favorably. You win the T-side pistol. They either force a Rico, you win that one. Right, first gun round goes your way. Game's back on. So sure, that was with Tech9's. Twist's aim wasn't great on that frag, but I don't think that was the costly one, right? They were down secret. It's not great. It's not the end of the world. But this is where the comeback could begin. So can they get themselves another opener? I'm going to wall up again. They want to try and pressure ramp of Frozen. Seen this a couple of times. Nade in the pocket. Decent damage done.
Yeah, connects onto Siren and Zorti. Frozen ahead of the flashbangs, but there's one that catches him. Perfect play from Siren. Jay Bowen in a lot of jeopardy. Dips back. Style points on the Deagle swap.
Well, now you're forced to heavy rotation, so this is where the mid-rounding of Boomich can come into play. You've got this lurk outside of Magnajez, going to look some room, see if he can pick somebody up in rotation.
You see such uncertainty from Twist. They had no info on Yard, don't know how far they've progressed.
Yeah, this is a 2-2, so this is very tough if it does turn into a top play. Twists alongside of Nature will be stressed. There's a lot to consider. So, excuse me, Jacob.
Magnajez versus Twist. Finds the headshot cleanly. Trade from Boomich. Necessary. Just Jacob back of the site. Low HP.
Bomb still ramp.
And the bomb still ramp with 40 or 30 seconds remaining. Nature in the right position and confirms B presence. Going for that headshot angle. Does do damage to Dilladez. Important frag from Zorti.
What?
Boomich will punish Bowen on the door. Important pickup, stops the AWP.
They've got money, so Jacob can give this one a go. Right, this is a very tough 1-on-3, but he has no reason not to go for it. Jacob, what do you got for us?
Starts off descending the stairs, spots a flash of flesh, sees Boomich retreating. Understandably, you're going to be playing the advantage. Jacob got to force the issue, unable to track or even pull the trigger. Important second consecutive round from Team BB.
Okay, so FaZe will be able to get the full buy, but I think NKJ, I like this timeout. I think that this is key for a couple of reasons. First, just lock them in for this final round, right? Maybe sweep away a few of those frustrations that were brewing for how you lost the last two. It's also a good opportunity now because we don't have the normal 2 to 3 minute halftime break, right? It's only going to be 30 seconds. So right now, if this round is quick and you lose it as well, you could get ahead of some of the frustrations now. Don't have to worry about doing that in the quick 30 seconds that you're going to have. So he wants double digits and he wants it now. Have everything they need. Diffuse gets across the board. Everybody has head armor. Fought for Jay Bowen. Full sets of nades. They'll leave flashes at spawn. They've had a very dominant half, but again, it is a game of two halves, right? There's a reason that the CT and the T sides, different objectives, is we get this one back underway. Zordi with the AWP. Looks to want to take that first pick outside. Deep molly, and Twist will throw that up to Silo. Boomich on a deeper line, a flash over, and a ramp boost. So, see the openers of the round starting to take shape for both of these teams. J-Bone rotated back now. Second smoke wall in. Jacob will break this. Hello.
Oh, he got info. Did he? No, maybe the flash obscured. Magnajez towards the main now. Knows tracking from Twist doesn't connect. It's a question for Jacob, and he has found the answer. Important from Dilladez. There's one on Siren, onto Jaboan. Just Nate tucked to the back of the site, and they're about to apply a lot of pressure. Molly lands, Siren's wide, and it should be round. Just Frozen to get past. Now spotted, audible. And Zorti's AWP might be the one to close this down. Yes, indeed. An end to the half. 3, recovery of sorts.
3-9.
I think Dilladez is happy he got a kill. So,
and the first
the fact on the board there finally. In the tail end of that one, will put a smile on your face for the wrong reasons, but you do want to shrug it off, right? Nobody wants to finish a map without getting any frags in play.
You seen this kill spread from FaZe?
Yes, everybody was, when anybody came knocking, they were delivering, right? It was very dynamic in terms of the opening kills. Everybody was able to deliver in that department. Everybody was able to find multi-kills. Everybody with multiple multi-kills. So that's just a really strong CT side. Now, this is where we're going to put them under the microscope. This is where the scrutiny will come in. We're looking T side now. If they can get the pistol, they can get it done with nice and quick. You lose the pistol, this could be a comeback starting to unfold. So 3 straight. FaZe stem the bleeding now. Or do Team BB start bringing this one back into conversation? Remember, winner of this will take on Legacy, and winner of that will be in the 16-team playoff bracket. P250 of J Bowen, given the opportunity to search. Top main, smoke scuttles in.
Unbreakable for Boomich. P250 versus USP, it's a fair fight. He's not ready for Jacob up close, and it's a tough fight.
How?
The penetration on the box is not good enough. Looked like he did get a headshot, but healthy is Boom. Dilladez confirms J-Bone down double doors. He's got the perfect timing. A free kill in the back of the head. And we could have a flawless pistol.
See how quick it goes from a 9-0 scoreline to a 9-4 with FaZe on the T side, no plant. So if they do force buy, extremely limited.
They don't want to give him anything, Chad.
Understandable.
Oh, look at shots!
All right.
Laser.
Boomich walks away from that one somehow.
Laser aim.
I thought as soon as he was pinned towards Unbreakable, he was going to get swarmed. Jacob should have had him dead to rights there. It looks like it is going to be the eco. This is probably the better of the options, because if you let the flow-on effects of Force by Wars early trickle too long, then FaZe will be deep before they start getting the guns out again. Remember, it was round 5 in the first half before we saw Team BB fully strapped. FaZe are going to want to get there a little bit quicker. Now, it is going to just be 5 Glocks, so we're going to have a tough time discussing the possibilities of even a plant. That would really help out. We might see some Galils come into the mix next round for FaZe as opposed to the AKs, because they're going to need this util.
Well, we get to see, the difference in comparison of the philosophies. We saw Team BB go for a second round force in the absence of that.
I think when you look at these type of rounds that take shape, this is a good opportunity for educating the viewer, I guess, Alex. We had an anti-eco setup, right? 2 towards ramp, 2 towards top, and you had 1 passive out. It's like, well, the worst thing that could happen is we get deagled outside in this type of round. So let's make sure that we lock down these sites.
And lock down the sights, they shall. Very comfortable for Siren until it wasn't. A lovely double headshot out of Jacob's Glock. At least puts something on the board for FaZe in the full eek. But we are on our way.
Mr. Lear, thank you so much for the follow, man. Appreciate it.
Very real comeback. If they can find themselves something on the first gun, FaZe will start feeling that pressure. That pressure that was completely absent in the 9-0 start. MR12, it really has made anything possible. Doesn't matter what the scoreline is. Just ask NRG.
They'll never live that down, will they?
No, I don't think so.
Ramp rush.
All right, pacey. Charging, and a test for Dilladez, having a tough half in the first. Maybe redemption on the menu. Magnajez draws attention, draws fire. Twist just hunting him down. Has him down to 47, retreats back, has the support of Boom B. So you've got ramp, but what else?
It's a lot of damage done to J Bowen and Jacob here. They are just going to hit the pause, because now they have the util. They're hoping to force out rotation, see if they could catch anybody, and they're rerouting now heavily back towards lobby to join Frozen. It's forced 2 players down, util being left and juggled. Thoughty wanting to stay nimble. This is still very, very tough for FaZe. I know they got this space early, but they haven't overplayed their hand yet. They've been starting to make a move. They could get caught here.
Baron on high alert. Nachu lurking ramp. And Dilladez could come out for the clear. This is the fight. Can you call ramp clear? Can you inform your squad? It's all about the timings here. Dilladez pathing. He knows it's a necessary clear. Head-to-head for Nachu. He's in trouble. Tagged up by the M4.
Nice.
He still hits the heady. Dilladez cannot catch a break. Boomich removed. J Bowen makes it so. Nice dunk back. Magnajez a double before he's felled. Now Siren at the back of the site, and he's good for 2.
What?
Nachu, last seen ramp. Feels unwinnable. Siren confirms it and swings on in to secure it.
That's right.
High impact. Harosh says Boomich, and he's right. They are going in the right direction.
And this is one of the...
I'm out.
Well, not problems. This is Counter-Strike, right? The fact that you're 9-0 down, you know that, hey, we just need a couple of rounds on the T side of nuke, and then we can start working back into the game. And that's exactly what's starting to unfold in front of our eyes. Now, It would be bad to lose to a light buy at this stage of the game. This is where you need to keep it as spotless as what FaZe did. And this is where twists in combination with NK are going to be tested in the calls. Because I like that call, because either you did it because you know Dilladez is having a bad game and you want to exploit him, that's fine. Or you know that your boys can be rabid dogs once you get them out into a bit of space. You use the pace, but you're unable to find what was necessary for the finish. So you can just see the Eagles are plenty. BO1 saving for that AWP. We'll watch FaZe put their aim on display if they want to have a crack at this one.
FaZe Clan individuals are not to be underestimated on these sidearms.
And the round that got BB Team going in the first half was a Tech 9 round. I know we're not quite there yet. It's a bit more util in that one, but taking their time.
Just give them the fight, you know. Magnajez flirting with death every time he does go for a little jiggle. And he's found it. Onto Twist through the smoke. Very composed. Striking that perfect balance between not overextending into a Deagle headshot, but not playing too scared and giving too much space to just a pistol. He's played that perfect.
And it's looking to be flawless, isn't it? So this is exactly what you'd be hoping for if you were Fierce. BO1 hoping he could get a little something. He's going to continue to run down the clock, but we're at the 20-second mark, and he needs to get that loss bonus. So we'll have to start searching out a fight. Has the bomb, so he can always force that.
Look at the minimap. There are 3 players. You ain't getting that bomb down as much as you may dream.
That's right, though.
And we've got ourselves a very competitive
He just wants to plant the bomb to get a bonus.
When do the nerves kick in?
So out of the 4 rounds played in this second half, they managed to get the opening kill on 3 of them. Obviously, this one being the easiest. Actually, the second round was the easiest. That was 4 blocks.
Dilladez just got his 3rd.
He's working back up.
He's coming back.
Never give up. That's the mantra.
That is the mantra. In Counter-Strike, you really must show resilience. So easy to be put on tilt in this video game. Oh, I like this. They're setting Dilladez up for an aggressive maneuver. Pressure on the ramp side. Frozen audible. He heard that flash, anticipates an aggressive maneuver. Smokes arrive on yard. What's the plan, FaZe? Lurk smoke towards Squeak. Another layer of this smoke wall, but
Boomage is going to block them once they get down secret, if they get down secret. They've taken warehouse control.
Okay. Jacob, susceptible to that smoke break, takes a little bit of damage from the HE. A little bit of damage onto the AWP and the bomb carrier. So Magnajez has managed to find a little bit of damage onto 2. This could be one hell of a HE if he times it right. There are 3 members of FaZe just behind that smoke.
Throw.
On the fade, he throws it in, and right on the money.
Chunky.
Leading out, Jacob down to 32. Boom on that jump spot is going to be eventually thwarted. They're going to go for a boost. The AWP can catch him. He's a bit quick on the trigger.
Time's a problem now. 30 seconds, and they're still fishing towards secret. This call is going to be tough to make.
Hang on. Yeah, Twist's position could enable a pivot, but time's so sensitive, and Dilladez is locked in on that heaven position. Hoping he can catch that perfect distraction frag. 17 seconds, and down goes Dilladez. Siren spotted. Boom's on site. They mess up the doors. He double used. Too easy. Slammed the door in his team's face, and that's going to be another BB round.
Yeah, the pressure starting to get to them in that one. Time running so low. It's not easy to be a team who is able to stay calm in those dying moments, and that
what
is now
happened with
it?
They just, I think they
have brought themselves
actually opened the door.
I'd expect a timeout to come
Both of them actually opened the door when someone opened the door. Someone also.
Well, sure, this half it's 5
to open the door,
but
so
it's
it actually
technically 8
closes.
straight. So they're running away with this. The momentum has swung in a big way. Man. We were talking about the distribution of frags in that first half being a team effort for FaZe. Right now, I know that this is why I wish we had it in the old school days, like the 1.6 of the source, where the scoreboard reset at half, or at least give us a toggle valve. That way I can see exactly how few frags have been coming through for FaZe in this second half. If I did a quick count, I'm going to say it's probably at 4 or 5.
Yeah, minimal for sure. I mean, when we swapped sides, everyone was between 10 and 14.
Hasn't moved much at all, has it? So just a lack of anything, and well, that's been the story of both of these Team's T-halves in the early stages.
Can't have been 14, I'll tell you that much for free. 13 max on Jay Bowen. Let's get it in with the guns. Nachi providing the smoke wall. Twist going to be leading the pack. Might even boost the AWP up for a little bit of presence early towards the yard side. A boost for Diladez, continuing their plan of setting him up to succeed. So they're setting Twist up for a play. This is going to be interesting. Up against the AWP, and oh, a missed shot. You can't afford to be missing shots like that. Zorti gets jiggled out. Twist makes it across safely.
I don't think anyone else is going to try and cross. I think this is to force the rotation, and then they're going to play back towards Heaven, Hell, or into a top split with just the staunch setup right now that we're seeing.
Boost Red could catch Zorti here. Not an easy shot. Don't you dare repeat that.
Again, they've got room, but BB team are happy to give it over.
Here we go. Nice from Boomage. Scavenged AK-47 equals that fight. Takes down Twist. First blood drawn, feeling like 9-9. That's what NKJ's saying anyway. Bang! Beautiful. Headshot onto his rival AWP. Zorti.
Still a player up Heaven.
Frustrated. 25 seconds. This is just perfect for MagnaJez. He just has to hang out. He can take the bomb carrier down. You have to find and force him out of Heaven. Not a favorable duel by any stretch of the imagination. He peeks in, catches Jacob. Needed that. 13 seconds, but caught with his nade out. You know, you don't stand a chance.
Siren, flying Siren. Okay, well, Jay Bowen, if you go down after... Oh, you've been spotted. They might try and kill you after time. This is nightmare fuel right here for Jay Bowen.
They're letting him have it.
Fair enough. All right, well, that does mean an AWP is brought through, which will be partially purchased behind now. You've got the max loss bonus, of course. There'll be some Tech 9s coming into play for FaZe in this one. And I'd like to call the next timeout if I was NKJ now, potentially, because Jay Bowen's not going to get an AWP in the next round.
Of course, yeah. Unless, $100 bucks.
Right? Unless they save it again. So he needs to find some impact now. This is a chance to make a dent. Otherwise, you're getting swept. Zorti going for a hut play.
Yeah, a similar moment in the half than we saw from Jay Bowen in the first. Frozen. Spotted and removed.
Taking some real liberties now, aren't they?
I love the proactivity there. And if you go hunting for him, you're going to be walking into Zorti's crosshair. So now what?
Well, looking for a bit of revenge, BB team, from that match a month ago back in China. And this result, much closer than last time round. A reminder, that was a best of 3. It was a 13-2 and a 13-6 on Cash and Ancient.
Oh, miss.
Okay, well...
He was walking as well.
It might actually cost them here in a big way. In a big way. There's 2 players down towards B. Okay.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Boom
should be
and
fine.
Diladez.
Should be fine.
You'd have to not lose control of the spray, which he hasn't. Perfect. Jacob's gone. Nature, you've got the bomb. Fakes it out, draws the doors. How's Jay Bowen supposed to help with this? He's got the best gun and he has managed to contribute. Catches Boom. Taking their sweet time on this plant. Door swings open. You're vulnerable to a Tech 9 and a headshot's been hit. Siren susceptible. 20 seconds. You need that bomb plant. Good beat from Diladez. Oh, perfect shot from Twist at range. Finds the headshot. Now Siren, 18 points of health. They are low. This is winnable. Can he show us how? Twist already hit 1. Surely an easy clear, an easy pickup for Siren. Then perhaps the transfer. Clears his corners, and Twist has done it again. 2 long-range headshots on the Tech 9. 3 in the round. Big from Russell Van Dolken.
They pushed lobby. They had full control. That Zorti miss at the time doesn't feel like a big deal. Okay, you missed the shot, sure, but you've got the man advantage. They've got some ramp control, but it's because the rotation in, right? They were banking on Zorti getting a kill and slowing this down because look at this, the rotation point. That duel, I understand Twist does not have the best gun for that fight, but caught out of position, rotating in, and Twists makes a massive moment of that. It's both teams, they get their T sides underway with Tech 9s.
That's a gift. An incredible gift to FaZe. A bit of a remedy, a balm to what has been a rough half of Counter-Strike. Zorti tries his luck again. Jacob's already made it across the sideline. He will have the advantage on this peak. Yeah, Zorti did not anticipate already. 2 players making it across early trophy.
That could be where the game slips away. Your mental is in the mud right now if you're Zorti. You know, you had 2 impactful moments lined up and both have gone. Dilladez behind the smoke. It's about to fade.
How diligent are they on this smoke break? Spotted him close. Flashes catch him. MagnaJez has vision and provides.
Good info though. 2 players ramp. Do FaZe immediately pivot or do they let Twist work? A lot of room towards Yard.
He's heard that.
Yeah, noisy. Yeah, let the man work.
Yeah, he's
round-winning play.
God, the fact he can just walk up that ladder. Or does he want to go rap into MagnaJez? This is a free frag. This is great awareness from MagnaJez on this potential. Twist peeks in. And the angle's perfect. Aoya clears, looking the wrong way. Swings on in, important trade. 3-on-3 with 30 seconds and just 1 rotated down already. Siren, or rather Boomich, needs help. Dilladez single door. J Bowen on the line. It's looking to get that plant disrupted. Primary objective here from BB team. Door swings open. You've got to find a safe spot to plant. Nature's hit boom. That could enable a plant, but Dilladez takes the AWP out of the equation. You're in so much trouble. They can just run him down. Has to fake to isolate. Oh, they nearly lined up.
Oh
that
my
was
God.
very nearly a
One
cheeky
bullet.
1v2. You can see
One
them
more
shrugging it
bullet.
off. That could have gone awfully wrong.
Well, unable to get consecutive off the back of the Tech 9s. FaZe, we're tied up 10 apiece, and this one, I thought it was another Zorti miss that was going to be costly. They battle back in. Oof, this one is intense out here, all tied up. We get that 3rd tactical timeout from NK. So if you're Beboom, you know you're well and truly back in this. You've got 7k on Twist, you've got 5 on Natu. He's already bought head armor, so a bit more than that. 3.5 on Jacob, 4.2 on J Bowen. They could drop the AWP. Doesn't look like they're going to facilitate that. This trade from Jacob was great as well. It's not enough. Boomich swings open the door. Bomb loose. Time running out. A very important frag there from Dilladez, who's had a tough map. He's 7 kills deep now, and that one's extremely impactful. We've got a tech timeout here. Twist reporting audio plus mic issues. So we'll get that one sorted as quickly as possible for everybody playing at home. And we can take a bit of a look. We don't do spoilers around here. This is more for my curiosity. What's going on that B stream? Okay. Where are we? Aha. It was the Bait versus P-Vision game that was finishing up. Looks like Astralis and MIBR are starting to take to that secondary stream. So there'll be some time before we get that one underway. And it looks like the issue's solved already. So this one looks like it's going to go the distance. Jacob in with a Mac 10.
You think it's going to be overtime, chat?
He has got the
be an
signature
overtime?
Mac 10 front spawn HE.
Yeah, he's naded open that door. Is he going out, though?
Going out hard. Looks like it is. This is an audacious charge. Siren drops back sight. Mac 10, good night. Siren not prepared. Good from Dilladez, but not enough. And MagnaJez holding on by just a scrap. 1 single point of health separating him from the other side.
Money's on the line here for BB team. Could all fall apart right here and now.
Safe plant. Can't really stop it.
I don't want to say it, but I think it has to be. The save needs to come through. You only have 1,400 as the loss coming into the next on this CT side. That's going to give Boomich enough money to buy an M4 or an MP9 of his own. You take a look at the residual cash for MagnaJez. With the 1,400, he's going to be able to drop an M4. And Zorti should be able to do the same because Siren and Dilladez are in need.
And as a top site player, those are the worst rounds in your, nuke experience. You were fully blind. You did everything. You felt like you were in the right place. You had the right system in place, but that second flashbang, or the third, whichever, I wasn't counting.
They were playing heavy towards top as well, right?
Yeah.
They had 2 go up heaven and play in towards the side. They also had a main player, so it wasn't that they weren't prepared for the possibility. It's Jacob who takes that Mac 10, takes the space, and delivers them a very important opening kill to get FaZe's 11th round now.
And you'll see this flashbang. Look, so Siren was blind, and then the second one completely books him. There's no counterplay. Frozen's flashes have set them up to just breach that site. And what a frustrating round to be losing at this stage in the game.
Well, you lose this one, and I think the game goes with it. I know we're in the dying stages, but it's only 1,900 loss for BB team going into the next round. So if they lose this, they don't save anything, they're in the mud.
What's it gonna be? Jacob making moves early, just a head-to-head with MagnaJez, but they're down the vents. It kept the main player distracted. They get 2 down the vents. They've just gone from a hot rush into a straight pacey failure. As FaZe collapse.
That's it, man.
That's a good response. Felt like it was kind of given to Team BB there with the pace of that.
Yeah, I was on Jacob's POV there, jumping off a main, and the main player not flashed, so maybe a missed timing or dodged, but either way, no more timeouts for NK to call, and this is where you turn to twists, and you say, okay, well, you've had a ramp rush, the Go You Space didn't get you the round, that was early stages. You win a Tech 9 round where you're the hero, and you get lucky with a timing due to a Zorti miss. Your first rifle round was a top rush. You haven't conditioned them. You haven't forced the rotations to be too stressed as...
Nature's just thrown a really nerdy heaven smoke.
Well, Frozen just went back to spawn to swap out some nades, so... Feeling, yeah, they didn't have a HE for the door break.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that's the wobbles.
A very, very important round.
So they are going to try a top execute.
Yeah. Okay, I thought he'd lost the smoke in the polygons there.
You have Boomich already down B, and you have the AWP starting ramp, and you have MagnaJez in main covering the outside cross. So Boomich is already down there. He keep an eye on. This isn't forcing the rotations in the way that FaZe would have hoped.
MagnaJez and Twist having a bit of a standoff here as that smoke wall fades. He's in such a good position for this.
Yvonne with a molly and a couple of flashes. They need to be perfect.
That's perfect from MagnaJez, and he knows he's alone. Dilladez on high alert, playing anti, no problem for 1. Trade from Nachu. Need MagnaJez, needs Siren to provide, and Siren does. BO1 finally brings him down, but now a 1 versus 2. Boom, and the AWP miss. Zort's gone, 13 seconds.
What?
They swing on into him. BO1 finding impact. It was 11-11, and he steals that 12.
Okay, well, that's impact. How can you argue with that? 2 of the biggest rounds they've had out of the 3 in this T side. It's been individual moments. Twist and BO1 now. Both of them with rounds to remember in what has been a very tough T side for both teams, but we could be seeing a bit more of it. Just 1 more round for BB team, and we need overtime. Fierce, he's been a bit more frugal with his tactical timeouts. Still has 1 left in the pocket. Now, he could take the final 2 in consecutive fashion now. We make it to overtime every OT we get into, you get 1 more. This is now just to hold on to. You can see if you can push us to extra time. This from MagnaJez. What? Okay, no, I'm swinging now. And BO1, it's tough on the first, the second. Mandatory, and they let out a war cry with that one. MP9, the low end, the BB team. FaZe with 3 Galils. No kits.
You wouldn't. They will. Pacey into attack. They're overlooking it completely.
Behind him already.
What is that, Zorti go down. You're right. MagnaJez has got the hunt, but they're losing bodies left and right. Boomich is gone. There's the hunt. MagnaJez finds it quick from the lobby side, and down he goes. It's all on to Dilladez. A big clutch. He had a rough game. If he can take them to overtime, it's all cleared, but Jacob denies. FaZe taking a regulation and a fantastic opening best of 1. Ups, downs, everything up for debate. A 9-0 start from FaZe, and Team BB claw it into every round of regulation.
Yeah, with how comfortable that started for FaZe, you thought, okay, this could be an open and shut case, but yeah, just in a couple of rounds on that T side, you can work back into things, and you find yourself sitting pretty. An entertaining game of Counter-Strike, but FaZe, they will take on Legacy for a spot in those playoffs.
Yeah, great show here, but obviously from both teams. That being said, way, way closer than I think you probably would have cut right down the middle when we first started talking about BB team versus FaZe here at the Esports World Cup. Pimp, I just see you over there, almost flabbergasted, mouth wide open, a couple breaths.
Yeah, to some degree. I think we got a close game, which we expected. It was just the fashion it became close in that I didn't expect. FaZe looking far superior in that first half, doing a really good job on that CT side. Completely shutting down BP team for the vast majority. Then they claim 3 rounds in a row, and you think to yourself, okay, 9-3 half, you win the pistol second half, you convert, all of a sudden we have a game. So at the end of the day, we got a close game. We got a game that went back and forth, and a game that I think easily could have gone overtime. It's just the fashion it happened in, Peter. I expected it to be a much more back and forth game where there will be a little bit more mistakes being made from both teams, but I think what I got was just 2 very clinical CT sides and 2 uninspiring T sides from both rosters.
Yeah, both teams really struggled on the T sides, and I think, you know, obviously the FaZe, the fact that they got up 9-0 and looked very stable, you know, I thought they were just going to run away with it. It seemed like they could just close it out, but once they turned their attention to the T side, that was where the struggles came in, and I feel like they tried to close it out a little bit too fast. You know, I think they had a really fast ram call in the beginning of the T side. That didn't really work out, and then they slowly started to transition into trying to put more layers on top of the game and put Twist in some forward positions where they would then, you know, have a secondary attack somewhere. And then once they got that attention, he will then strike in and try and catch some of the rotations, and that's where I think they started to find some of their success, that, you know, they could start layering up a little bit more than always just try and stick together as a team.
Plus, there was Jason Bone.
Oh yeah, Jason Bourne, almost J-Bone.
Yeah,
Jason Bourne.
And then, you know, his sidekick and Jacob. So,
yep.
You know, these 2 guys were helping put them all the way up to 6-0 pretty fast. And then you get to 9-0. I mean, there is a certain point where you're like, okay, BB team, are you in the server with us now?
Yeah, yes. you got to give credit to J-Bone, who has shown once again, you know, some of that potential that we've seen when he was first being brought into FaZe Clan. I think a lot of people didn't necessarily expect too much from him, but I think he's had a couple of games where he's just completely taken over the server. And it's a joy to see an AWP player within FaZe Clan willing to go for opening kills early round. Not to take anything away from Brokey, but he was a lot of people mistakenly thought that Brokey was an explosive in-your-face AWPer. He was more like a defensive AWPer who then would explode when people came to him. J-Bone is actively seeking the duels, actively going out there, trying to make the game happen on his terms. And we saw how much of an impact he had in that first half. Big part of the reason why FaZe got off to a good start was because of J-Bone.
Yeah, it is very much that. Speaking of FaZe, there's this guy Twist. He's standing with Freya. I wonder what they got to say.
Called Twist. I got him down on the stage. That was a roller coaster to watch, Twist. I can't imagine how it was to play. You're 9-0 up. What happened after that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a similar story as we had in Bounty, where like we're playing really well. Like maybe on like a more individual level, we're getting the important kills. Sometimes we connect. And then like when it comes time to really like important connections, calling rotations and calling like information, I think that's where we crumble a bit and we don't provide the necessary information. And then, yeah, we lose 3 rounds on the CD side to end the half, and that kind of, I guess, stunned our momentum onto the T side as well.
Love that you mentioned those individual moments, because you had one yourself, J-Bone as well, penultimate round, getting that clutch. That was crucial for you guys to be staying in it. Walk me through that in the tail end of this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those times where, you know, we're trying to play a bit more of like a normal nuke, you know, do the right things, try to remove ramp control and secret control from them. But unfortunately, like, sometimes we lack initiative in the important moments, and if I have to take space in the front lines, then I'm not there to really micromanage the pack properly while trying to find the gap.
So it's
yeah,
MIBR versus Astralis,
like first
Navi
game,
versus 3D Max,
maybe
and
there's some
Wild
hidden
Card
expectations
versus
or people feel a certain way about the game.
For the upper bracket quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm happy we close it out. Obviously,
we're gonna watch Navi versus 3D
when it
Max.
matters most. And it really came up clutch for us.
Yeah, 100%. Just touching upon some of your calls, particularly on that T side, it felt like a couple of those fast A rushes that ended up paying off.
Whoever
Right,
wins
the last
MIBR versus Astralis.
Can you tell me about that? Was that something that was kind of pre-planned? Was that a read that you made during the game? What was the logic
we'll
there?
Be
no,
facing
I mean,
Falcons
honestly,
tomorrow.
this was not in the game plan. But to be honest, I feel like our initial game plan was working. Like, we got secrets, we got warehouse control. Honestly, like, they also played good. They had good movement. But yeah, I mean, we're just not connecting when it matters most. Lacking initiative in certain areas, but it's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I feel like this is expected with the type of team that we have. So it's just something we have to keep working on.
I just want to take like a bit more of a bird's eye view just as my final question, because it goes without saying it was a disappointment for you personally, for FaZe as an org, to not make it to the Cologne Major. But does that kind of help your hunger, help your motivation coming into the second season, knowing what the goal is for you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've been in a situation before not making the major, and then 2-3 months later I become IGL. So I've been there before. I bring a lot of hunger and passion to the team. We also have a lot of young players who are hungry to achieve something in this game, to build their own legacy. And
so
yeah, as much as I want to keep building my own, I want to help them build theirs. And
13,
we just got to keep pushing.
13-5.
Maybe a bit of a nervy start here at EWC, but you said it to us. An entertaining
Tomorrow
start, nonetheless. That is FaZe. 1-0 up
FaZe
here
versus
Paris.
Legacy tomorrow.
Yeah,
what
necessary
else?
footing for FaZe to start this tournament off right.
Tomorrow we have
best of
G2
ones today.
versus
So
Big.
really not a whole lot of wiggle room for you.
So tomorrow we have GG versus Gamer Legion, G2 versus Big for US or upper bracket semifinals. Then we're waiting for the result for MIBR versus Astralis, but we also have FaZe versus Legacy tomorrow's match. And that's the group A and B. For the group C, we only have Bet Boo. We're waiting for Vitality versus 100 Thieves, and Tyloo versus Foot 1. Lin Vision Gaming versus Miles. We are waiting for that as well. And Magic versus the Mongols. Mongols won. Mongols moving forward to upper bracket semifinals. So those are the current results for today. Yeah, that's the group A, B, C, and D for upper bracket.
Yeah, funny round, you know, to some degree. We're looking at the BB team on a 9-round streak of winning stuff. You can see the buy coming in for FaZe Clan is not really that great. You know, a couple of Tech 9s in the mix. They lose the opening kill as well. Then a bit of a mistake right here from MagnumJS on ramp. Not sure why he's fighting, giving up the space, giving up the positions, and all of a sudden FaZe Clan find themselves in a winning position where they can get the bomb down, they can trade out the kills, and you can see Netty right here doing God's work with a Tech 9, dealing a lot of damage, making sure FaZe Clan is finally winning around and breaking the momentum of BB team. At this point, it was unlosable. 5v4 for BB team. You're up against 3 Tech 9s and an AWPer. They rush out ramp. For some reason, MagnumJS decides to give up the round, give up the space, and that's what FaZe needed to get back into the game.
Yeah, it's like he realized that he had given up ramp space and just like a couple of seconds too late, and then he tried to sell the situation. Instead of he goes down and he gives up all the space. And I think it also, you know, kind of changed together what Twist was saying, that when in the important moments, you know, they were not supposed to win this round, right? Things just happen, and they're not really in a place right now where they can, you know, go out and just win the round because they make like the right decision. So they were kind of gifted this one, and they played it out really good. I think Bedboom, they gave it a little bit too much of space once they got down, and they opened the door. I think it was Sordy opened it, trying to get like a couple of frags. It just seemed like, you know, they were trying too close at the situation when it was not needed.
There's always a smirk about this one. I know you guys can't see it at home, but there's always a smirk about this one down in the end. He's always got something up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Maybe just perhaps it's round 23.
Yeah, speaking of gifts, you know, I think we have another one coming in here for FaZe Clan, to be completely honest. 11-11. Just come off a round where they didn't get anything done. They go for an
MIBR versus
BB team in a winning position. For a moment, it was a 1v3. Then J-Bone finds himself in a 1v2. Look at the timer. We're talking 15 seconds. Sorted getting caught off guard. And then Booich coming in for the duel. And J-Bone clutching his out, right? We spoke about impact. Now doing it with the AWP on the CT side, massively impactful. Part of the reason why they're off to such a great start. He's also the reason they end up winning the game. Without winning this 1v3 clutch or 1v2 clutch, whatever you want to label it as, there's no way FaZe is winning. So you're looking at 2 rounds in the span of the last 4 where they're basically getting gifted the game by BB team. As much as I want to say it, FaZe, they looked impressive in the first 9 rounds of the game. From that part and onwards, I think BB team were the better team, to be completely honest. They were in control, they were having more winning positions. Unfortunately for them, and good thing for FaZe Clan, they were celebrating Christmas a bit early and handing out gifts left, right, and center.
Yeah, and I don't want to throw Sorry on the bus, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think he's the one costing this round once more. You know, he goes out heaven fighting, you know, like the clock was running down. He just waited it out. He had his teammate waiting at T-Ven. He could just have waited.
See, here's the theory, right? If Peter, if you're on the T side and you have 14 seconds left and you're on the upper bomb side with the bomb, at some point you have to plant the bomb, right?
Usually,
That's how it works. That's how Counter-Strike works. Now, when you're planting the bomb trace, you can't really fight back, can you? You can't shoot back, you can't fight back. You're kind of labeled as a guy who's just, you know, entering a little code in the bomb, and you're kind of stagnated in that position for a couple of seconds, right? So it's unlosable. It's completely freaking unlosable with 13 seconds left. All they have to do is wait for him to pick up the bomb, try to plant, and if they want to play game, sure, one guy can go in and then he goes off the bomb, he kills that guy, and guess what? There's only 3 seconds left, so it's unwinnable for J-Bone. So yeah, it's unacceptable if you're BB team. You're throwing away what could be a very important best-of-1 win to secure playoff, to secure VRS points, and thank God for FaZe Clan and thank God for J-Bone for punishing that mistakes. That's what I love the most about it. When you make stupid shit, you should be punished for it.
Yeah, it is. Well, it is.
Y'all got it fired up today. What
it is one of these situations where, you know, like details just matter, right? And Sorta, he's a relatively experienced player. He's played this game for a long time and in some big teams, you know, still trying to break through as this player that we thought he would be, but still maybe holding himself a little back, maybe because of stuff like this.
What is it you say? Is it if you fuck around, you find out or something like that?
Yeah, I think FAFO was the verbiage.
There we go.
Thank you so much for kind of highlighting that and illuminating exactly what that means. We needed that. No, I'd say that BB and the post plants probably didn't have a good time today. I mean, you go down, 9-0 pretty quick, and it really is hey, we got to stop hemorrhaging rounds. Like, guys, we're not even giving ourselves a shot in this best of one. If we're going into the second half, we got nothing to work with. And this is kind of what happens there. So, unfortunately, for a team that we saw, you know, kind of ascend in Atlanta where they are now, not necessarily the ascension we saw them come to life, albeit a little too late. Where do you put them in the rest of their journey for EWC, Jake? And I'm looking directly in your eyes.
Yeah, that's tough. You know,
I know
not a lot of people can do that. To be honest, it's a good question, Trace, because I don't know. To be completely honest, with this whole stand-in situation, in and out, they haven't really looked impressive. Now 2 losses in a row against FaZe Clan. Good thing for them, they play best of 3. Good thing for them, I think they were the better team here. I think they played, you know, in their streak of rounds, they were more convincing than FaZe Clan to some degree, and they probably should have closed out this game. But as we spoke about, the individual side of FaZe Clan with Twist the experience, Frozen the experience, came out on top here. I'm worried on behalf of BB team. I don't think they're as exciting as they were a couple of months ago in Atlanta and at the major.
Yeah, and the great question is like, why is that so? You know, it's because now they have the full lineup. Its expectations a little bit higher. Boomit said in his interview not too long ago back in China, said that like the goal for us now is just hitting playoffs consistently. We think we're good enough to do so, right? And you know, playing against FaZe that played like this today, they were playing, like the vast majority of the game, they did play it better, but they gifted away the game in the end, and they didn't keep the composure, which I think they did so well in Cologne. You know, they always clawed their way back. You can never really count them out. Like, it's the mental fortitude that I think BB once again have, you know, and it's in a case where the team just needs to stop throwing these things away, stop throwing it away. But at the same time, it's also just FaZe, they pull through, right? They still seem to be working in the right direction, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, I was just counting up the number of times that our producer is going to have certain words for you, buddy. You might be in big trouble. And Jacob, since I know you usually like to take the D first, let's go ahead and look at the bracket. I think if this one starts to take a shape around the 4 groups that we have, Jacob, surely you can tell me the shape of this D.
Yeah, it's my favorite letter in the alphabet, to be completely honest. We obviously haven't had too many games in this group so far, but there's some interesting ones coming up. Na'Vi versus 3D Max, a Na'Vi that hasn't played a game of Counter-Strike since the major, versus a 3D Max who's off to a hot start in the second part of this season. I'm curious to see 9C versus Pain Gaming as well. If I'm not mistaken, that's the last game of the day here on the stream. Brazil versus Argentina, that could be interesting.
Yeah, and that's of course that's for Group D. That's enough of Jacob with the D's today. Let's talk about where we go from here. I'm pretty sure it would be A technically, but maybe it will go backwards to C. Perfect. You know why, Dupree?
Well, because we're going to be watching Vitality versus 100 Themes. That's what you're referring to. Yeah, that's a game that I'm been looking very much forward to. A lot of my old teammates is in this game, you know, not only on the playing side, but also the coaching side.
Yeah,
so
everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere, right? You know, maybe I'm an unk. I'm retired. I can sit down here and yab about what they're doing. They still try to make things count, but a game that I'm very excited for. Vitality coming into this season, you know, fumbled together with some of the big dogs in Bounty, and now they try to make a bounce back here at EWC in Paris. So, yeah, everything's on the line for both.
All I'm saying, the last team to win a Tier 1 trophy is in this group, and it's not Vitality. Mouse, you know, we're doing the job at the Bounty, so I'm curious to see if they can continue down that trend.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Look, FaZe stacks up against Legacy after beating BB just now. The Falcons, having dispatched K27 earlier, sets them up to play
Thank
the winner
God
of
for that
MIBR and Astralis. So
that's a massive game. That's a massive game for FaZe and Legacy. Both of them, you know, are teams who need the VIS. Legacy obviously in a pretty comfortable position, but they could be a team that could go straight into stage 3 of the major, stage 2, whereas for FaZe Clan, they're fighting to qualify for the major. A win against Legacy, that would pretty much cement that being in contention for it. So big game ahead of them.
And it's unfortunate because I really wanted to know what you guys thought about Astralis, but I guess we'll never know. So instead, we'll look at GG How and Gamer Legion having GG How having upset earlier. Spirit, you know, Spirit come in here is a heavy favorite across multiple boards. GG How were able to surprise them in a best of 1 in the opening matchup today. So yeah, they're just one match from qualifying into the playoffs. I'm sure they didn't see that coming.
Nope, that's a big game as well. Massive opportunity for GG How and Gamer Legion. Now, naturally, it sucks for everyone else that Spirit is in the lower bracket. Luminosity will be booking their flights home tomorrow, roughly after a couple
Hey, don't count everyone out.
Well, I will.
Something can still happen, right?
It's going to be tough. So it sucks for everyone else that Spirit decided not to show up in the best of 1 today, because it's going to be incredible tough to make it out of that lower bracket now.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, I think that just about does it for us putting a ribbon on this one. We've gone through the brackets. We've done everything that we can to try to make it a little bit more pretty around the edges for BB Team and FaZe, but we do have to set the stage. We have to get ready for the next best of 1 here on what is the opening day of EWC 2026. Navi and 3D Max are getting set up like right over there behind us. I don't know if you can see that, but if you are in Paris, I invite you to come on down. Check it out. It's a pretty big venue hall. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and I'm not sure that you guys have had the opportunity to walk around, dare I ask.
It's quite big.
I've seen a lot of chess over there. You know? They make a move and
they're very loud.
Yeah, very loud.
Very loud.
All right, well, let's go to break then, and let's see if we can get them more quieter over there. So yeah, we'll be right back after
Let's go.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
action going down at the first day of Counter-Strike 2 at EWC, and the B stream has been no exception. So let me get you quickly up to speed with what has been going on over here. We began the day with Gamer Legion versus Luminosity. Now, in all honesty, that was a very quick affair. That ended 13-3 on Nuke, with Flammers having an absolute pop-off performance. Game number 2 was a little bit closer. That was Foot versus Tyloo. We had some questions about how Foot would be performing without Laos in the mix, and xCloud did more than a serviceable job, ending up 13-10 in their favor. Now, game number 3, this was what got very exciting, because the Mongols, reigning EWC champions, returned to try and defend their trophy. Now, I know Mongols roster looking a little bit different, but 9-10, he was really feeling it today, and they managed to wrap up the scoreline 13-7. Game number 4, that was Legacy versus NIP. And Cash fans out there, you would maybe like to go back and rewatch this one, particularly if you're a Legacy fan. That was 13-5 in their favor, with newest edition Try looking very good in his yellow jersey. Now, I mentioned Cash, and that is exactly what is going down behind me. Game number 5, that is Bait versus Paravision, still raging on over on the B stream.
Abby versus 3D Max. Here we go. Round 2.
I always like to see a second round force with a plan. And there certainly was one there.
I think that from a calling perspective, you're going to think you got away with one if you're Alexi. Oh, I called us into the stack. Thanks, boys, for staying gun on. But you're not going to feel like you're outmaneuvering them. Actually, that feels kind of good if you're 3D Max. You took the gamble, it paid off, and they walked into your stack. You just couldn't hit the necessary shots. That's fortunate for Nima. That is a very impactful kill in the scheme of things. It does alleviate pressure. So 2 impactful rounds for Ima and a smile on the Romanian's face. Boost up for Maka top banana.
And a horrible combo of util. Has Gravity dead. Maka next. Even a nearly onto a Lucky. Just to putt it in. They're not taking any chances, even throwing that bomb across.
What is that view model? I like it.
Lucky for the exit. Oh, yeah, not the weapon you want to be going into a head-to-head duel with. The Mac-10 quick to adjust in the air. One more bullet would have been nice. Masuta unable to provide.
All right, well, the focus going into this first rifle round is going to be Maka. Right, he's going to bring out that AWP. We'll get to see how he wants to ply it.
Straight to apps for round 1.
Well, this is it. Is the game plan going to be to fight for banana control? Right, this is where we get to see what 3D Max have opted to bring in today against Navid. They don't have a kit, so if the bomb does go down, it's already Inferno, so that will reinforce the save idea unless it's full chaos, and Maka will be starting over towards A alongside of Masuta. It's Gravity, Lucky, and Kersey looking for the banana control. Nade right into Boiler does extensive early damage. So as they're trying to stall you out on your default, you get a nade for your troubles.
Ooh, Gravity.
Oh!
Wow.
That's brutal. A little bit of perfect a sound cue, all Makaze needs, and he gets bowled over.
And they're just going to explode into A. 3 out apps, 2 up mid.
You better be strong, Masuta. Already down to 43. Partners up with Maka on the short side. Now the pressure from both fronts. So uncomfortable. He's got pressure on 2. Still finds a follow-up onto Makaze. Dips away from the apartment's pressure. And now we've got a retake.
Well, they will give this one a go. The fact that they have them boxed in, they should give this retake a look. Sure, there's no kit, but they've responded to this very quickly.
Crossfire on site. Wonderful and Ima working on that, and they've got that loose piece of bit, able to enable no worries about the balcony. Kazi pathing forward now, trying to break that site crossfire with Lucky. Bit able to lend a hand as well from the balc. Time ticking, lads. Are we going or are we not?
They're not
Backing
going.
away, uninterested in the 10-second defuse.
Okay, a bit of fishing going on right there, seeing if anybody oversteps the mark. You take a look at the util left over as well, and you're thinking, well, Bit could be in a position right now to re-smoke Moto. That'd guarantee it. But he was just staying as a bit of a nuisance over towards apartments, and that's going to be 4-0. Makazi man on the screen here.
LOL!
He's going to be very happy with a freebie in Banana there onto Gravity.
Tagged by the wallbang in the last frame. See this from Makaze. He hears that burn, and he just scuttles it forward right into the pocket of Gravity. I was impressed by the way Maka handled that wrap. He confirmed they're dropping out bulk. At the same time, he spots someone pushing middle. Managed to provide the double and get away with that AWP. See if he can do something with it into our 5th round of play.
Ima's flashing.
That's a perfect nade. Chunky nade.
100 damage inflicted onto Makaze and wonderful.
They've really burnt these smokes. There's 2 left. And we've still got 1:20 left on the clock, so at least they've got what they were hoping for. This banana control. All right, it's Lucky's opportunity this time through the smoke. Thank you very much.
Just a well-timed burst. Brackets control. Apps set up for the M&M. Maka and Basuta. Clear from Ima. This is such an off angle. It feels like Masuta should have this every day of the week. Kersey up next. Lining up for him, but the AKs will win out.
Still, with that damage, you think it should be good 40 seconds.
It really does hinge on if Makaze can get anything done on this fight. He's just going to be holding the space as his boys head CT, and oh my god, wait, but the bomb's middle. Don't lose the bomb. Lucky down, and he knows there was another near there. Here it is. Overreaction!
What?
And bad tracking. Makaze punching desk. Ugly.
Alexi should just get bowled over here.
Jiggle bait. Ooh, goes for the wide swing up close, and see you later. Maka dunks on him, and 3D Max are on the board.
Yeah, I can understand the frustrations from Makaze. Up until that moment, it felt like they weren't in the round. If he gets that kill, it's like, oh, okay, back in a big way. But
he could run into A.
These cheeky kills that have been happening through the smokes, right, have dictated these last 2 rounds. But that's the first on the board for 3D Max, and tactical timeout called from Blade immediately. So that's just, I guess, unlucky. How else can you frame it? Or that was lucky.
That was lucky. Yeah.
His alter ego. Unlucky.
That's his evil twin brother.
An opportunity to settle into the environment for Na'Vi. They will have no issues in the buy for this one. It's the next round, so Blade trying to get ahead of that. You've got Ima and Bit both with 3.7. The loss bonus 1900. We'll have more conversations about that as required.
Chug.
Lucky with a Famus. EK for Masuda, M4s for the other two, and Maka on that AWP. Full sets of nades, kits in play. And the round ready to get back underway. So Kersey again, smokes spot on Banana, heads over to assist with the control. Maka and Masuta.
The T and CT smokes landed almost next to each other. And here comes that test. Easy stand over his ground. Gravity, in combination with Lucky and that HE, has completely silenced this B duo. Alexi and Makaze trying to take some top Banana control, and they're left with nothing.
Blade took the timeout for that. And now you're in a 3v5 with a whole lot of time on the clock. So, not backing down at 3D Max, continuing to trundle forward even with a 2-man advantage. Kersey's res header back in time. He's got the arch wrap covered. Maka and Masuda to deal with short and apps. And it could just be a very long save. Unless they want to knock on the door of Banana here.
Is there a good flash for a position like Gravity's?
If they were T-step, well...
nope, just a hard clear. Oh, the crouch nearly worked out. It was under the crosshair for a minute. Didn't find that bullet, and bit trading eventually. That's just going to lead to a rotation. You can see Kersey quick to scarper over to ensure Lucky's not alone.
But I'm still...
Hang on, head to head with the AWP here. Woof. Looks like Masuta and Maka both took damage from that.
But they identify in this situation it's likely to save because you're seeing the AWP at T-stairs with 30 seconds left. So if Ima had stayed alive, that's why I was saying, because it was Wonderful, Ima, and Bit, right?
Yes.
So Wonderful could have kept the AWP. The other two are in positions to drop AKs and still buy utility into the next, and it could have been a full buy. But I like the fact that they still gave it a look in. Right? I think one of the things with Na'Vi is sometimes it feels like it's a little bit too by the book. The whole point of the structure and all the theory is to give you a foundation, but your players still have to play.
But, I mean, what you're talking about is wanting to see a little bit more, you know, of the fishing style,
Sure.
you know, where you're kind of, you're not full committing, you're not necessarily all in on the commitment, but you're certainly keeping options open as opposed to it like this is binary, it's either we fight or we don't.
A little bit of a reaction there from the crowd. It makes sense. We got a French team on stage. When we move into next week, we move into the big arena. Well, not the big arena, the one before the big arena. But it's 7,000 or 8,000 people. We can see it from where we're sitting right now. Rocket League's over there.
Yeah, by most people's standards, I think that's pretty big.
Okay, so they still make it work for the most part. So Tech9, the only omission. And I think it makes sense to gift them Banana. That's fine. We don't need to get spammed through anymore. We'll take Halls and Boiler first. That'll be a combination of Alexi, Ima, Bit to work on that in this round. A very passive setup as well. I want to draw attention to the radar for people. Nobody close short, nobody in apartments. They are very passive on A.
And they've just been smoked on the arch side. Kersey's response, a HE grenade that finds very little.
But the stack is in the right place. Not for the first time. But last time it was just a force buy. This time it's everything they desire.
It's just gravity on this jump spot. Cannot afford to get caught out by Mikaze on his eventual fight. Safe jump spots. Molly's enough info for him, he'll back away.
And no rotation. So keeping it 4 strong at B for now. You need a little bit more than that, says Gravity, if you want to draw a rotation on his watch. So the net has been set up top middle. Now you've got Wonderful, Emma, and Bit. Draw that line in the sand. The rotation comes back to join them. You've got Kersey in sight, Lucky towards tall box, Masuda in pit, and Mac along with the AWP.
That's a perfect nade from Masuda is ringing, but Mikaze head hunting. Maka down, nice shot from Alexi's Tech 9. Kersey stubborn, as is Lucky. Ooh, a quick one on the AWP from Wonderful, breaks through.
And look at the time. There was 7 seconds left as the bomb starts to get punched in there. If a kill goes the other way and a little bit more cumbersome there on the trading, the time could have been the enemy. So Na'Vi with a buzzer beater. Gravity will back off. That's his best option in this one. He's the one who's lacking in the cash department.
Impactful kills from Mikaze and Wonderful. Even, I mean, actually, to be fair, Alexi somehow getting real output out of the Tech 9.
It's 2 points of timing there. So one, the nade comes out, does good damage, but then as he swings back out with gun in hand, he just gets deleted, so not on the angle. And then you see Maka trying to get into sight, but they've already breached up short. So 2 players caught by timings, and that's the undoing for 3D Max. 5-2. And another buy will follow. So is there a change-up at a 3D Max? They played that one very passive, right? And we've seen them in other rounds have Maka with Masuda forward in halls with some setups to at least inform them with a little bit of information. Nate comes in, swings out, and fortunately for him, they were on the line. That's Mikaze's 3rd opening kill, the only man providing opening kills for Na'Vi so far.
That nade break was to set up for an opening, unable to provide it. Lucky again on the smoke spams, not going to find as much success. Immet wasn't ready for the double up. Suter provides the trade. Oh, they were blind. Mikaze still gets it with the white screen. A swing from Lucky that does not bear fruit. Advantage Na'Vi and just one man to defend A. Masuda versus the world. Na'Vi's 6th unless he finds a crazy multi.
It's a bad smoke.
Okay. And that's a good shot.
That is round. Just for theory there on what is going through Emma's mind. So the AWP has rattled off on the break. The player that they killed first was Masuda, I believe. Yep. And those, if they're starting 3B, those are the 2 players you expect on A. So he's overlooked the potential for Kersey because he's assumed they've gone for another 3-man banana start.
Right.
But he's died, the information's there, they've won out on banana, and either way they've just been able to putt it in. So Na'Vi up to 6.
No, but that nameplate Counter-Strike, it's very easy to overlook as a viewer where some of these decisions come from players. And, you know, they get caught with a knife out, and it's very easy to sit there at home with your popcorn and go, what are these idiots doing? But there's logic often, most of the time, behind these getting caught out moments.
For sure, right? Obviously, you've got your expectations and, well, you do your homework. There's also little details that we are going to miss when we're watching in this way, right? Because there's so many sound cues that are going on. Players can pick it up. There was a moment earlier in the tournament that I was watching back in the hotel when it was Mini from GG How going to pick B, and he was scoped in early, so the short player couldn't hear him. But then he gets to Kitchen, he unscopes. Zontic's always close short. Here's the double scope, Magic stops jump spotting, right? And there's these little details that are happening all the time that it's so hard to pick up because you're focusing on different skirmishes all across the map and everything is always moving. So it's devil's in the details as far as Counter-Strike's concerned. But we do get a tactical timeout. This is the 2nd. There you go. See, that's why it looks a little bit silly. 2nd of the map. But first from 3D Max. But Emma has had some very impactful moments. I know he only has 4 kills, and that sounds a little bit crazy, but the pistol, he had some nice kills. And then against the Force in round number 2, he gets that spam kill through the smoke, and I think that was necessary to alleviate some pressure. Mikaze's openers have been handy, and that one for Emma, he now joins the board. And they also looked a little bit more free, right? Just, oh, well, let's just take that fight, right? So I identify, okay, AWP was long side. We might be able to get a 1v1. Great to see them taking their shots. So we are ready to get this one back underway. So they want to try the same pick. Now, this is great conditioning. So this all came back to that round they finished A, right? They went for the halls and boiler control first. Now they're essentially forcing 3D Max to start in a stance that's heavy towards A. And now they're even forcing 3D Max to play in boiler, in halls, mid crossfire, because they don't want them to get the space. They don't want to they want to win the duels, top, middle, and halls, and that be the rounds. They don't want to play out the mid round.
Mikaze could be providing an opening here. Up against Gravity on that first box. Ooh, nearly 4 HP on Gravity. He does deny.
But there was no smoke from CT. Nobody picked coffins. Nobody jiggled CT. That's information in itself.
True, I see you. He's alone. And if he peeks, he is a dead man. Alexi's got the molly. He can just flush him out. His teammates provided. There's Maka onto Bit elsewhere. Catches the mid player.
They should be able to get the bomb down and set up the post plant. There's another smoke forward CT as well.
Wonderful's got Banana. This is not easy to get past the AWPer. And he misses the shot between the wickets of 2. Spotted the info though. Knows there's multiple bodies. Elevation still enables to flick up. Wonderful needs another. Gets it onto the Tech 9. And that is round. Ime wraps it up. Puts a bow on it. Na'Vi find a 7th.
It looked like it could have been cleaner there. That miss from Wonderful, but he makes up for it in a big way. And then Ime puts that on home and sends him back in 7-2.
How has he got 2 there with Wonderful? After missing that first, I'm convinced he's overrun. You see the boost.
Sandbags.
You're supposed to be a dead man. He does very well to rectify.
And this here, I think Gravity, in fact, he gets that kill. You're thinking, okay. Sets them up quite nicely, but Ime pivoting, the swing's coming through, not connecting our 3D Max. The AWP starting towards B this time round, so we'll see if Maka wants to try and press the issue.
Audible to Maka. Set up for that exact fight. Catches Mikaze on the jiggle, playing that close AWP. Now committed is Alexi. He's playing a very dangerous game, and he has to win that one. Gravity manufactures an extension of their advantage. There's a little bit of something on A.
Yeah, Bit needs to find a gap or a frag. It looks like they're going to try and slip the gap long side.
He just replenished the smoke on Abs. And there's attention drawn. Kazi unable to find lethality. He needed that one. Now, pressure's onto Masuta. He's getting wrapped upon. Bit and Ime coinciding, clearing the site. A back turn enables Masuta. A 4-on-2 that should be all said and done until that bomb goes down. And now Bit and Wonderful making a 2-on-2. It's falling through their fingers. 3D Max had a golden opportunity, a 2-man advantage, and it's just disintegrated. Wonderful knows where you're at, anticipating that jump across, trying to buy time for Lucky.
Bit's ready for Abs or short.
And it is Abs. Ooh, bell rung. Bit playing it safe. Could be dead to the swing of Lucky, and is just onto Wonderful. Last seen sight. Clutch for him. Denied by a quick heady. That's a nice shot out of Lucky. 3D Max find themselves a 3rd.
And they were under a lot of time pressure there as well. You see this 10-second defuse coming through. So without the kit, those kills had to come in quite rapidly. So well done. I thought Bit would have had him dead to rights, but steps up, cops the dink, under pressure, and Lucky. Very good job from him.
What a relief as well. If you're the A holders there, you do feel like you've just let it go.
Yeah, I have some problems with the way that Kersey approached that. When you have an advantage like we saw, you want to play setups where you can get information and then rejig a crossfire with your teammates.
Right.
But he was so committed that he either kills them all or he's dead. So it did make things a little bit more difficult. He is the most green player in the server right now.
Okay, Lucky has got a laser beam on his M4. 7 frags deep. Top of the scoreboard alongside Maka.
They're all ready to pop A. This is going to happen very quickly.
Yeah, I think quicker than they're ready for. I say that, actually. Info on 2. 1 pit, 1 site. Masuta drops a smoke, safe from the flame. Hard to force him out now, but the HE does break the smoke, expose the defense. Down goes Maka and Masuta, and an 8th round as easy as that.
Okay. Well, as soon as they saw it was Alexi, they immediately knew, they're coming. This is not just one player searching. We are in a bit of hot water. And getting caught on that break, right? The smoke. Plume's open and just deleted there. So this will be 8-3.
It's a really nice response. I was thinking it's going to be hard to flush him out. He's got a smoke to play around. You can't molly him, but you can nade the smoke. Genius. Rock, paper, scissors.
Lizard Spock. The slightly more
layers to
exposed format. We got Vitality versus 100 Thieves coming up next. Simultaneously, we'll have Wildcard versus Furia. And then we're going to have a 9Z versus Pain and a Linvision versus Mouse to round up the day. And then tomorrow we get into the best of 3s. Tomorrow we start eliminating teams. We start crushing keys,
And that's that one for 3D Max. You can see it's center stage for these teams. You even get to put the opponents, if you win the trophy, you get to put your favorite 3 keys into the trophy itself.
It could be any of the teams, any of the other 31.
You just choose them.
Yeah, you don't even have to have beaten them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's like, I don't like these guys. They can live in my trophy.
Just more fuel for the drama.
All right, well, 4 in a pistol is workable, 9-3, and I think this one will be quick.
Okay, we got action on Banana. HE looks like it's destined for damage. Gravity lucky to be alive after Lexi B's combo.
Both teams have had some moments through smokes.
Gravity gotten away from that, thankfully.
And they didn't really win out Banana control, so they don't have brackets info, they don't have Banana info, and that does spell a bit of a problem.
Here it comes, Maka and Kersey.
Well, they're playing for a fight.
Yeah,
Kersey forward.
Flash mid, you had your knives out, didn't go for the full swing, understandably.
This feels like an invitation to these boiler players, though.
Didn't make an impact sound. Him as position not noted.
So I like the heads-up play to take back this brackets control because they would have been in a world of hurt information-wise. But you still have this problem with the low HP of Gravity on bit.
What?
Okay.
Nice one from Wonderful.
Well, the info is Wonderful is in Chicken Pit. So, do with that as you will. Now it's Masuda and Maka on 8 to defend against 5.
And you've only got an M4 and a FAMAS. Has to be one hell of a crossfire here. Mikaze on the warpath. Good angle from Maka and Masuta in combination. Now the wrap! Can't transfer, it's Alexi's pressure that they overwhelms them. Masuta on the side gets overwhelmed. No time for the plant! There's no time! And you can see the face on him, and that is an awkward way for the half to end. 3D Max given a gift.
That's when the CTs do put up the necessary resistance with the low time, right? We had one earlier where they kind of just fell over. This time round, they stall them out. The clock becomes the problem, and with 30 seconds, they're probably chomping at the bit to get this thing back underway. So 3D Max, you get the pistol. Maybe we can start having a conversation of a map on our hands.
Gosh, that was, just the two of them. Maka and Masuta versus the entire Na'Vi squad, but enough output to get it by virtue of the clock. If you're Na'Vi, if you're Ime in particular, you're going to feel a little bit silly.
If you reflect on that first half of play, opening kills actually fell in favor of 3D Max. So Na'Vi had some good trade work, but also had some good moments. Like I highlighted Ime with that 2-piece feed on the A side when they had lost the exchange in Banana. So they definitely weren't winning out in terms of those opening duels, Na'Vi, but they did have some good individual output in patches.
This is great.
And 9, it's just that the clock is racing away.
And Masuta, just by hiding out behind that box, being just hard enough to kill. All right.
This is real fast.
We've got pace, ladies and gentlemen. Bit playing around that smoke, confirmed they're not coming his way, but through the backstab is held. Important from Maka. Ime hasn't found the headshots necessary. Does chip one in.
One bullet.
No bullets. He's a dead man. Gravity and Kazi partner up, overrun. There is definitely pace in this one. Running into Alexi's USP for 1. Round over, surely. Wonderful trying to get back into things.
I think 3D Max is showing, hey, you don't actually have to plant the bomb to win the round. So going for a different way to secure that objective, but now doing it by the book. Bit of extra cash there as well as, oh, that sound cue may have been noted. I think hold on to the Julies, the Kev, and the Smoke, right? That don't throw this away for what? A kill? Like it's
now
feel worth it.
This is Pro CS, so I'm sure there's more to it than group up rush A first timing.
No,
or was that was the call?
That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fine, right? Because I think if you look at FaZe's T side of Nuke, you could maybe say a couple of similarities are happening there. You're not worrying about taking the map control and then playing off of each other. It's let's cause a scenario that they couldn't possibly have prepped for once we get into a mid-round, right? And if we find that entry, if we trade out efficiently, we're going to be in a very strong spot. So 3D Max, when you were asking about trying to frame these teams, that right there, you could just, this is how 3D Max play, right? You know, an aggressive squad.
You talked about the Na'Vi and how it's all flowcharts. The flowchart for this round for 3D Max was rush A, and the second step was kill them.
Yeah, and the objective changed at some point there to be, okay, let's just take the fights. It was clear that they were very hungry for the jewels, as Wonderful brings out a shotgun into this one.
That's a rarity.
For Na'Vi.
Gravity.
Banana, full control already.
He just wants to go. Block smoke will be thrown. That's what he wanted, and he's achieved it. Forces out that block util. Alexi has another where that came from, and the Kaze too. So going to be trying to hold on to that for as long as they can.
The key to put the pressure on early like this is because those smokes you're hiding will be siphoned out quicker.
Yeah.
So you don't get into the last 20 seconds of the round and you can still be blocked. This does put 3D Max in a decent position, but they haven't investigated A whatsoever. They just throwing some light utility to force a response of some kind.
It's a curious choice from Wonderful as well. Not only the shotgun, but how he's choosing to utilize it. He's just playing close short, hoping to catch someone swinging, pre-aiming pit.
I don't know why I'm a bit worried for 3D Max in this round.
Yeah.
Something just feels a bit fishy.
This is actually very interesting. There's a smoke in the apartments, Masuta on the other side of it. And if you go a step further, it's a free frag for Masuta. Here we go. Ooh, nice trade, though, provided by Wonderful. Get some extra cash for that AWP. Alexi just about finds Maka. Bomb to be planted comfortably. Wonderful confirms Lucky's got the short side on lock. I don't know what the shotgun's supposed to do in this scenario. Partner up with the MP9 and rush at them. Got a bit of presence from Immer coming in from the long side.
Gotta get a move on if you want to win this.
Who moves first? It's got to be the shotty. Kaze draws attention. Immer onto Gravity. Now they burst through. This can go wrong. There's the shotgun and a 1v1. And down goes Kersey. 3 kills.
Oh no.
Outrageous.
What the?
Okay, well, he's just farmed his AWP right there, hasn't he?
$2,700.
He's a rich man. Diffuse comes in, 9th on the board, and what could have been the conversation for a comeback for 3D Max has just been stunted right there and then. Fortunately for them, they do get the bomb down, so they get a little bit of extra cash going to their force buy, but I feel like the wind's just been taken out of their sails the second half. A lot of output there from the shotgun.
Nice from Immer as well.
Yeah.
Like, he was the first to pull a card from the castle. That's an expression I've just made up. Actually, a brand new one.
It's
House of Cards.
Yep.
Topple, pulling one of them. You know what I'm saying?
You could do it with a sandcastle.
Yep.
You could do it with a House of Cards. You could do it with a real castle.
You could.
And you could do it with an eco. So not opting for the force.
You know, there's a lot of castles for sale in France.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're interested.
Yeah.
They're quite reasonably priced.
I thought you were going to give me someone's number. Who am I calling?
No, I'm just telling you. Like, I was surprised to find a significant amount of castles for sale if you're feeling medieval.
Are they owned by Zywo or Apex by any chance?
Potentially. How many of you are using this eco to Google castles in France for sale? Because there is a few. Check them out.
A nice anti-eco setup here from... I think it's more anti-force. I think they're probably expecting a force. But I have heard a couple of pistols rattle off.
Wonderful's feeling himself. That's a great nade to set him up. Here's a couple of steps. Confirms presence just around the river bend. Down goes Maka, and he wants more. He is really feeling himself, and the denial. Bit steals the ace. That was nearly a 1-mag 5k, and it's not going to happen.
Well, they've established it was that eco. Now they know the guns are going to come out, so 3 Galils, 2 AKs. the util there, but this is a massive bonus round for Na'Vi, isn't it, right? They get to carry through some of those lighter weapons, but they also get the cash from that force by win, the shotgun kills. They are sitting pretty right now, 10-5, 5-round gap. Just 3 more rounds to push them forward.
16-3. Couple of eeks in there, but impact for sure from Wonderful here in the best of 1. Hello, info from Makazi on the jump spot confirms Lucky's presence on Banana. He's rather alone.
Through the mid-smoke.
Yeah, and Bit's a dead man. Lovely flash from Masuta. Sets Kersey up for the opener, and Makaze's pre-fire does not bear fruit. Wonderful, still able to muster some sort of defense, but overcome by the AKs.
Wouldn't mind if Emma and Alexi want to hang around and do a little bit of damage.
Sure.
It's probably their best option in this situation. You have a pop through a mid-smoke, catch them while they're going for hefty banana control, rotation miles away. You win out that opening exchange and you find yourself in position to grab this 6th round. We are finding ourselves in Group D. We've already had a match in this group take place earlier today. That was the Mongols versus Magic.
And the 2 big names, like the higher seeds in Group D, it's Na'Vi and...
Furia.
Furia, yes, okay.
We have Ninzi versus Pain coming up. So I think Ninzi is one that we definitely need to give our respects to based off of their major run. So, look, if you're going namesake, it's Na'Vi, Furia, Ninzi, and Mongols are the 4 that would be your likely expectation. But the Mongols have 2 green players in the roster for this season, Tikuak and
tomorrow's match. Astralis versus Falcons, Space versus Legacy, Vita versus
Everyone
Big.
was blind there. Besides Kersey.
GGHow versus JEL.
2nd timeout from Blade.
So far.
Wonderful will have his AWP.
And the 2nd timeout from Blade.
Yeah, he's not looking too concerned just yet. I'm taking it all in. You can see this man's frustrations from a mile away.
Yeah, one of the many reasons he is our fan favorite is the heart on the sleeve. Cannot hide how he feels about the round. We've seen him smile a couple of times.
And I'm glad he doesn't.
What,
right?
smile?
No. I meant hide how he feels.
Yes.
It makes it more entertaining for us.
It absolutely does. It has led to some great reaction gifs, I'm sure you can find.
You know you're in a pretty good position to put them away with this round conversion from Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Right? Because the loss bonus back and forth in this spread. I don't think that smokes...
Boost to start. Kersey versus Wonderful. And not able to connect the shot. Whistles one past the hip of Kersey.
Gravity's up in towards Boiler already. Very quiet across the map right now. Is some still lined up from Gravity. He's selling mid control.
And by throwing it while already being on that balcony, you kind of hopefully create a little bit of a timing where they're not expecting presence in those apartments.
They're giving a decent amount of room, or at least that's how it looks from the 3D Max lens. We've been able to get banana control without forcing them off the line. Short is the biggest question mark for them at this moment.
Got lots of avant-garde approaches here from the util department. Lucky's got a big one here.
This is Apps Pop written all over it.
Blocked just the right time as well. With 38 seconds on the clock, you're going through that.
Bit's transitioning now to Bike. He'll have support at 2.
Here they come. Imet to lend a hand, and Bit unloads for 2. Gravity and Kersey sidelined. Masuta spotted over the top of the smoke, and Imet a comfortable finish. It's just Maka and Lucky. Mantles up on the box, does significant damage to Maka. We've got to see a plant here. Lucky's found Wonderful, and it should enable a plant. It's a 2-on-2. Making this one competitive. Don't forget what's at stake here in the best of 1. 3D Max need this. Begging for it. Maka and Lucky have got to bring this one home. Mikaze and Alexi swing on the short side. A nice headshot, but low. Both of them low. That HE will do the job. Lucky bowled over, and Mikaze looking out for Maka. Elevated, perfect. Finds the headshot. Na'Vi get their 11th.
All right, well, Makazi with some more impact. He was doing a good job in that first half, finding a couple of opening kills. Now he wins a big clutch. And that bomb going down does make things a little bit more interesting for 3D Max in this, but seeing Na'Vi so close to 13, you got to wonder, what are they going to be able to scrape together? Lucky with that kill onto Wonderful there. That's the only reason the round gets interesting whatsoever. If we catch it in the replay, I think Bit does a great job. Mo's down 2, then I think Emma, right, I would have loved to see him jump up on the box a little bit earlier in that situation, but either way, Akazi makes mincemeat of them. It's been tough for 3D Max throughout this map just to get consecutive rounds. It's only happened on one occasion, and that was their first 2 on the CT side. Otherwise, it's been very spotty. OC in the finances will be on a Mac 10. This is likely something a bit more poppy or set. I don't feel that because of the Mac 10. I just think it's getting desperate out there. Yeah. I think if you're going to try and play map control Counter-Strike against a team like Na'Vi, and you have some greener names, you might have a tougher time. So
I will say that the fact that Gravity's been given the Mac gives me a bit more faith. I think this guy's one of the best when it comes to the SMGs.
That is fair.
Could be one hell of a HE from Alexi. Bang! Connection onto 3. Softened up for the Makaze M4, A4, and Alexi's on the floor. Hold on. It all falls to Makaze, and he runs out of health and bullets, and help is on the way. Wonderful arrives just in time. Locked on CT will make it to Ruins, and a chance for this Coffins fight. Ooh, decisions.
So much time. You think that they've tightened the noose, they haven't at all. Bit just top mid. Be one of those cut noise moments. You hope that they start playing for info and push through and you can catch them off guard, or they over-rotate. They will concede the bomb plant with this setup. Wonderful. We'll call the CT smoke. Emma has floated away. And it's Bit who you'd love to be over towards B with these smokes, and he's got the HE for the break, but going to cut the mustard now. They should be able to waltz in and get this down. Bit still hasn't rotated. There's not a sound cue to confirm this just yet. There is now.
Look at this from Masuta. Brings the fight to them. Ima was close behind, and the multi denied. Ima onto Masuta, now puts it all onto Maka, and a clutch that feels necessary. It's asking an awful lot from their captain. Ima. Predicted perfectly by Maka, makes it a one-on-one. Bit healthy. He's got the kit.
Got a molly as well here.
Maka relocates, gets the info, and should catch the timing. Beautiful round, a necessary clutch. Quad kill out of Maka.
All right, well, that's got the crowd and 3D Max making a little bit of noise there, but this is still going to be a tough way back to things. It's not a round you're expecting them to pick up in these circumstances, especially after this.
Yeah.
Now, this man right here has been involved in any opening they'll give him, right? It's 9 in total. He's actually on the losing end. He's 4 and 5 in terms of success rate, but he's always getting stuck in first. So Maka, 15 kills now, has given them a bit of a lifeline, and you can break the money. Well, it's broken, right? But this is where you need to capitalize, and they're just going fast.
Okay, look at Gravity go. Perfect flash. Bit repositions, baits him in. That's
Surely you call it off.
Of a messy one.
He was on his own, right? The Halls pop wasn't ready yet. They weren't close enough, right?
You're
it's going to take him a little bit longer to get there. So he's just run through, given up his life, and
he just trusted the flash. Bit, however, pathed well. Tucked back into cover, baits them in. That's a lot of info. Just spotted the whole squad. Bomb was on the radar.
I understand the decision-making process that we've just seen from Na'Vi, but it does mean now that 3D Max are back in a very strong position. They still want to finish towards A. Heard the app smoke.
Vigilant as well for this gamble. Here comes Masuta. Jiggle from Imma. Easy pickings. Wonderful. Similar position. Will he go overlooked? It's fallen into place nicely. A consecutive from 3D Max.
Yeah, we're just talking about how difficult it is for them to get those. So
nice.
You're not overlooking it in this situation, right? You are definitely going to make sure that you are clearing out every nook and cranny. And with how that started, I thought we were in for an absolute nightmare ending to this map here for 3D Max, but they are still holding on.
Yeah, and the deliberate Mac 10s. You know, I think that's always, it's a Something 3D Max are not afraid to do when they know the opponent's in a compromise buy scenario. Just whip out the Max and go pedal to the metal, as Gravity did.
Well, they'll get an opportunity again now, knowing that it's the Eco coming up next. So we'll then retain these and hopefully farm up. This will become 11-8. 3-round gap. Navi on Eco with a saved M4 and Makazi that we're just watching jiggle.
Just keep jiggling.
Terrorists win.
The crowd's grown a little bit. I will say most of the French fans are wearing Vitality jerseys.
They certainly are.
But they're still cheering.
And they're still here for the 3D Max comeback.
So they know Makazi's the B defender, right? So you know he saved something. You have a question to ask. Do we think they're going to place it elsewhere looking for a fight, or do we want to avoid him, right? Do we want to just go to the opposite site?
Oh, that's a lot of damage from a singular grenade.
Gravity again, though, applying a lot of pressure. This time he doesn't actually put his body on the line, but still having a glance top middle. Bit and wonderful playing to be traded by Makazi.
Island boost. Easy pickings. And now Makaze, is he able to find anything with that M4?
You just go B now, right? This is where you would group up and finish over towards the B side. Makazi, one of the B defenders, is alongside of Alexi, but you know Makazi was the man that saved.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a USP on Alexi. There's nothing he can do. Oh, Gravity's keeping Makaze busy and takes him out as well. You can see a little shake of the head there from Makaze. Gravity's very cheeky on those SMGs.
All right, 2-round gap. They're going to be kicking themselves about how they played that Mac around.
It has been somewhat of a fire starter to get 3D Max back in.
Well, there's the third and final tactical timeout from Blade. There are going to be some issues in the buy department. They are buying, don't get me wrong, but Makazi focusing on utility has gone with a FAMAS. Alexi is going to have to make a similar decision. It looks like he's got, surely he swaps out the M4 with Makazi here, right? You have to. This guy's just been a monster in terms of the multis. Makazi and Wonderful both with 5 multi-kills each throughout this map of play. No AWP for Wonderful. And away we go.
Makaze trying his luck. That FAMAS does start to forge a path down towards Banana. Complete Banana control now for Na'Vi as pressure A. Rather rapid. Here comes Kersey. Swings on into his demise. Spots 2. Easy for Bit. Dips back. Finds Gravity. The trade attempt gets nothing. Masuuta's gone. This is ugly. Maka and Lucky up against the world. Need to make this 2-on-4 into a 2-on-2. And they've done it. Claws him back. Stays competitive. Bomb thrust forward. Demanding Lucky plants. How do Makaze and Alexi get back into this? Partner up and trade. Replenish on the Moto smoke?
That's huge.
That's perfect.
That might be it. They might just call this off.
Well, no, you go gray screen and it's easy for Lucky. No, it's not. Doesn't track him well. Alexi charges through. Maka, another, no, 9 bullets. 9 bullets. It should be a 12 for Na'Vi guaranteed. He'd have to hit some crazy headshots.
No kit.
Doesn't swing. Calls the bluff. Double. Trouble! 10-second defuse secured. Alexi's happy with that one.
Okay. Not getting picked apart one by one this time round. I think when I see that Moto smoke come up, it's a tough decision to make. Knowing that your loss bonus is only building and we're late stages of the game, so...
Nah, Lucky's going to be really kicking himself. I mean, he's had a great map. He has been, you know, top of the tables. He's been finding impactful frags, but...
Bit's double was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, the fact he gets 2.
Your anchor, I need 1, right? That's what I'm saying. I need... He's over-delivered with the 2 kills there. bit for me. Key factors in that one for Na'Vi. All right, well, this could be the final round. 3D Max. Anything left for us? Well, not quickly surging towards top mid. They want to try and do some nade damage. Top banana rattled off. Heaps of damage done. 2 players walking wonky. But that's unconfirmed.
Step in the right direction.
And it will force the respect. They're too low to hang around offensively. But it might force them into a gamble, right? You might see Alexi just come and sit in the site if they can get the timing, because Brackets control being ushered in by the help of Macca's AWP. Emma in trash.
Been forced away from short.
And Bomb still T stairs, so it feels like we will be finishing towards B. As he does have a smoke, we're at the 50-second mark. They are going to need to oh, he's just dropped it out. Okay.
Oh, wasn't ready for that. Imma's booty cheeks just appeared on his screen. There's a nice one onto Masuta.
Alexi's rotating.
He's alone.
There'll be 2 of them here.
Just about. Makaze. Ooh, nails the first headshot, finds it onto Lucky. Alexi's going through this. Their backs are turned, and he can't find it. Gravity, a bit of team damage, puts it into a 2-on-3. Favoring Na'Vi, but is it? That bomb is down. Hard part done.
The kit is on bit, and it...
Oh, at range, Macca using that new box angle to pull us into a 2-on-2. Not looking too comfortable is Imet and Bit.
Never mind, it's on Imet.
Peaks Paul. Gravity's got to back its aim there. Committed to the position. Didn't stand a chance versus that headhunter. And the pre-aim, they know where he's at. Macca's got to hit both of these shots. He's going to get overwhelmed. No, he isn't. Needs a bolt. Can't find it. Na'Vi close it down. Imma with an impactful clutch. And that's game.
Now, Gravity's already disconnected from the server. Knew that one was coming through. Macca did what he could to keep them in it. But this will be Na'Vi surging forward in Group D. They'll be taking on the Mongols for a spot in the playoffs.
And naturally, things have to be as entertaining as humanly possible, which is why we're at the Esports World Cup. This Counter-Strike has heated up here on day 1 for Na'Vi. Getting a little close there for 3D Max. Yeah, this isn't the start you want to invest once, but it's the one you got. Now you've got to deal that hand you've been dealt. I want to welcome you back to the desk with Capri in the middle. I got Pimp down the end. My name's Trace Aranthus, or you might know me as Stunna. But for Na'Vi, good hard-fought battle here. Nice litmus test to see which Na'Vi we're going to get coming into the EWC 2026. And what we've got is a result of them winning.
I would say it's an acceptable start for Na'Vi coming into this season, right? You know, for the vast majority of the game, they mostly control. You know, it got a little bit itchy on when they turned their attention to the CT side, where 3D Max did start to claw their way back. But once Na'Vi still, you know, got the money under control and salvaged the last situation they could, they planned out. And I think it's
tomorrow
good to see
will
that
be
Na'Vi comes into this season, you know, playing still with the fundamentals, still playing with the rotations, and still playing around their strengths, which we have seen them playing on Banana in this given game, but also turning their attention, making these diversion calls that Alexi is so known for. So overall, I'm satisfied regardless of the scoreline being a little maybe too narrow for the likes of Na'Vi.
Knowing Blade, I think he'll look at this game and, as you said, you know, be okay with the result of the game. You know, a win is a win, especially in a best-of-1 game against the 3D Max, who in the beginning of the season, online at the very least, showed that they were here to play. I do, however, think that when you look at the second half and some of the rounds that they were losing, you know, playing 4v2s, 3v2s, where a couple of the players got a bit ahead of themselves, you know, sticking around and maybe taking another fight, playing a little bit too overconfident and maybe, I wouldn't say unserious in a way, but playing, you know, as if it wasn't a very important game to win. I think Blade is the type of coach who would, you know, show the players that and be like, listen guys, I know it's the opening game, I know we ended up winning anyway, I know sometimes you can let a little bit loose, but if we want to be a team that is supposed to win this tournament, we gotta cut out all the mistakes and we gotta be very clinical in the way we approach every single game. For my money, Na'Vi were the better team without a doubt. They played well, but there were a couple of moments in this game where if you play better teams, you will get punished and you will potentially end up risking losing a map like this. So if I'm Blade, I'm happy by the result, but there's a couple of things I want to hone in on.
It's scary close, and I think I can come right back to what you're saying there on that. Dupree, and the fact that if you are Blade, when you go back and look at this footage, it's time to tighten up, guys. This is probably, you probably got away with one right here in a couple different scenarios and instances as regard to rounds in the game. But yeah, we can do better. This need to do better. This have to do better.
It was still a good performance from Na'Vi. Let's not shy away from the fact that they were in control for the vast majority of the game. So Na'Vi getting the W was good. It's a good performance and a good start to the season for them.
It is. So let's take this opportunity here from Alexa B via Freya.
Exactly what we're going to be doing down here on the stage. Congratulations, Alexi. Let's be honest, though. It was pretty in control from you for the vast majority of this game. Things did get a little bit dicey towards the end. Scoreline hits 11-9. Late calls his last timeout. What's he saying in that moment to kind of calm you guys down?
Yeah, exactly. Calming us down since we knew this round that Maka won shouldn't have happened. We all knew that he was low HP as well, so we kind of just misplayed it. Unfortunately, we didn't have the best economy going into that round on the 11th, but they decided to make a fast play on A. And yeah, I'm happy we played 3A that round and got the crucial entries. And in the end, yeah, some good clutches from us as well, even though we had the man advantage in those rounds. Yeah, solid game.
Wonderful. And Makaze, both looking incredibly solid in the server today. Do you think they missed playing officials? Because it's been a while since we've seen you in the server.
Yeah, you could feel on the communication that we didn't play an official for a while. It was a pretty hectic at times compared to, some of the practices you play on bootcamp where it tends to be more chill. But yeah, they played very good individually and we all saw it.
I imagine there's more than just you deciding what events you're going to be attending, how long you're taking these kind of prolonged breaks for, right? Because you're one of the teams that have had a bit more time away from officials after the Cologne major. What benefits do you see to having a little bit more time, maybe to boot camp, just away from those officials?
I mean, we've been a team for a long time now, so just, spending some time, firstly, like on vacation, then going into a long boot camp and not rushing things. We tried to analyze, we tried to do our best in order to, step even one step further on this season. But yeah, the opening game is always the hardest, and I'm glad we managed to win it since it was a best of one. But there is still a long way to go here and a lot of tournaments this season, so we need to be ready.
Things can certainly get a bit chaotic in his best of ones. We've seen that happen already here at EWC. Just one more question, throwing it back to the major. Of course, we saw the disappointment of you guys not making it through to the playoffs of that. How do you harness that as an in-game leader and use that as fuel, as motivation for the guys coming into a new season?
I mean, that's the only thing you need to do. We were deeply disappointed considering that we came into the major with good form, or at least that's what everyone thought, and we even had a boot camp. Everything was there for us to have our chances, but in the end we couldn't come over the finish line, and that's what happens, and you need to build the motivation off of that.
I see what you did there, the finish line. Nice one, Alexi. And a nice one from Na'Vi, indeed. 1-0 up here in Paris.
Yeah, Na'Vi, Alexi B, hell, it's a wonderful thing they've got going on over there, ain't it, Jacob? That's because Wonderful showing up in spades for this side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, you could say so. I think Emma had a great performance as well. A couple of times in this game, he was very vital and very aggressive, as you like to see Emma play as well. So overall, I think, as Alexi B said, a solid game of Counter-Strike. They didn't really teach us anything new. We didn't really see anything, but that's kind of what you expect. It's a best of one game. So, temper expectations. Be happy the Na'Vi won, and hopefully we get to see them move deeper and deeper and deeper into the tournament.
Yeah.
So you're saying we didn't necessarily... Sorry, you're saying we didn't necessarily learn anything from the fight on Banana that Na'Vi almost won in round 10, where Wonderful ended up at the very end of the round. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just talking about the...
Because I thought that's what you wanted to talk about. My bad.
No, it's obviously... I think he said it himself, right? It's the first game of the season. There's probably a lot of jitters and a lot of thoughts going through their head. And I think it was just important for Na'Vi to be looking into the case now that they needed to salvage what they couldn't from the major, right? They needed to stop the bleeding and not continue the downwards trend of not, perform, because they did have a good start to the season. So, yeah, a good win for them. But, I mean, if you turn your attention to 3D Max, it's stability that I've been missing, right? It's the things that, the CT size has just been way too bad, and it was very easy to see that Na'Vi just really figured out how to punish it, and I think it really comes to close into round 10, where I do think that really comes to show where some of the issues that 3D Max is just really putting it in, and it's actually, the setup here is actually pretty good. I think Maka actually gets the first one here, which is good, and the setup is there to back it up, and I think Gravity almost loses this frag out, but this is what bothers me, right? The fact that Na'Vi just walks back You have Kershi just standing in an off angle in the middle of nowhere. As soon as he dies, Misuta is in deep shit, and he has to salvage everything. If he doesn't get like a triple kill here, he's literally in the case where they can't win the round, and that gives Bit the space to walk around the side and actually gets this double kill. He almost brings them back in this situation, and it's the connections between the sides that I saw from 3D Max that is not working together. It is the connections that what we've just achieved on Banana. How do we then approach the late round? What Kershi is doing is literally just throwing the round away, and luckily for them, Lucky does actually manage to salvage back, but it's these type of things that they need to work on.
Quite impressive that you can play a 5v3 CT side on Inferno and lose map control like they did right here, and that's a great example for 3D Max. If anything, it's also a clear evidence of two different levels of Counter-Strike. I think, again, when you look at 3D Max, you're looking at a team where expectations should be that they are maybe a top 15 team, you know, that they maybe qualify for the major, and if they're good, they make it to stage 2, whereas for Na'Vi, you heard Alexi B, right? They've had a long boot camp, a slow build-up to the season, came into the major in good form. We're one of the few teams to win a trophy outside of Vitality as well. So the expectations for Na'Vi is that they're winning trophies, you know, or at least being in the grand finals or in the playoff every single time. So I think at the end of the day, we got a game here where, you know, throughout the day so far, I think a lot of the games have been closer than we expected. This was exactly as close as I expected. Na'Vi being the better team without a doubt, but at times 3D Max showing that they could play Counter-Strike.
I mean, just in relevance to round 10.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Looking at the graphic right now, that's what I'm talking about. If you're a team that's supposed to be top 15, then you can't have stats like this, you know. If you're sitting at a 45% CT round win and you're looking for stability, that's probably where you're going to be looking first. Like, that's where you want to put your eggs in the basket. We need to fix our CT sides. And this is just like, this is overall. This is just not Inferno. And I believe that Inferno is the third best CT side outside of Cashin does too. So, you know, it's a grim-looking thing for 3D Max. You know, if they want to be finding that stability, trying to improve, they need to be working on the CT sides, because that's where I think they have the biggest issue, because the T sides today against Na'Vi, it looked okay, right? They did manage to claw their way back, but not when they have CT sides. This is not going to happen.
Anything you want to say?
Yeah, sorry, I was on the phone, as you can see, clearly. Yeah, but I think this one can go without saying for the side of this whole matchup. Again, we're in best of ones, right? So now you get to move a little bit away from this tumultuous territory of like, oh, well, yes, 3D Max could come in and do what might even be considered an upset. Would you have called it an upset at this time?
It would have been an upset, you know, if they were to win, especially in a best of one fashion. It wouldn't have been a massive upset. I think 3D Max have shown before that they're capable of playing well against good teams. I think I described them as a team that is often playing up to the level of the opposition. Today, they did that as well, I'd say so. You know, 3D Max weren't necessarily playing bad Counter-Strike. There was just a couple of moments, round 10 being one of them, where it's not mistakes you can allow yourself to make against a team like Na'Vi. Even you said it right, Pete. I think Lucky came in and actually ended up winning the round. But at the end of the day, it cost a lot in terms of the economy. That could have been a round where they survived 4 or 5 players. So they put themselves in a much better position in terms of constantly rebuying and fighting their way back into the first half. So there's things to work on for 3D Max, but I'm not upset about them losing, because I don't consider 3D Max to be a team that's relevant when you talk about teams like Na'Vi, like Falcons, like Vitality for that matter, who we're going to see. 3D Max is a different caliber of a team right now, and for them to be at this tournament is probably the first step.
Yeah, they've taken...
Participation award, is that what they call it?
That they're happy with.
Well, I don't know if we can quite give them that yet. I mean, I guess 0-2...
That's how I feel about being here, you know? I'm just happy to be here.
A participation award is how
just
you
happy
feel,
to be here.
Jacob. Wow, man. I'm looking at the prestige and all the pedigree that comes with winning an Esports World Cup. And I also just want to say it's a great time for us to look at the A brackets. So with that in mind, Jacob, I know we started with the D last time. We'll start with the A this time, which we are on the precipice of 100 Thieves at Vitality. That's me telling you not to tune away from the stream if you're tuning in right now, because Jacob's going to tell you all about Group A.
Yeah, we're gonna save the best for the later. GG How, you know, beating Team Spirit. I don't think anyone saw that coming, to be completely honest, and that's the main takeaway for me. You know, GG How versus Gamer Legion, winner goes into the playoff. That is a massive opportunity tomorrow.
More like GG, how'd they do that?
GG How, yeah. That was a nice one. I like that one.
Sorry, guys. I've
been here for 9 hours. That's the first one, so...
I like that one.
Crazy for that.
Give it to him.
Group A, cool. Let's switch it over to B. Let's see how Group B is unfolding. Dupree, I know you like the Group of B.
I always like the Group B, you know, and as you mentioned, like it's like Falcons, you know, they make things work. You know, thankfully, God, they did things right and made it work. And now they're going to be facing off against Astralis tomorrow. That's going to be interesting. And then, obviously, we already watched FaZe Clan. Had a little bit of a trouble going up against the likes of BB team. So right now, them going against Legacy, it's gonna be open for everyone's taking.
I feel like it's the one group where everything makes sense. There's not been a single upset right here. Everything makes sense. You look at the lower bracket, makes sense. You look at the upper bracket, makes sense. Falcons will beat Astralis. Legacy will most likely beat FaZe Clan, and everyone is happy.
Yeah, and that's why we
switched. The FaZe Clan fans.
Yeah, aside from those fans, of course. Shout out to them. Okay, so here we go. I said we were on the precipice of a really cool matchup. We've been talking about it all day long. It's Team Vitality versus the 100 Thieves. Why are the 100 Thieves? Just name their whole lineup. They're all your friends.
Right now? Okay, so as a coach, we have Glaive. Then we have Legend, Rain. We have Poi. We have Zira. He's like talent coming out of Denmark. Then obviously we also have Device. And then let's not forget the mastermind of Gismi. He's on the talking cards for everyone right now. Rightfully so. I think he's impressed everyone. So I'm excited to see what can happen in the best of one against Vitality.
Well, it's going to be a quick one. Anyway, Group D, Na'Vi, 3D Max, we just saw that unfold. The Mongols had a pretty clear-cut victory on Mirage against Magic. I'm curious to that matchup. I think the Mongols are being, again, slept on a little bit. They're so much better than we give them credit for. I don't know what it is after Sensu left, but they constantly manage to exceed expectations. So that best of 3, Na'Vi versus the Mongols, I find that quite intriguing, Trace.
Yeah, over on that B stream, Wildcard Furia, that's what's up coming up next. Vitality, 100 Thieves for us, and also a little bit of a break so that we can kind of wet our whistle over here and get ready to jump back into the server. If you can imagine it, it's the Esports World Cup 2026, Counter-Strike 2 all week, next week too. We'll be right back after this.
can they remain alive as Serato finds himself a quick double, and it seems like Wildcards has kind of signed themselves not finding a bomb plant.
Yeah, their own death certificate signed. Greg at least had a chance to do some damage with the M4 there, but could not fall. Only one person end up losing their life in the previous round for Furia, which is Maladoy, so it's a perfect excuse to pick up the op, and I'm sure he's not complaining too much about that.
No.
It's good to hear him doing better, you know? Saw on social media that his eye was all messed up. Felt bad for the guy, but seems to be all right according to Fallen.
I mean, we'll see how much it really affects him, but I'm going to say he's at 99% anyway, so...
he's one of the best operators in the world. Even if he's not at 100%, he's still going to be better than most people.
That is very, very true, and maybe what little advantage Wildcard could have taken advantage of seem like it'll really affect him too much in the grand scheme of things. Deep nade in towards Banana, and it's going to hurt. Sexy Eye tagged down to 48. The rest peppered a little bit here and there, as Furia continue to just deny access across all sites.
Slow start for Wildcard. No real progress made much of anywhere, but they will start to refocus themselves up Banana. Good take, concise, and they want to go straight into this B bomb site. Fallen able to spray one through the smoke. Kinder tagged up through Coffin. Still has his life, doesn't quite spot 60 out through that smoke. And the bomb site will be given up to Wildcard. K-Serato's boost. Timing could be perfect here, but he actually falls. I'm not sure if a sound cue was fully made. Seems that 60's aware of the situation. And Fury has still a second to wait before the backstab of Yuri comes in through Banana. Post plant positions doubled up both sides for Wildcard. Yuri hesitant to get active, but a Molotov onto the site that does miss means that Furia gonna call themselves out, call for the save. Definitely can't blame them. Trying to retake the B-bomb site is one of the scariest things you could do in this game, and Moldoy is still doing some economic damage, so even though the round given up, it seems that the pincer to eliminate all the rifles is absolutely perfection. Not a single player surviving for Wildcard, although the round is still being won.
That one's going to be costly. Success. Also, nearly everyone's lives there. As Furia down to only a measly 2-round lead. The money's still flourishing nonetheless. They can definitely fall back onto it. Not really stress and strain themselves too much. Fallen, just this consistent opening kill, and he is just the wall of defense for this B site right now.
A really important kill there, because if he falls back and doesn't give up anything, the Kinder eventually goes down. It's a completely different situation for that retake. You're probably not even thinking that much about going for it. Maybe you're still trying to get the fallback kills, but you'd be a lot less aggressive about it.
Yeah.
Early stages in the 5th round. Does see more of a focus towards the upper mid position. Wanting to sneak up towards brackets. A bit of utility thrown in to allow a push and a peek. And Amanya aggressive towards the arches already. Nade not doing enough damage to really stop any sort of presence. But a great CT setup. 60 immediately eliminates the IGL. K-Serato able to find one for himself. Trades back and forth. Does leave us into an even 3-on-3. From all the way still.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We book Esports World Cup up.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
So some are saying it's the matchup of the day, and I am highly enticed to agree with them. That's right, here at the Esports World Cup in 2026, I present to you 100 Thieves versus a Vitality. Both of these teams with tons of tenure and pedigree and all the accolades between the two of them that you could possibly think of within this game, outside of having Dupree's. So with that being said, I think we can jump right into the important stuff here, the nitty-gritty of what we're looking at. This is the matchup we've been waiting for all day.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one, you know. There's also a bit of a personal excitement, you know. It is my former team in Vitality. There's some former teammates, but there's also former teammates on the other side, you know. So it is a clash of people that I know, and I'm always excited for that one, you know. And the fact that it's the best of one, you know, I always love like an upset story. So if there's like parts of me that think would be awesome to see that the 100 Thieves could actually bring a bit of a fight to Vitality, because, you know, anything can happen in the best of one. So yeah.
But in the big picture, you know, of the club championships here, and I know, Jacob, you get a good giggle out of these things, but it's serious business, bro. And do you know why, Jacob?
I know why. There's a lot of money at stake, you know, especially for both these teams. Falcons are up there. Vitality still in contention to win the entire thing. As far as I'm aware, they still have a lot of games left, so a lot of different avenues to create some more points. And being the heavy favorite here in Counter-Strike, there's still a chance Vitality can win the entire goddamn thing, which I believe is $7 million
it's a lot.
for the first prize.
That's
so,
quite a lot.
yeah, I think it's serious business, Trace.
Yeah, very serious business, especially for the likes of 100 Thieves, right? You've got just CS left. You won't really be able to
I don't think they're going to make the cut here. Even if they win, they're not going to be in contention to win. So
yeah,
that one's out of the way.
I didn't want to have to say that. But on the other side, Vitality ranked 5th currently, and are still able to place first when it's all said and done. So there's still a chance for Vitality in the running here, whereas 100 Thieves want to be the spoiler, and it might as well start right here, right now.
Yeah, sorry. It's you know, for Vitality, you know, this is very important. Not only for the organization but also for the team. And looking at the fact that it's also in Paris, you know, it is something that comes down the line that they also want to be, you know, playing well on their home side with all the fans. There's even a small pack of crowd that actually showed up to watch them play. I thought that we were gonna be more, but there is people here that actually wants to watch them live.
Yeah, especially for what, a Wednesday night at roughly 8 o'clock. So yeah.
Yeah, I hate to do this, man, but I have to keep my integrity intact, and I'll be completely honest. Name value in this game, Vitality versus the Thieves, sure, it could be exciting. We're talking about the greatest team of all time in Counter-Strike against a team who only as of recently were able to beat a somewhat decent team in BC game in a best of 3 in order to make it here. The Thieves are not in a conversation that at any point should be in the same conversation as Vitality or anywhere near that. Sure, name value in Device, in Rain, you name it. It could be fun, it could be exciting. This game should be a landslide. This is like having Spirit playing GG How. You know, it's the same odds of the Thieves.
Yeah,
right?
that's
just
what
locked in.
That's what I wanted to bring in, you know, because that happened earlier. So there's always a chance, and it might happen twice a day.
You could walk outside and get
Thunder strikes twice.
You could walk outside and get hit by a bull. There's a chance of that happening. It's not likely, you know.
I don't want to do that.
Well, hold on, now, bull or lightning. You know, you do raise a very valid concern right there. Which is more likely to happen? Would you rather be hit, or are you more likely to be hit by a bull or lightning, Jacob? Would you tell?
I think it's somewhat depending on where you live, maybe. I don't know, somewhat equal. In France, I think there's a lot of agriculture. Is that what it's called?
Agriculture.
Something like that, you know.
That's where they grow the buildings. It's actually a new thing they're trying around here.
I feel the bull option is somewhat equal to the lightning. The point being right here, for the Thieves to go in against Vitality, they got nothing to lose whatsoever. If they make the game just slightly competitive, we should all be happy. We should be clapping our hands. They're not going to beat Vitality. Let's be honest.
Yo, but gives me more. Gives me more. Gives me more.
Gizmy is more. And he is, I think he is potentially... Okay, it's very aggressive.
Is he going to say the best UK player right now or something like that?
Well, no, because we do have Messi, right? So maybe he's there, right?
So the worst player of Vitality is still better than the best player of the Thieves.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That's not the point.
Logic.
The point here is that the fact that Gizmi, I think he is the sole reason to why the 100 Thieves are even here. That's my honest opinion. Now, you know what he showed in Cologne, and then his teammates move on to Luminosity to then get picked up. That's a scoop. That's a massive scoop. And I even talked with Glaive about that. I talked with Glaive at Devices Winning when I attended that one. He said, this guy's a genius. So, and if Glaive claims to say that someone is a genius when he's a genius himself, he's got to back that up, you know. Like, there's got to be something to it.
I agree. You know, I think it's a massive scoop for the Thieves. The fact that they have gotten better, the fact that they started to beat some of the teams that they couldn't beat, you know, just a couple of months ago. The fact that they qualified for this tournament as well by winning 3 best of 3s and getting through the last chance qualifier, beating Simple's PC game as well.
Unfortunate.
I'll be honest, I was watching that game as well. You know, Gizmi, you pointed him out. He won a 1v3 at a point where BC game should have won the game. That should have been it. There would have been no Thieves right here. But at the end of the day, they're getting better and slowly but surely progressing and slowly but surely building up. But we're not in the timeline yet where they are competitive against a team like Vitality. Let's see in the lower bracket. Let's see later on. But for now, the fact that the Thieves are in this tournament is a massive step in the right direction.
So you could say that they're just stealing their way through this bracket.
Because of the Thieves?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Yep. But also, I know Jacob really loves a good pun, so I thought I'd bring that one out.
I love a good pun, not
a mid-tier pun. Yeah. There's nothing mid-tier about Vitality, and again, I do know that we didn't see them win this last major, but you can absolutely not write off what it is that they bring to the table. There's systems at play here. There's entire protocols that have to come in play for these guys to operate and to find the successes that they do. For whatever reason, sometimes that's not the case. Is it as easy to pinpoint that or not, Jake?
Somewhat. You know, I think the motivation for Vitality coming into this tournament should be high. Naturally, not winning the major, that was hurtful for the team. They're not doing well at the Blast Bounty, losing in the online portion of that, not even getting to the land stage. Also disappointing, you know, very disappointing. And then you go into this tournament on home turf. We know we played the final in the Acre Arena. Peter, you have found memories of that arena together with Vitality. I think they are super, super motivated. And just to add on top of that, they played 2 more tournaments this year without Apex, one of them without Messi in the other one. So if they want to win a tournament as a team before the major, this is the one. This is the crown jewel. This is the one Vitality are going to come in and they're going to aim for this one. So I think they're highly motivated to get off to a good start.
I really think that, you know, the whole major story, them not winning, not, you know, tying the record that we had in Astralis, Apex not getting his 5th as I do, yada, yada, yada. I can continue doing that one. It really hurt them. Let's be honest. I mean, you could tell.
But you're heavy, yeah?
Of course I'm heavy. Why wouldn't I be, right? I got to be a little selfish at some point, right? But regardless of that, that hurt them. And you could tell that hurt them. And now, the fact that this tournament that they returned to, with also the start of this season, that we're in Paris, that also got to mean a lot to them, you know? And I think your point, Jacob, with the fact that we're going to have Apex having a baby and also Messi having a second one, that also creates a lot of disturbance around the team. You know, they have to play with stand-ins. They have a good one in jail, which is already announced, so that's good for them. But it still creates the disturbance around the team that for the future now. Where are we going? Like, is this gonna hurt them having a stand-in? Is that gonna end that era? Is gonna end that special feeling that they had connection between players? Or are we just gonna see them power through, still do well? I don't know. It's you know, it kind of reminds me of how things were a little bit back when I was in Astralis with the whole COVID. Everything just, you know, kind of shifted out of place, and things is hard to recover from.
I mean, it's funny you bring up Astralis, and that's exactly what we're gonna do in our head-to-head right now. We're gonna talk about Device Izaiwu, guys, in 2026. So you can think about that one. I'd rather you talk about it, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players with a rich history, and one right now arguably being the best in the world, or at least in contention to win that title once more. Devices in the fall of his career, you know, let's be completely honest. The fact that he still remains around, the fact that he's at this tournament, it's nice to see. But in terms of his individual output, how he's been playing, I feel like there's still more to Device. I don't know. He's been in Denmark, at least for you and I, Peter, a player that you always looked up to. You played with him for a long, long time. I remember growing up with him on the server as well. I'd say he's the most talented player to ever come out of Denmark. He was not always the most serious player, at least early days. Didn't practice that much, didn't really play the game that much. But whenever he would join the server, he would always be the best player on the server. I'm starting to feel now that unless you're grinding, unless you're putting in all the required hours, you're not going to show that skill anymore. And I think it's haunting Device a little bit that he's getting to the stage of his career where some players are simply just putting in more hours.
Yeah, and he's always been extremely gifted, and the hours is also what concerns me. And you know, when I saw he joined this project, you know, you can even hear that you can definitely feel the crowd here cheering for Vitality, rightfully so. But you know, like, I could just feel when he joined this project that he needed to put in more hours. And I'm still at a point where I'm doubting if that's actually going to happen. Is he going to put in the hours? Because if you go back 5 years, I think like the match between, or the head-to-head between Izaiwu and Device was very close, but now it's very far apart. Like ZywOo is like, we're up here now and Device is down here, despite how much I love him.
And that's exactly what the numbers show us as well. And it's strange, too, when you think about this battle. It's kind of like the passing of the torch at one time from what was the Device era of Counter-Strike, where a lot of people are studying Device tapes, trying to figure out how to apply themselves like Device. Do it like Device, they might even say.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people tried to copy what he was doing, and I even sometimes went down and sat together with him or with my coach Sonic at that time watching, like, because there was a point where I had to do a little bit of standing open, and we watched the demo together, and we were like, how does he end up having 25 kills? He's doing nothing. But he's just always in the right spot. He hits the easy shots. He's never been like the flashy player or anything, but he's just always been the guy that seems to be in the right spot and always been a very good team at offering utility and everything. And then obviously just talently gifted.
The cool thing about that is that I'm going to say something that all the Twitch chat and Reddit is going to go crazy about right now, you know. No, but it's a lack of comprehending. It's a lack of brain cells. I think that's the issue. Now, ZywOo has obviously been the best player in the world before. He's in contention to still be it. I think Device have inspired a whole lot of more people with the way he's been AWP. Because people look at ZywOo and they're like, I can't replicate that. You know, that's just a sixth sense for the game. That's a different level of Counter-Strike. Whereas people looked at Device and they were like, his positioning, the way that he's always making the right decision, the way that he's always taking the shot, falling back, taking another shot, falling back. That's inspirational stuff because people can relate to it. People look at Device being like, I can do that. Whereas people look at ZywOo and be like, that's just out of my world, you know. So I think in terms of inspiration, Device has probably had a greater impact on a lot of the oppos you see nowadays than ZywOo's having.
And you bring up a great point there that we cannot all be ZywOo. I think we can go walk away from this one with that and also hear from Apex at the same time.
The Bees are well and truly in the building. I've got Apex standing by for EWC, of course, in your home country as well. You've talked about how important EWC is for Vitality as an organization. Of course, we've got this beautiful setup here as well. But for you, it being in your home country, it's not often we get a tournament in France. So how much pressure does that add?
Well, yeah, I didn't think that after the major in Paris, we will have another one, to be honest. So, of course, the pressure will be high. But for me, just I don't think about that for too much for now. Just the group stage, not that many people can see us. Maybe further, I will think about it. For now, I just want us to get back to a good level because it's been 2 months that we've been struggling a bit more than usual. That's normal, that's a competition, but yeah, let's see how we can change that.
I don't want to throw it too much back to the major, but I've got to address the emotions that we saw coming out of you guys, right? It was a huge disappointment for you. I don't think I've seen you, that emotional for some time, right? Because of the success of Vitality. How do you harness that in the off-season to make sure that you can use that to grow and get back to the form?
Well, it was like a year and a half that we didn't have this problem because we won 2 majors. We had really good vacation after that. It was the easiest vacation ever, so we didn't have to think too much about problems, etc., because we were like ready and playing pretty well. So now, yeah, I think that we all have regrets about what happened at the major, what happened about our preparation in a way. So we really want to have like a redemption and show that we can still be the best. And so yeah, it's step by step, but we know we can do it. You just having the right mentality at that moment, and but we're ready for it.
I just want to ask about the extra circumstances going into this season as well. We've obviously heard Jail's going to be coming in to replace both you and Mezzy during the season. But does that add more pressure to the events where you have your full 5 to actually be getting some of those wins and getting trophies back in your cabinet?
In a way, yeah, in a way, no. We had this discussion with the team because it was needed. We needed to have this kind of discussion. And what went out from that is that, of course, we all wish that we would have played together, but that's just the circumstances. That's the first time in my 20 years of Counter-Strike that I take my personal life over my professional life, and it has to happen in this occasion. I know it's not easy for the team, but we have to accept that and be sure that we will give our really best for the next few events that we are together. I'm not sure it adds more pressure. It just have like we have to be honest with each other about how things will go and how things will go if we don't do well or if we win or whatever. So we had good discussion about that, and I think that for me that was the most important.
And then final question, 100 Thieves, your first opponent here in a best of 1. There's some other veterans on the other side of the server waiting for you. Tell me about the prospect of playing up against the likes of Rain and Device and also a British in-game leader. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling fine, to be honest. The only bad stuff is best of 1, and we all know best of 1 is tough. So like Spirit losing to GGO, like where I don't think they would have lost in best of 3. I thought we were like out of best of 1s, because stage of the major changed it. But yeah, EWC came out and said, yeah, let's play best of ones. So yeah, I mean, we also had to accept that and be sure that we start straight into the game well. But yeah, the opponent, whoever we will play, it will be tough no matter what with the best of one. They are upcoming team. They played good online against Archons. They went through the open qualifier here, so they deserve the spot. No, it's about us to show up today and see how we can play.
By the way, I think you're going to have a lot of fans cheering for you at stage 2 today. Thank you so much for your time, Apex. Good luck.
Yeah, Apex had to say post-Cologne, I don't think we ever showed good face. And I would like to say that I think EWC is a great place for them to reestablish that sort of setting that they've put out here in the big world of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they have to, right? You know, this is where the redemption start that he mentioned himself. So for Vitality to have a blunder here and drop into the lower bracket, that would be horrible for them. So obviously a win here it's extremely needed.
Nuke it is.
Nuke it is. Goes without saying that regardless of how you look at this game, Vitality are the heavy favorites. I will say though that the Thieves have played Nuke quite a lot as of recently. They beat BC Game on Nuke as well. Gives me with the 1v3 clutch, so they're coming in with a bit of a most recent confidence boost.
Let's play the game, Jacob.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
Let's get the party started then. Looking pacey from the Thieves, charging straight to the vet. Sirat down. Bomb needs to go with it, but Rain loses it. Flamesy's taking his head off. Bomb still committed down.
Drops it here.
Yeah, an opportunity versus Gizmy. Looks like he's not ready for... Ooh, the tracking not there from Robs. Gizmy gets a freebie. Nice from Sirat. And Gizmy gets away with it. ZywOo doesn't find that headshot. Device is stalking his prey. ZywOo makes good headway into the site. It's going to make it a harder fight on the Glock. Or not. Actually, very comfortable for Device. Flamesy, 2 kills deep into the pistol on the bomb with support from Deacon. You know he's off it, and wow, nice headshot provided. Looking good for this one. What an ambitious pistol. I say that as a 1v3 goes 1v. What? Nearly hit Gizmy.
No kid, no chance.
Oh, that would have been nice if he hit the immediate reaction shot, but that's going to be 100 Thieves starting strong in the best of one.
Mezzy is going to get out of there. Had Kevlar to hold on to as well. One more kill, he would have been in M4 territory, but could still bring out a Famous. And yeah, pacey out of the Gizmy-led team. Obviously the newest addition, taking the reins over from Rain. And having Glaive behind you as a coach as well. That's probably not a bad start. Obviously this is Glaive's first foray into the coaching world. See what it has to offer.
And good to see Dev back on our screens.
It is going to be a force buy for Vitality. CT side. So Scouts are out in the mix.
Wow. I mean, I didn't know that Rain was capable of getting cooler, but he has invested into a UMP. What a hipster. Okay. What a cool guy.
Well, we'll see if he can make it rain here in lobby. It's him and Poi with the bomb.
And he knows they're going to have Kevlar, or likely. A bit more armor penetration on that SMG.
Gizmy's across, but he's on his own. So it's unlikely that this will be the finish down towards B unless they want to drop in another wall. The focus on, will this force over rotations? Nobody down towards B just yet for Vitality as we turn this into an A split.
Yeah, looks diligent. ZywOo in heaven with that scout. Has connected one bullet. Flamesy versus Rain in lobby. Oh, wow. Apex goes overlooked. He's done very well. The output in combination with the flames from Mezzy. Flamesy chips in, and they disappear.
Got a bit of noise coming out of the camp here today. We are in Paris, France, and while Vitality, Apex and ZywOo, you can understand exactly why we had that much noise. It was nothing like that for the 3D Max game we just had going.
No.
And there's Vitality jerseys throughout. If you don't have one, we're right next to the merch stand, so you can go pick one up if you're liking what you're seeing. But yeah, this was very direct. Essentially, what's being called here, Gizmy gets across to Secret, sees that nobody else on the stairs is Secret, and is assuming that they've rotated some players down towards B. They hadn't. They set on the topside stack. So Gizmy called them blindly, but assumed that they had forced rotations and respect with the util. This looks like it is going to be top Poppy off of a second timing. Molly's fading.
Mezzy's so ready for this. He saved his incendiary just for this reaction. Here they come, and now through the flames they have to brave. Rain spamming a hunting Flamesy. Apex already finding Poi.
And oh, no bullets. Awkward reloading in the open, and Mezzy swings on in to ensure this one's a cleanie. Just Rain with 9 HP. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, well, we will call this 3-1 in about 2 minutes' time.
Yeah.
We'll fast forward, hopefully, for what is going to be an eco coming up next. You have 100 Thieves who are, well, feeling a bit hot at the moment, right? Obviously, that gauntlet they ran on the final day of the Open qualifier, last chance qualifier, whatever you want to call it, 64 teams on land battling for 4 spots here at the Esports World Cup. And they're one of those 4. Now, an organization that wants to be at the majors, right? An org like 100 Thieves, they're meant to be a premier org. So that is what this is about, right? They've pieced together this roster. They brought in Gizmy. Rain threw that aside. He said he's too chill of a personality, where Gizmy, he will tell you if you missed an aid. So it's a team that has a green leader. And I see the conversations around Luminosity, and like, haha, Luminosity, you left the in-game leader who made this team. Because it's like, well, Gizmy was at Monty for a while, right? And it was that complexion of players at that event that put the spotlight on them. So I think Gizmy's got the better end of the deal. How you get to play with Rain and Device. Poi, I think, is fantastic. Sierra has his moments, but this is the eco. So first kill comes in for Apex. The rest should follow quite swiftly. And then we can get into the guns. For those who missed the BCG game, people haven't been able to leave Gizmy's name out of their mouth, right? That 1v3 clutch.
The most crazy.
I just saw Poi as well.
Yeah.
And I was asking about, he had the most bullshit death in that map to Mzenia through a smoke. And I asked him, like, did you do anything? Did you make it? No, he's like, nah, he just shot. Like, okay, well. It's a game that I'm sure they'll remember, though, right? Poi and Sierra, this is the type of Counter-Strike they want to be playing. This is the best of 1 against Vitality, one of the absolute best teams in the world, who started the season online with a loss to Liquid.
Yeah, I always find it curious, and I think Rain did in his interview say the same, when teams say they'd rather play top teams like Vitality than you know, the LCQ mixed bag of chaos. But I suppose it does make sense as far as a game they're used to playing.
And we are back in play right now, so there you go. The ramp pop.
Hang on. Robs has stood his ground for 1, maybe even a second. No, Rain pulls it, stabilizes into a 4-on-4 with ramp now lost.
It's a rotation. Down to B. Flames is here.
It's a good position, tucked on Astralis.
Oh, baited in.
Dropped in, yeah.
Baited in.
Device is going to completely overlook this. The double kill was there for the taking, but it's Apex that steals it away. Finds Rain and Poi in quick succession, putting it all onto Gizmy late yard.
Yeah, and this one is tough, right? Because if you Gizmy, you're meant to be here to mop up the mess, right? You're meant to capitalize while they're so, but your teammate's just been blown out of the water there. So very well done with the rotation for Vitality. Here's a kill.
Okay.
That's 55 seconds.
We're not doing another Gizmy nuke clutch, are we, so soon? Plenty of time to work, but Zywoo is AWPing his exit of these double doors. It seems like a perfect, almost impenetrable setup. Jiggle not going to work out for him. Zywoo puts him down.
All right, well, that was the most competitive round there since the pistol. 3 casualties in that one for Vitality, but still a 4-round stretch without the bomb going down. So Glaive will... Oh, never mind, it's just a pause. It's not Glaive. Might want to be Glaive. Might want to take a time.
He might.
But we'll get the HUD sorted for everybody playing at home. We want to see their beautiful faces on the screen too. Got one more match coming your way this way on the A stream. After this, it's 9Z versus Pain. And then that'll be done with the best of 1. So we'll be into best of 3s there on out. And in case you're not familiar with the format, we've got 32 teams.
Right.
We're broken up into 4 groups of 8. 4 teams per group will make it into a single elimination 16-team playoff bracket, which will be kicking off on Wednesday next week. And that'll be best of 3s all the way through until a best of 5 grand final, which we will leave this massive hall we're in and go to the A core, which is where Vitality won the major with Dupree. So see if they can find repeated success. It is going to be a while before we get there. As you can see, headset is off. We're also having the qualms with the HUD as well. So we'll fix a couple of bits and pieces. And then we should be able to get things back underway. Money is not good, but we'll save the conversation. I don't think our voices are going out here in the crowd. So
unless you're really shouting about the money, you should be safe,
yeah.
But regardless.
And we're facing away from them, so they can't even read my lips. But has to just be a light investment.
Yeah.
They get the max loss bonus next round, right? But this is win the pistol, lose the follow-up.
All I'm doing, like when I see the the 4 on the drop from Vitality, all I can think about is the way that second round went wrong for them. It was a really uncomfortable fight as well for Device. You saw it in that replay where essentially he started to take it a fight and the molly has spread. So now you're in the mud because someone's hitting you in the Kevlar. You can't move out. You've committed to the spray and you just burn to a crisp as a 5-7 peppers you. It was a very uncomfortable way for that second round to transpire.
Just to bring everybody where we are in terms of that format I was talking before, Vitality, 100 Thieves, Bait, P-Vision, Foot, Tyloo, Linvision, and Mouse, they make up Group C. So I would imagine, say what would be my 4 favorite teams? I would go Vitality and Mouse would be the 2 that I would expect to get through. But then after that, it gets a little bit tricky, right? We had some results earlier today, Foot beating Tyloo, Bait beating P-Vision. So the winner of this will take on Bait. And Mouse will be playing on the secondary stream a little bit later today. The winner of that, well, Mouse versus Linvision will take on Foot. And they just came off of that bounty win with Spinks getting his first MVP. He was playing some very aggressive Counter-Strike on the CT and T sides, going for openers.
I'm curious, out of, and I know they're not playing each other, but just in this group, Bait and Foot, would you say they're on par, or would you say that there is a clear, more promising squad out of the 2? Because they've both had bursts of, deeper runs.
I'd probably identify there's more individuals in Foot who I think have good output.
Pedigree, yeah, sure.
But I think that Bait... Bait's an interesting one to me because they've constantly been sitting at this level. Obviously, this year started with, what was it, Segikawa?
Yeah, that's right.
And then they turned a Segikawa into a Sizzy.
But Sizzy seems legit.
Yeah, and he's only 16, which I think is, when people see him and maybe he has a bad game or makes some bad decisions, they critique him a little bit harshly. I think Sizzy is definitely one for the future. At 16 years of age, already showing some promise.
Yeah.
If he can... The biggest thing with these players is making sure that you're open-minded to learn.
Absolutely.
Which sounds ridiculous, but that's like life, really.
Yeah, but you see it, right? Like from the other Segikawa, for example, or the Head Trick before that, there was always, you didn't have that star power. I have seen Sizzy take over games. Obviously, most of the time it's Mirage.
Yes, it's true.
He is that typical 16-year-old, who just grinds the faces, spams Mirage. But I've seen insane performances from him as an individual. So I think maybe... I kind of like what you're saying. I do agree. When I look at Foot as individuals, the only one that really sticks out like a sore thumb, I'm yet to be convinced by Symmetry.
Yeah, exactly, right? But everyone knows a Jugs moment.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
We saw X-Flight on Heroic. He can be explosive. Demon anchoring is strong. Krebeni can do carry in-game leader performances.
Ridiculous things.
They're very aggressive and in your face.
Would you say Krebeni and Gizmi are in a similar category as far as, these new punchy IGLs that can frag?
In terms of the next generation?
That's up there,
yeah,
right?
because before that we had it was Kixen and...
Go on. Fragging IGL? Maka?
No, because this was around the Paris time, right? So you think about... We're in Paris now.
Your Game of Legions,
we're talking about Blast in 2023. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where you had your Shui and your Kixen come from.
That's right.
Right? Obviously, for Mr. Shui, it hasn't worked out as he would have hoped. Whereas for Kixen, he was on Falcons, and now he's on Aurora with this international project. But yeah, I think that they might be some of the next names. Like, I am surprised... Maybe I'm not, because I know a little bit of the contract stuff behind the closed doors with Foot in terms of like player trades.
Oh, really?
I've heard a couple things. Striker.
He's always got his ear to the ground.
Yeah, he's given me a nugget or two. So maybe I'm not surprised, but I think if you're Foot and you're in Counter-Strike and you lose the core of that team, well, it's like, we got to start from scratch again, right? So you want to hold on to a core at a minimum.
We were having our dinner break and we bumped into Team Spirit, who lost in their opening best of 1.
But we're in good spirits.
They did seem like they were in good spirits for a team that lost to a GG How. That's Synopsy, Mini, Satsunito, Bibu, and Asamas.
Yeah, Don Cumble, though. Only had a 1.58 rating.
That's it.
But this was, I guess, because a lot of people are talking about this Mouse versus Spirit game back at Bounty. And
what stood out about that?
Well, Donk had a off couple of series, which for me, when I see Donk have an off map, I go, it's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
We're going to get 2 consecutive. I think he had 4 or 5 consecutive maps that were negative KD.
Okay, for the first time, absolutely.
I would assume. Here's a question for you. When do you reckon was the last time Device played against Zywoo?
Wait. Using my limited brain power, I will think back.
I'm going to look now. We have B-Trams here, but he can't push stuff on air, so he could probably do it for me, but I'll have a look. It can't be that hard.
how long was Deve gone? And when did he leave?
This is it, right? Because you had a couple of moments. You had, it must have been when he was on Astralis.
Yeah,
it has to have been. So it can't have been that long ago.
You're going to have to scroll a while because 100 Thieves have played a lot of Counter-Strike.
They have been grinding. That's not that long ago. November last year.
No, that's nothing.
That's just nothing at all. That's when he was on the Astralis roster.
That's right.
Yeah, it was, at that time, it was Yabi, Hooksy, Device, Stare, and Magisk.
Which was, on paper, supposed to be a real strong squad.
Yeah, from what I heard, a bit of tension in the team. But not everybody got along so well.
Which, as you know, you can get away with in some sports. But when you're in Counter-Strike,
not in Counter-Strike.
It's just 5 dudes traveling the world together. You better get along.
Yeah.
You really kind of have to.
I think there's some teams who we've seen VP of old. We've seen them operate of the no, this is business and we're working.
That's true.
But that was it. But I think you're only going to get the best out of a Counter-Strike team. You don't have to be best mates.
No.
But when you're there, if you're having a good time, which we're playing a competitive video game.
Yeah.
That is extremely frustrating. Don't get me wrong. We all know how it feels to lose rounds and lose clutches and have bad teammates. But I think that at the end of the day, if you can keep a bit of perspective on it.
Yes.
And you can enjoy the time with the people around you, you're in a good spot. Is Apex looking at us? No, he's not.
No. But that's one of those things as well. I had an interesting conversation with Simple in Atlanta. I just bumped into him and he was kind of, we just had a general chit chat. And one of the things I was trying to kind of instill in him is the power he possesses by being him. Where, like, you know, obviously he knows how to play the game to such a high level. He can get frustrated easily when there's misplays because he sees someone doing something wrong. He's like, why would you stupid idiot?
Ever think that?
Yeah, why would you ever cross your mind to make that move? And all I said to him was, but imagine if Simple says, it doesn't matter, you got it next time. I'm already like, you know, if it doesn't matter to him, it doesn't matter to me. You know, I don't get in my head, I don't fall down the rabbit hole of misery and it can go wrong.
I don't know which event it was at, but there was something that unfolded, and I think people online saw Senzu and Simple having a conversation that they perceived to be a disagreement.
Yeah.
But then I think Simple took to, what is it, Telegram?
Yeah, no, he's coming. There's a new mature angle to the BC game, Simple.
I think it was fun watching BCG play in that open qualifier. A little bit unfortunate with how the random draw went for that bracket. Obviously, one side was much more stacked than the other. We had Liquid, we had 100 Thieves, we had BCG. There were so many big names in that one portion of the bracket. And look, when you're dealing with that many names and that group, right, we're talking the top 30 to 50 teams in the world. It is hard to go, are the rankings accurate enough or this, that, or the other? But yeah, I think everyone would have loved to see BCG.
But 100T are here to play. They managed to make their way through that LCQ. And so we can get back underway. Looks like everything's been resolved.
So to bring everybody up to speed, in case you just joined us, we had a pistol round victory that was a vent dive into a B plate out the gates from 100 Thieves. Then they went into an anti-force, took secret control, turned it into a top split, and now we are 4-1 in favor of Vitality up against a partial buy.
Let's rock and or roll.
Yeah, nothing's changed for Vitality. They haven't gone, oh, we need to drastically change our positions because we lost at the Major to Falcons who won it, and then we lost to Liquid online. Apex is still Yard. Flames is still the Dorm, and Mezzi anchoring A. Rops over towards Ramp, and Zyro is the rotator. So this is what your expectation is, and that's what you're getting. Apex has had some keen moments already. 5-3, but 5-7, an assist on that force.
Yeah, and Flamesy on that top lock. Been very efficient with his fragging.
Taking it slow there, hoping to siphon out the util from Vitality to keep their finances a little bit honest in this landslide.
Ooh, Apex in trouble. They've hit him a couple of times, puts him on red health.
Over comes Zywoo. Are they going to split? A again?
Now you know the AWP and Apex location. Smoke break, but they're hidden behind the box. A chance perhaps for an element of surprise. Can they smoke walk? They do catch him off guard, but a quick reaction shot puts Gizmy in a grave. One back from Syrah. Silent drop from Zywoo, just showing off his movement skills. So as far as Poi's concerned, he must still be heaven.
Problem is the bomb is in a bit of a precarious position right now. They have 20 seconds. These three have to make a move.
Bum. Not the best flash in the world. Zywoo's actually played this to perfection. He's just up close. I say that his back was turned to Device. They might be able to get another frag out of this. 8 seconds. Syrah gets the bomb down. Oh my god, and Robs nearly goes down to the device. Tech 9, flustered a bit, rushes it. All clean from Mr. Cool.
Got a little bit dicey. So 2 rounds where they've been able to get 3 kills. The bomb goes down in this one, their first plant other than the pistol. But they were sitting pretty with a full buy. So the fact that they're able to... a pretty competitive round there. Hopefully that spells...
Yeah, doing some guns.
Out. But no device AWP.
Sure.
Yeah, surprised he gets away. Because you can see the idea, right? Premeditated, that move. And then it gets a bit messy, a little bit sketchy. That's where you feel that maybe the comms are a little bit sloppy or your read of the situation isn't quite there. So Apex setting up Heaven, they are doing a very passive stance. And we do have another hunt issue again, so bear with us. Flames behind CT vent.
Boy holding the util. Gives me 2.
Mezzy and Hunt, they are expecting a top bomb.
Could be really better position. The Molly CT vent makes life a little bit difficult. Yeah, Rain will remove Flamesy. Mezzy's forward position catches device. That's important. Double out of Rain. Breaches the top side. And should very well translate. Is there going to be an attempt?
Well, they took so many casualties in the last couple, but they still have a decent amount of cash on all 5 players. They're going to give it a look.
You run the risk of losing all of that. Maybe the Molly enough to repel.
I think you were probably gearing up to go very late in this.
Well, they are going to threaten it. This is very threatening. Util dump. Double flash. Gizmy's back turned. Apex, there's one. Robs another. Syrah and Rain playing around that hut smoke. There's just simply not enough time. You've got to swing, find the frag, and that will be 100 Thieves. Taking this one. Syrah goes down to ZywOo AWP. Will he be able to leave with the AK? Doesn't look good.
No chance in the world. Okay. Well, at least they take everything away from 100 Thieves as well.
Sure.
So everybody will be able to buy. But...
still no AWP.
Yeah, but clearly not part of the game plan here. Just to top execute. Rain finding the entries. And Glaive taking a timeout. So, first tactical timeout. 400 Thieves. And there is money for a device AWP if they want it. They've gone in with an AK again. This also gives Xtaz an opportunity. And I think it's a... well, the money's not in too much jeopardy right now if you're Vitality. You've got 4 players, 2K plus, and they get 1900 loss, so they'll have guns. So as long as they save 1, they should have a full buy round into the next. But let's lock in on this. What is the call going to be? The timeout has been taken. Is this a pace change? Is this... Now, what adjustment could Glaive be hoping to make in this moment?
Has tagged Gizmy through credit card. And dunked on to finish. The 2 Frenchmen working in unison to manufacture an opening. Onto the Brit, no less. That's why the French are cheering.
Yeah.
Hang on. Ooh, ooh.
He's aware. Oh, he shot him there.
It's done very well. Apex. He spotted Point, but took down Syrah first. 4 on 3. A little bit of territory, device and Point, amplifying that pressure onto this top site. He's got ZywOo, though, to support him. From Heaven. And that smoke enables him to focus entirely on this fight main. Easy from Mezzy. Flamesy from the yard side. Rain down after 1. It's all flowing for Vitality. And Apex, he said he was going to be more loud this tournament, as if that was possible, but he has been showing very clear determination and animation in himself already just over these last couple of rounds.
I think that every challenge for Vitality is a new one. I was asking in the interview regarding the upcoming season. Obviously, you know, JL is going to be standing in at 2 tournaments, one for Mezzy, one for Apex, with some fresh faces on the way. I feel every opportunity... This one...
Yeah, nice.
There'd have to be some organizational pressure for Vitality at the EWC. Right? Obviously, just from the Counter-Strike perspective, which is how we're tackling it, you want to see them in semis, in finals.
Of course.
But from an org perspective, with so much money on the line and the club championship still looking relatively open, a good result here and a bad result for some of the other teams could go a very long way.
Well, especially when it's the Counter-Strike tournament and you know you've got the world #1, at least they were.
Yeah, right. But this is coming into this event. It's Falcons, Vitality, and Spirit. And Spirit started with a loss. I still expect them to make the playoffs. But
same.
If all the other favorites make it at the top of their group, we might see Spirit taking on a big name early. Another opening incision.
Doesn't get easier than that. This catches an aggressive silo drop. Gizmi's made it across. I assume Flamesy's going to have an internal timer as to when he needs to check it, and he just did. Does that mean a bit of a jump scare for Flamesy?
He's got support
behind you. Still hits it, does Gizmi. Sure, Rops was supposed to have provided, but getting output is something. Puts it into a 4-on-4. Gizmi was alone. That's info in itself. Apex providing the overwatch. Device slinking for a main wrap. Here comes Ray. Mezzi's off angle. They weren't ready for that. You see where he was?
That's very cheeky.
Ugh.
Very cheeky
Can
indeed.
I see that? That's what does that look like from the enemy POV? That's gross.
That is Mezzi there being a bit of a geek.
Look at his face. Cheeky.
All right, well, they're getting stomped right now. But if you missed the BB team versus FaZe game, it was a 9-3 first half that turned into a very, very close affair.
I mean, NET round is gold.
Apex is 4-0 in openings right now. He's doing a very good job. One of the issues I had with Vitality at the Major was there was a lot of scenarios where they looked out of place and they didn't have a good read of the situation. Vitality right now, especially through Apex, in my opinion, feel like they have a good read of the situation.
Does look that way, you're right.
He's constantly in motion. He's not getting caught off guard.
I think Gizmi is one of those IGLs as well that likes to try and get the team, you know, he likes to manipulate you and force rotation.
This is going to be on Rops at ramp. 4 are coming ramp.
Oh, great shot out of Flamesy. Rops breaking glass. Saiwu rotates through, fires off the shot. They've got a good idea as to the setup. Ramp, leg shot onto Rain through the smoke from Saiwu. Still contributing despite the smoke. It looks like Vitality are so well positioned for this. On that ramp side, but Robs finds the finish onto the leg shot Rain. Another from Robs, and a third! Get out of my sight, says Mr. Cool. Another multi out of him. Easy peasy.
Yeah, it helps when you win the opening exchange outside, but then also Apex, you see these motions. Okay, I'll wait in the smoke. If Rops takes contact, I come through. I take off one, probably I get traded, but at this point we're in a very strong position. So this is what I mean about them understanding what's happening. And then, okay, they hit the brake, so I'll back off. I won't take the risk. They feel like they're definitely putting the best foot forward right now. 8-2. 2 rounds left in this half before we swap sides.
Suboptimal on the buy.
Into
the top side. Hang on. Easy pickings. Poi and Gizmi crank the site. Rob's down after 1. Rain's got main. Siraz actually found Apex as well, so just Sai, we win a 1 versus 4. Kept at bay for a moment longer, but he did make a sound cue. Gizmi knows where you're at. He's going to opt for an AK and a push. And the spam puts him down. Device will find it on the Galil while blind.
Yeah, the only way in was pure desperation there, right? You have to hope that you get some crazy timing on the way through, and then you have to hit the ground. So there's that 3rd round.
And of course, it's Tech9's fast top. Like, it's just classic Nuke. You've been trying all these, you know, long-winded
rotations, get map
gun
control.
rounds. Look at the pathing here. Gizmi and Poi rounding both sides of the site. Quick on the retrieval and quick on the trade. Last round, will you find A4?
Apex playing very aggressive.
Look at this.
Gonna try ramp again.
Apex, talk about aggressive. There's no way Tara was ready for that. Rob's just won. Gets the dink on Rain. And look how quick and proactive they are playing this. Device might get a freebie. did catch him. Just a little bit of info onto Mezzi, puts it into the 3-on-3. Much more healthy, our Vitality. Aptly named.
I was picked a very interesting position during all of this. Is there follow-through onto B? Looks like it.
They don't buy it, or at least they didn't at the start. You can see Apex miles away. Just Flamesy here, but he has that angle over the smoke. They weren't ready for that. Gizmi, side by side with Device in a 2-on-3. Goes for the plant, gets away with it. Apex. Oh, wait. Oh, Device just enough bullets, but swings to his demise, and a clutch for Gizmi that's just out of the realms of possibility.
All right, it looks to me like Apex has been in the lab. I know that's not a crazy shot or anything, but he's had a very good half. He's at 14 kills, and it feels to me like he's been confident in taking his jewels. When you see Apex is a bit desperate because the team isn't, he just throws his body on the line, but here it looks like he's been backing himself. And, well, again, I'm gonna take this one in a different direction than the FaZe versus BB team game.
Sure.
This is Vitality versus 100 Thieves. We know exactly what we should be getting from a team like Vitality. Yeah, you have to feel for 100 Thieves a little bit, right? They won the pistol, they get the conversion. Then they get 2 gun rounds on top. Oh, okay, we have a 7-5 half.
Yeah, decent.
You have a bit more of a buffer. That buffer is out the window. Ready to get this one back underway. 30 seconds. Goes damn quick, and we're already into freeze time for the T side. Vitality have 2 smokes. A HE given to Rops, likely for that door. A molly on Mezzi, and flash to boot. Good luck, have fun in the chat, and away we go. 2 pairs of dual Berettas. Door blown off. Util follows. Squeaky door lurk. Does Rain want to try and dip down the vent? They already started Device B, so he can pick up vent.
Up Molly, 2-drop main. And here comes the pressure. Mapping all the way. What a headshot onto Gizmi. Flamesy at range. Takes down the Heaven player and immediately starts to amplify the pressure onto site. Syrah with dual Berettas has to worry about Heaven, Hut, and Flamesy applying that pressure all on his own. He's got a bit of help. It's ZywOo behind him. Rain's got too many targets on his screen, gets overwhelmed. Still taps 1.
Device in through main.
And Poi going for a late ladder. Good luck with that. ZywOo seems poised and ready. Just hoping he catches the perfect timing, and it's too easy for ZywOo. Device, not the pistol you want at that kind of fight. Fighting Heaven from main, and look at the position of ZywOo. They're playing cheeky Counter-Strike. Triple kill from ZywOo on the pistol. No surprises there. I think the highest rated pistol player is Mr. Wu.
Have 8 opening kills in this map so far between Apex and Flames, who found it there on the pistol and even found that follow through.
Look at this shot.
This is very similar to what BB team ran, but a later timing and a bit more nuanced. Right, trying to do the Heaven and Hell rap creatively.
Do you think the Hut Molly could mask some of the main drop sound? Like the fact that they drop off as the Hut Molly lands?
To some degree.
Maybe. I don't know.
You think about the angle of, okay, so the first thing that they want you to have to acknowledge is the vent drop.
Yes.
Right, so you're trying to pull a rotator, so when you are wrapping Heaven and Hell, it's less fortified, right?
Yeah,
So
okay. Makes sense.
Well, if they can just get past this force, we'll call it a win for Vitality, I think.
Yeah, it could be really that cut and dry. 1 yard, says Gizmi. Poi readies himself. Good luck with this one. 5-7, and 1 ain't bad. You'll take it. Flamesy removed.
In that situation, well, that's great. You've got yours. You just need to see what the rest of the team can piece together.
I mean, the second that bomb goes down, you don't feel great. You really don't feel great. So keep him away from the sites, and Gizmi is well positioned to do so.
He's on his own, though. There's no real rotation. He'd have to go absolutely mental.
Oh, and Apex is here.
Exactly.
So they're all going to wait for each other and time it to beautiful synchronicity.
Hello. And save. All right, 11-3.
Ah, textbook.
I think we just saw one player attempt to go down the vent, and that would have been swiftly called off. I think that was Syrup. He's like, no, actually, you were not attempting a 3v4 retake of We're looking for damage. We're looking for upgrades. We're looking for something.
Anything.
Not just straight into the save. They were warded away by the forward presence there on ramp, and we knew it was confirmed. Now it definitely is.
And if this is, you know, just Vitality all the way to the finish line, I can't help but feel for 100 Thieves, this game is going to be shrugged off as quickly as should have won the second round. It's going to be, you know...
Sure. It was always going to be a difficult game.
Of course. But
you have to convert those type of rounds.
If you were making a checklist of making this game competitive, you
win
got
the pistols, win the conversions.
Yeah.
And then if you can get a couple of gun rounds after that, we can have a conversation.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it couldn't be better, right? Look at the fragging output as well. What a lovely spread. Sure, Merriman a little lower down, but that's just because he hasn't seen as many as the opponent or as his teammates. But a very even kill spread from Vitality. Not a one-man army by any stretch of the imagination.
Is this if you reflect on the loss that Vitality had a bounty online,
this is
Nuke was in the mix
Alex
there, so
John,
you're
thank
probably
you so much
feeling
for
if you had
following.
100 Thieves like, oh, maybe it is a little bit susceptible. It's like, well, it's our first game since the major, online. You guys are grinding. That's liquid. That's 100 Thieves. That's your BCGs. Vitality don't have any issues in getting invites to the big events right now. So this is one that they've set their sights towards. They just need 2 more rounds to make this one of the most one-sided games of the day.
They're gonna take home the bacon.
Just having a look. We had a 13-3 with Gamer Legion versus Luminosity. 13-6, 13-5. Yeah, 13-3 is the biggest stomp of the day. Do we get another one of those? Oh, forcing out the game. It's just so limited, isn't it? You have to hope that they play fast and then they play around smoke so you can capitalize. Someone gets a multi. Oh. Okay, they've forced the issue there. You can see the flames on the ground, right? So they have destabilized the fast yard and secret control that Vitality were looking for.
Device has got a scoped weapon, just a scout though. Oh, just from Flamesy.
You're probably going, please smoke. Where is the smoke?
Where's the smoke? Is it in the air?
Yeah, I did throw it.
It's coming. It's coming.
So's Christmas.
Gosh.
Oh, you've just lost the tail there, haven't you? Now feels like anything's possible.
It would have been insane if there was more than one that made it across on that very minute timing. Just Flamesy. And no over-rotation from 100 Thieves so far.
The last smoke's on Rop, so he can't use this outside, and Apex is... This team ready to cross secret, so they're going to try and pull rotation at ramp with this fake. There it is. Now the cross, which they did pick up, so they had a contingency for it. However, now the bomb's down secret.
Really well played by Vitality, just manipulating the CTs. Making them dance to the beat of the Vitality drum.
They're going back to A. 20 seconds. There's a problem now.
Yeah, 2 consecutive shots on the scout connecting. Device removing the captain. Wrapping in. Robs hides his time. Device trying to apply the pressure. Doesn't hit the shot. They have to be planting. They have to be clearing corners. And Zywoo's gone down with the bomb. Rain finds the double. 6 seconds is simply no time. 100 Thieves convert the necessary round. This game was over if Vitality found their 12th there.
Okay, I guess we showed a little bit more. The Heaven players saw us. We're assuming a heavy rotation down towards B. They try and come back up. They get caught by the scout. Oh. And that all started with the smoke wall outside being... I need a good name for it. What, the molly, it's a forced error.
Yeah.
Oh, Device, they're already across red. You're going to have to sweep back into this.
He's got the AWP now, and he's going to have to put it to good use. And is he gone? Keeps us level after Apex's opening. 16 and 8 from Vitality's captain in this opening best of 1 for EWC.
Good flash. Flamesy, oh, I think he copped it as well, ever so slightly. Zywoo with the bomb back to lobby.
Apex across secret stairs, but probably no intention to go further.
And Flamesy off a main, picking up that AK, making a sound cube, so keeping the conversation flowing as Device will take his ult ramp.
This is the fight Robs has been waiting for. Rain puts his head in the vice.
But they're pushing all lobby. Ramp and Squeaky.
There's a belated trade. That's going to Make things uncomfortable.
But they know that's the lobby player, so they might Yep, assume everyone's outside. That's
so
a bit
lucky.
of a mare.
How has he gotten away?
Oh,
no, he's not. He's not.
The magnetic flame follows him up, Tetris.
Oh, and smoked off Poi at ramp.
Yeah, you're in trouble here. Apex is going to catch you.
Hello.
It couldn't be better. Unprepared. Oh, he's just a rat in the system, is Apex.
18 kills deep right now. That was felt like a Puppet Master moment. You know, Robs goes down solo in lobby. Nameplate counter-shot that we've been talking about. 100 Thieves make some assumptions, and it was the wrong assumption. So Vitality definitely pipped them at the post this time. But they had no... Look at this. Not ready. There's obviously noise on main, so that's drawing the attention. But Device as well. He wasn't holding the angle. He was expecting there to be some utility, like at least a first smoke before they crossed red, but nothing. They just went dry.
Yeah, but you could see throughout that whole round, I mean, like you said, no one was ready for all of those fights for 100 Thieves. It's Vitality booking them.
Megan Tulan, thank you so much for the sub Prime.
Apex.
Or Prime
Backs
sub.
away.
2 months.
Oh,
appreciate it.
Don't get much more damage than that out of a HE. That could not have been better. Apex gives me 42. Meaning of life.
Apex having a great map, right? Most multi-kills, 6 and 1 in opening kills.
Nerdy approach to getting on main.
Poor Gizmy.
Yeah, he's just been booked on the reload. It doesn't get better. Looking for that 13-4 escapement to open up EWC for Vitality. Poi with one back, and now Devices off angle, punishing Zywoo. You got an advantage. A man advantage that you need to hold on to, but Flames, he's stalking his prey! He feasts! Finds 2 in quick succession, advantage gone. Is it going to be the game 2? Clark, Device can deny, 43 on the clock as it's a Rops versus Device one-on-one.
Bomb picked up, space being given.
He's anticipating squeaky door and now gets confirmation.
Nice.
It's all too easy for Rops. A stomping. A lot of people wanted to see this one go back and forth, tit for tat, but Vitality just mincemeat.
Yeah, a big discrepancy for the in-game leaders. Apex 6 and 1 in opening duels. Gives me 0 and 6. Vitality march on in the upper bracket. 1 best of 3 away from the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what Vitality looks like when they're feeling the rhythm to their own rhymes, and that's because they've just put away in their opener 100 Thieves and a best of 1 that definitely could not afford to have a slow start in. Vitality looking to set a pace and a presence here that we can all hope to keep up with, and hopefully Dupree doesn't trip over that cable as we keep this one marching straight along. Dupree,
all right, guys.
You've seen all these guys on the server in multiple years, over the different years. Tell me about what you saw on the server today.
I saw a Vitality that looked very sharp, let's just put it there. And sometimes, you know, even though people don't want to, you have to listen and actually understand that Pimp sometimes is very clear when it comes to understanding these type of matchups. So he hit it right on the nail, right? You know, he came into this one saying that this was too much for the 100 Thieves to be chewing, and you know, Vitality showed up in the sense that we expected. It was a team that everyone, you know, chimed in. Everyone had their moments, and specifically Apex, I think, had a phenomenal finish in this one. So it's good to see that Vitality, despite having a small of a blunder losing to Liquid in the bounty, they bounced back here, and you can also feel that the crowd was backing up. So overall, a redemption arc is in the stake and also in the building foundation for Vitality.
Yeah, the most one-sided game we've had today. I think that's safe to say. To be completely honest, it was like watching a bunch of kids playing adults, and it was never really any close, never really any interesting. Again, name value. You look at Rain, you look at Device. We can definitely build up the game as being interesting in that regard, but once it came to what was being delivered on the server, this is exactly what you'd expect.
Guys, thank you so much for
look at a team
tuning in.
like Vitality who have something to prove.
I appreciate you all.
Going to win this game, you know.
And yeah, thank you so much. I'll be back again tomorrow, 6 p.m. If you like the content, if you like the stream, please follow me on Kick, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. All my social medias are in my channel. It's on About category or option, and you can also join the Discord channel. It's also in the description. And yeah, thank you so much. Please don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel as well. It's Mr. Dale. And we're growing bit by bit every day, man. Every day. I'm here I'm committed to stream full time now. Yeah, we'll grow. We are growing on social media, on channel, on also in page. So yeah, that's it for now. Let's just hear the interview.
Vitality here in Paris, 13-4. Scoreline looked pretty simple. Was it as easy as the scoreline made it look inside the server, Messi?
I mean, I think we played good. I think when we play like this, it's always going to be tough for the other team. Of course, there was some rounds we messed up as well, and I think some of the low buys. But overall, I think we moved around well, adapted well, and had an overall good game plan against them. I think we were ready for a lot of the things they had. Even though they changed some things, we made sure we adapted.
We're just briefly talking about the fact that it's been, what, your first LAN in almost 2 months, obviously, since the major. Didn't feel like there was any rust in the server. Does it just feel good to be back in the booths now?
Yeah, I think everyone was just excited to get back to playing again, especially on LAN. I think when you haven't played for so long, of course, sometimes it could be a bit rusty, but I think overall, I think whenever we put this much energy in, our preparation's been really good for this event, so hopefully we can keep it going. And yeah, I'm looking forward to just playing some more games and back to best of threes now.
Now, some people may say that you guys come into this new season with a point to prove that the Vitality era isn't over. What would you say to some people?
I mean, as players, we don't really give a fuck about eras and whatever. Like people saying it's over, it's down to us now to get back to our level and make sure we can play how we know we can play. And if we do, then we know we'll start another era. Or whether this one's finished, whether it's not, we don't care.
I mean, it's still up for discussion, right? What is also up for discussion is who wins EWC. Incredibly important for the organization. Extra important for you guys, considering it's in France for Extaz, Zywoo, Apex. Does that add more pressure to you guys?
I mean, there's always pressure as a Vitality player. I think there's always expectations, high expectations to win. But I think for us, of course, it's super important for the organization. But first and foremost, for us as a team, we want to make sure we get back to lifting trophies. And of course, it would be great to do it here in Paris and also such a big tournament as well. So yeah, of course, it's important for the organization, but also us as a team that we want to get back to our level and showing confident games. And this was just the start.
Super important for the fans as well, who are already showing up, even though we're only day one of the tournament. Anything you want to say to the guys that have turned up to support you today?
Just a big thank you. I think as a Vitality player, just always super grateful to have these fans. It's the first time in my career to always have this and to have everyone come out and even just on the first game, a best of one, people are here cheering. It's the best type of support and us as players really enjoy it.
It's been nice as well because you look up from your monitor, you can see your booth over there, beautiful stuff. And either way, incredible inside the server. Messi, congratulations. That's Vitality 1-0 up here in Paris.
All right, there you go.
That'll be Vitality where they want to be. Again, we talk.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. And I'm out. I'll be seeing you again here tomorrow. Be back. Don't forget to like, subscribe, or follow me on social media. It's always been Mr. Dale. And on Facebook, it's Mr. Dale Gaming. All right, peace out. Love y'all. I'm out of here.